Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 6 hours of Spa, SimSpots, and OC Racing event. We are here at qualifying. I am Dan No Skill, and I'm joined with Luca Centorbi, Captain Foxy today, and we'll be your commentary crew for the next 7 hours of sim racing action. Are you as excited as I am, Captain?
Hell yeah. Right now we're at the start of qualifying where all the Porsche Cups are about to go out when the 15 minutes mark starts. And then we'll start to see some action on the track with all the Porsche Cups trying to do a hot lap and getting a fastest lap.
Yeah, so whichever Porsche Cup here is the fastest, it's not going to be pole position overall. It'll be pole position for their group, for their group of cars, for their class. So that's what we're looking at today. And then I believe for the last 25 minutes, we'll have qualifying for the LMP2 class, which will take pole position overall for the race. The race, of course, being a rolling start to begin with. So we will not have a standing start on the grid. All cars will get going, do a formation lap, and when the lights go green, the race will begin. At the moment, we're just waiting for that green light on qualifying before all the cars can go out. We've got a lot of cars here today. You can see some of them on the screen now, going through the different camera angles. We've got a lot of beautiful liveries here as well. Any favorites that you've seen so far?
Well, I'm looking at OC Racing right now. No, with a fan favorite driver right now. He is Right now, we're looking at OC Esports LMP2 racing team with Pichayut Sumirat. He is a Thai esports and karting driver, and his voice is similar to Max Verstappen. He looks to be favored for the win. So
Yeah,
we'll
he's
have
our
his eyes.
favorite for pole position and the win today, but he's in the LMP2 class. So he'll be going out in towards the last 25 minutes of the session. First up, it's our P-Cups. So we've got Easy Racing, Obama Fried Chicken, Crash Test Dummies, the Dark Reunion. You can see them all lining up at the end of the pit lane, ready to go out when that green light is shown.
So in the Porsche Cup, we have some serious teams and some joke teams, as we just heard with Obama Fried Chicken and Crash Test Dummies. But there is some serious competition under the Porsche Cup, so we're going to have some serious action going on here.
I'm just going to give a big shout out to the Microsoft Maybe Possibly team. Their livery is looking beautiful. It's got this cartoon aesthetic. I really like it, honestly. Probably one of my favorites on the grid today. Definitely. Just really love that aesthetic.
I do like the Hexa AFGT team, as it just looks like it's made out of coffee. It has the beautiful aesthetic that like you get at the morning when you look at the coffee, you get the energy. It gives you the feel at home vibe, if you understand.
Yeah, quite a homely vibe. But we're 1 minute and 30 away from lights out for qualifying to start. Do we have a favorite for pole position for the GT3 spec, or is it just LMP2 that we've got some favorites going on there?
Right now, I don't see to be have favorites there, but seeing as Obama Fried Chicken is one massive inside joke, they're definitely trying to do something. And also the DC Racing, as there are two teams under the same name under DC Racing. We have the DC Racing P-Cup number 12, and we have the DC Karting P-Cup. So those two are probably worth watching out for.
Yeah, whether we'd see some kind of team orders going on there. But we have got a couple cars pulling up to the end of the pit lane now. Should be around 40 seconds until we're ready for qualifying to begin. Very excited here for the next 7 hours at Spa-Francorchamps. It is going to be a great time today watching this race. I'm hoping there's not too many issues with skills. So here we go. We've got cars pulling out onto the track, and we'll have a look. So this will be just an outlap for all of these cars now. We won't see any racing, any qualifying laps, and we'll take you on an onboard through the track, going through each corner as they all pull out the pits up to the Eau Rouge Radion section of the track first.
This track is obviously a fan favorite track, seeing as Spa is on calendars all over racing in different racing series. So this track has some action on every part of every sector. So
yeah, I must admit, really a great track for overtaking, isn't it? One where we're going to see some great battles through the corners. And then obviously you've got the Kemmel Straight where you can really gain an advantage if you've got a high-speed setup on.
we will see different setups all over different cars, because this track has everything from long straights to sharp corners. As we go around Rivage, for example, here, if low drag setups will not be very good around these sections of corners. Going to Pouon also. There has been some incidents, but here Pouon will be definitely pretty difficult if you have a setup for straight line speed. You will
It'll
have
be
to take this
interesting
corner.
to see as well how the drivers deal with tyre wear and if that's going to have a big impact on the race. We've obviously not seen much of that with the short practice sessions and qualifying sessions running. So as we see the cars actually take to the track during the race, we'll see more of the effect of what tyre wear and fuel has on these cars today.
So seeing that everyone is bunched up, everyone in the final sector here, it will probably not be good for everyone next to each other for a hot lap. So we will probably see around the bus stop chicane where people will slow down. So this will definitely
they're
not
going to
be
want a
good
bit of
for
a gap,
track
aren't
drivers.
they?
Yeah, it's not looking good.
And as we start our first couple hot laps, we'll take you through on an onboard around the track. So here we are, starting the first hot lap. We've got easy racing. So down the main straight they go on the run up to La Source. And then it's going to be heavy braking for that tight right-hander into turn 1. And then you've got the run down the pit straight. Oh, slightly touched on the gravel there.
That was not good for them.
Yeah, that's going to lose them a little bit of time, but this looks like they're still pushing, so we're going to see them go up through Eau Rouge. Now, the peak up in qualifying should be able to take Eau Rouge flat. Little bit of a lift into it at the start. Oh,
that's
and it's a cut there. It's a cut there. We'll carry on. We've got the Kemmel straight now. Through Kemmel, and it's... Oh, he's gone. He's done with the lap. He's done with the lap. Backed out of it there after that mistake.
Cars right next to each other. It would be nice to see what their strategy is going for this hot lap, or if they just still going for a prep lap where they warm up the tires. Because there's an out lap. If the tires are not warm on that out lap, many drivers aim for a prep lap, which is still a slower lap where they still aim for brake temperature and tire temperature. And then this third lap should be the hot lap. As we can see, not many drivers are still aiming for a hot lap here. You can still see that the drivers are taking it still slower, warming up the tires.
With the grid bunched up like it is, I wouldn't want to be taking a hot lap through there. I would want to get myself a little bit of a gap, get my tire temperatures, brake temperatures correct, and then really go for one. We see Crude Motorsport going through there. No one's setting any competitive times yet by the looks of it. So we may just have to wait and see as people make their way back round.
A corner that you should be looking at often is the Pouon corner, because they are definitely going to be taking different lines, each car. As I said, with the setup difference, it will not be the same for each car. So we will see more cars going wider, going for a faster exit, or maybe going for a faster corner, going more in the inside. So this is going to be a pretty interesting strategy for each different team.
Very interesting.
As you can see here, all people are already racing each other, probably doing like a prep for racing.
Okay, so we've had our first, looks like competitive lap time there with a 2:22.6. It seems about right. We'll see if they're going for another lap. It looks like they are. So here we are on the run down past the pits towards Eau Rouge and Radion Complex. Are we going to see a lift through here? No. That foot is on the floor. Takes it very nice. Riding the curbs there.
Slide there.
Yeah, onto the Kemmel straight now. You're going to keep that foot planted all the way through here. Keep that top speed as we head towards Le Com. And it's a heavy braking zone there. Take that sweeping right-hander into the sweeping left. You want to set yourself up for Malmedy here. Get on the throttle. Use it to rotate the car. Use the curb on the exit. And on the run down now to Rivage. Again, a heavy braking zone. It's interesting. We're going to see a tight line. Ooh, towards the middle. Again, get on the throttle, rotate the car as we come up to the famous no-name corner, which does now have a name, but we will be referring to it as no name. And then on the run to Puon now. So this is a downhill section. You've got that small braking zone at Puon. You want to be able to carry as much speed as possible through here. If you can nail this corner, it is going to gain you a lot of lap time. So out of Puon on the exit there towards Farnier. And again, another sweeping right and sweeping left. Quite tricky in these cars. Easy to spin, lose the rear. But as we see here, Lopen Esports taking it really well as they head towards Stavolo now, the Stavolo complex. Brake for the first one. Get the car in position. Ride the curb on the exit. And are we going to see it flat through here? We are by the looks of it. Oh, slight lift through the mid corner of Stavolo 2. And now it's a run down to Blanchimont. We're going to see foot on the pedal, get in that top speed there. A very fast circuit we have here at Spa. As we run down towards Blanchimont now, it's that fast right-hander. No lift through there. Use the curb on the exit. And up towards the heavy braking zone now for the bus stop chicane. What's this time going to be? You want to get the bus stop chicane right. Brake nice and early. Take the curb. Set yourself up for the exit. On the power as early as possible. And across the line, it is a 2:21.6. Lopen do manage to improve on that lap time. A great lap there from those guys. Very well done.
As you can still see, the cars are still bunched up going into the bus stop chicane. I'm really interested to see what their strategy is going here. If they want to aim for the slipstream, or if they just still have not figured out if they want to have a distance to each car, or if this is already enough for each car already.
It looks like they are managing to spread the pack out a little bit. So I suppose if they were all setting similar lap times in that 2:24, 2:25 range, they're not going to be in each other's way too much. These cars, they have some aerodynamics, but I feel that dirty air isn't too much of an issue in them. As we see here, small break there into Arouge and Radeon from Crash Test Dummies. Interesting, because during qualifying, these cars should be able to take Arouge flat. As we head down Kemmel Straight again, with these cars all bunched up here, you'll see them braking for Lecom, taking that nice sweeping right-hander into the left-hander. You've got to set yourself up nicely. You can see some good sector times coming through now. Microsoft, only 0.3 down on Lopen through that first sector, so it'll be interesting to see how their second sector does. Looks a little bit slow through Puon. What do you think?
It still looks like it could have been early on the accelerator, but they've taken it nice and easy. Because if an incident does happen, it is pretty much game over. You have to go manage your way back to the pits and repair the car. So this will probably... You will probably still want to be a bit careful on the exits, on the corners. You do not want to see the wall at the end of the corner.
And we see DC Karting there taking P2 with a 2:23.6. 2 seconds off the current pole sitters. So let's see. Microsoft maybe possibly. Oh, Sector 2 was slow. Must have had some kind of issue there. That's not going to be an improvement for them. Maybe on their next lap they'll get to give it a go.
As you now can see on the minimap, the cars have spread out, so they are not aiming for a slipstream lap, which is pretty surprising. As you know, the Camo Straight is one of the longest straights in racing, and also in the last sector here, a bit of slipstream do help, but everyone is aiming for a cleaner lap, except not for a faster, more
and talking of cleaner lap, we've got here Lycurca Racing, the 64.2 in the middle sector. Looks like they're going to improve on their 2:26 lap time as they come down now towards the bus stop chicane. What's it going to be as they cross the line? They've got to get a good exit through here. Will they manage to get themselves towards the front of the grid? Yes, a 2:22.4. So the gap to those current provisional pole sitters has just shortened to a 1.282 second gap. It'll be interesting to see. Oh, we've got someone spun out there. Just near the pit exit.
That looks like the Crude Motorsport team car.
Looks like
As
you
it
were
was.
right. Yeah, they've just got going again. So that won't be a good lap for them. They might have to make their way back round to the pits if they've got some damage. Not sure if we can tell. Maybe coming up through a Rouge. Do they have a smashed windscreen? Doesn't look too bad. Might get away with it.
With these cars, a little bit of bumper damage, there will not be much on performance. It will buff out eventually during the race. So if in the race an incident happens, we will probably not see them immediately go for the repair in the pits. We will probably see some smashed up cars. But that's just because the car's performance will not drop if a little bit of damage is on the car.
Yeah, much less slipstream and aerodynamic effect in these cars. A lot more based on mechanical grip. So, the tyre wear, tyre management is going to be really important. As we see here, through Malmedy, getting on the throttle to rotate the car. Really good. DC Karting looking like could be a contender for pole today, matching in their first sector as they come through Rivage now towards No Name. Will they be able to improve in the second sector? That's where they dropped the most time during their last lap, so they've got to make it count here. And this is where you're going to gain all the time. This is where you're going to make up the difference through Puon on the brakes. That's it. Oh, missed the apex. Definitely could have carried a lot more speed through there. That's unfortunate. We'll see how that affects their sector times. They won't be happy with that, but they carry on as they come now through Farnier. Use the throttle to rotate the car through here. Get on the power. Go on, you can use the curb. That's it. As we come into the Stavolo complex now. In third gear through there. I see most cars taking it in second. And then flat. Oh, a bit of a lift through Stavolo too, because you've got that gravel trap there now on the more recent update of Spa. Obviously, previous tracks didn't. They've dropped a little bit again during that middle sector. Can they make it up
must have lost
in the
them
last?
A lot of time.
We can see the effect of the bus stop chicane there, with the last sector being where you can really make it or break it. So let's see if they get a good bus stop chicane here. Could still be on for a P2 or 3. DC Karting coming around the final corner.
That was a good bus stop chicane. Let's see the final sector time.
Oh, but unable to improve. What a shame. That must have been an outlap. Just the sector times weren't reflecting that, which is always very useful for us. And definitely doesn't bait us until the last sector. So never mind.
As you can see again, after the camo raid on the Lecom corner, where everyone is again bunched up, this is interesting again, how everyone, after being spread out, came again to each other. Around Vivage and No Name, this is again going to be interesting if they again just going to be warming up, prepping that lap, or if it's actually now just traffic for each car here.
The interesting thing as well with all being so close together is that if someone else makes a mistake in front of you, it potentially ruins your lap. If you've got a little bit of space, someone goes wide and comes back on the track, you're not having to slow down to let them back on. If you've got a part of the track to yourself. But when you're all bunched up like this, it only takes one person at the front to make a mistake for it to then knock on to 3 or 4 other drivers' laps. As we see Lopen there lighting up the timing sheets, that's a new fastest first sector for them as we see them coming through Lecom. Again, they've got a little bit of space behind them. They've got Crude Motorsport who are following. We'll see how it goes as they come through Rivage now. Heavy on the brakes through there. Looks like they carried a lot of speed. No Name, a very tricky corner. You don't want to run wide here and threaten track limits, which might lose you a part of your lap, or you'll touch that gravel trap, which would not be good for the car. And then this is where you really make it or break it. Puon here. It looks quick. Kiss that apex on the power. And that is how it's done. That was really, really good driving through Puon there. Oh, bit wide, but I think the track limits will allow for that. And we'll see now through Farnier.
The drivers from Lopen Exiles are Rowan, Cohen, and Life Delicious. They wanted to be in the LMP2 cars, but because the main team already is in the LMP2 car, they was forced to go into the P-Cups, so we're gonna probably see a lot of potential out of these drivers in the race.
And as you say that, that's a new purple sector for them again in Sector 2. Looking like the favourites to be pole sitters at the moment. And this is a really strong lap, as you see. I mean, that great livery flying through Blanchimont, really riding the curb there. And then up towards the bus stop chicane. Heavy on the brakes. You can see the car leaning forward as you apply that full brake pressure. Get on the power. And across the line, it is a... Oh, just lost it in the last sector, actually. Maybe that hitting on the curb through Blanchimont lost them some time because they failed to improve. And it looked really good throughout the rest of the lap. What a shame.
Oh, losing the rear here out of Le Source.
Whether they've got a quali setup on that really overheats some of the tires and just lost it in the last sector as well. Could be the case. We're seeing an improvement in the first sector then from DC Karting. The only one to improve so far as we head into our 34th minute of qualifying.
On to No Name now with DC Karting Porsche Cup. Are they gonna be able to...
Ooh, big slide through there.
I was about to say, are they gonna match Lopen Esports Exiles? But I have spoken a bit too early as they were sliding through No Name.
Yeah, that's not going to be an improvement from them. Crash Test Dummies, on the other hand, have just set a green sector 2. They're in 4th place currently. They're going to be looking to start on those podium positions. Because all it takes, the further up the grid you are, obviously, if someone makes a mistake in front of you, you can very easily be leading the race very quickly. It is a marathon today, not a sprint. And consistency is what matters. But getting yourself a good qualifying can really help with managing, especially with traffic and trying to overtake people. So let's see, as they come across the line, it is an improvement, a 2:23.0, and that is good enough for 3rd. Crash Test Dummies will be very happy with that, getting themselves starting on that podium position 4 now. About 10-15 minutes left of qualifying for these guys. DC Karting still actually managing to improve through that middle sector as they've run down to the bus stop chicane now. Very wide, using the whole track. Going to carry as much speed as possible. Using the accelerator. That's it. Get on the power early. Bit of a slide out the exit, but... Oh! Just missed out through that last sector on being able to improve. Yeah, about a second off, so something must have happened in that last sector that lost them at time. Because they were on track to be ahead of Crash Test Dummies. We've seen that from DC Karting twice now, haven't we? A really good first couple sectors, and then just losing it a little bit during the final sector. A bit of a shame there.
It might have been an issue with tire heating, because maybe going through the first sectors, the tires have optimum tire temp, but going into the last sector might be overheating. We don't know how the setups are. So each setup might be going for like the most optimum performance, which might as well be in the last sector where the tires do fall off a cliff. So maybe they haven't really hit that sweet spot of the setup yet.
That could be the case. Could be a setup issue. We see 3 cars close together here. An Obama Fried Chicken out in front, currently on track to set a better lap than they have done before. It's a 40.8 in the first sector. Let's see their... oh, they've just gone past Pouon, so they're heading into Farnier now.
Farnier's corner.
And coming towards Stavolo. This is a notoriously tricky section of the track, especially in the Porsche Cup as well. Quite a slidey car, so you've got to be careful on that power. We can see they're using the entire track and actually able to very small lift through Stavolo 2 exit, which we've not seen. From other cars, we've seen quite a big lift, but about 75% throttle still through there, and that's a green per middle sector. So if they can keep this up through the bus stop chicane where we've seen a lot of laps get lost, so it is not done yet, they could be on track to set an improvement. These are 2 reasonably good sector times, looking towards maybe a 4th or 5th. Let's see through the final sector then. Oh,
going deep into the bus stop.
Deep. Round the corner. Bit of a slide on the exit as well. Could have lost them that lap. We'll see. It is just enough to improve, but not an improvement on position. A 2:24.2. They'll be happy with that because they've put a second between them and Hexa GT. But they've just been 2 tenths behind Microsoft, maybe possibly. So they will not be happy with that. They'll be looking to find those 2 tenths. And I think they can if they do that bus stop chicane just a little bit better.
I have just been informed the cars are running on similar setups. So I was wrong. It's just who the drivers adapt to the setup perfectly. So all the setups are the same on each car. It just now has to be each driver adapting to these setups.
Ah, so really is all down to the drivers then. Very similar machinery. And we can see here, I don't know how to say this one. Lejeka Racing, setting a best first sector. They'll be looking to take that pole position spot. A very nice looking car from them, I must say as well. I like that green. Obviously, you know I'm a fan of green, Captain, but I love the green with the white and the black. It looks really cool.
The transition from the green to the black does look really nice, even when the camera stands still and they drive by, how it blends together.
So you can see there where they're losing that time to Lopen. That middle sector, 1.1 seconds off them. So they really need to increase their speed through the middle sector. And it could possibly be Puon. Very tricky corner. Deep into bus stop chicane as well.
Bus stop, abandoning the lap. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Crashed has dummies, having the same last sector time as Lopen Esports Exiles.
Ooh.
We might see... It might be a chance we might see a good lap from them as well, but that will be just a question of time.
Yeah, there's only 3 minutes left in qualifying, so we're seeing a lot of them heading into the pits, probably going out for one last run if they can.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but the 30 minutes mark has been passed, so every Porsche Cup car has to pull back into the pits, and in 5 minutes times we will see the LMP2 cars go back on track.
There we go. Thank you very much, Captain Foxy, being informed there. I was wrong. They are heading back into the pits now, so we'll see them all going in. So, for the not the LMP2, that's next. Next up, LMP2, but for the GT3 class, we have got your pole sitters will be Lopen, who've just left the server, which doesn't help. Then, Lycurga, Crash Test Dummies, DC Karting, Easy Racing, Crude Motorsports, Microsoft, maybe possibly, Obama Fried Chicken, and the Dark Reunion, and Hexa AFGT at the back there. The LMP2s then will be lining up, getting ready at the front of the pit lane very shortly as we start qualifying, and this will be for overall
Easy
pole
Racing
position.
is still on track, probably going for a good lap. That is not seen yet, as they have started the lap right before the 30 minutes mark, I suppose, because they are pushing the car still.
I think
we might see an improvement from them.
This would likely just be an in-lap from them, I believe. As
oh yeah, the first
Porsche
sector time
GT3 is now ending. So yes, your pole sitters of the GT3 class with a 2:21.1, a 1.13 second gap to the next car behind, is Lopen Esports Exiles. Really lighting up the timing sheets there, so if you're putting money on it for a fastest lap, that's what I'd have mine on.
Can there be a chance we might see a Lopen pole on both teams, on both classes?
Well, that
might be
true.
A chance.
That would be very impressive to see, dominating both classes, winning overall from the same team. There's a chance for that to happen, but as we know, our favorites coming into this are the OC Esports team, with nicknamed Max Verstappen on the team, as he sounds like him, and drives as quick as him, apparently. We'll have to see anyway for our qualifying, but they're our favorites today, as these cars line up ready for the LMP2 session in 1 minute and 10 seconds. Captain, what did you think of that GT3 qualifying? Quite an interesting one.
I've seen different strategies going into the outlaps. We have seen different lights through Puon. The race will be very interesting between them, but seeing as qualifying has been already so close to each other, with Lopen absolutely dominating the group, but then seeing the times be very close to each other from P2 to P6. Being like not even a second apart from P2 to P4.
That midfield is going to be very close. Very close when it comes to race pace. And if you're just tuning in and watching us, you are watching the SimSpots 6 hour of Spa endurance race powered by OC Racing. This is our qualifying session, and the LMP2 qualifying is getting started right now as we see the cars heading out into the end of the pit lane. And once that light goes green, they're going to be pulling out and starting their laps. And then after qualifying, you have got 6 hours of amazing racing to come.
As you can hear, the cars do have a horn. That was a funny sound.
We've got
Right,
GR
LMP2
Club
copy
here,
is
just
go.
reminding us what a tyre is. And there we go. We've got cars now pulling out of the pit lane. Lights have gone green. It is time to go, go, go and get racing.
It looks like
today.
to be a car pileup in the exit of the pit lane.
Let's see if we can get a good camera. So it looks like someone's crashed into the wall. I'm looking here at the live timing. I see a lot of damage coming up. Someone is the wrong way round as well. What a great start to the LMP2 qualifying. There we go. They should be able to move.
It looked like it was a DC Racing LMP2 team facing the wrong way. Must have been too aggressive on the accelerator when going out. Because the pit exit, when you reach that line in front there, the pit limiter will turn off automatically and 100% of the throttle, if applied, will come immediately to the tire. So I guess they weren't prepared for that and spun.
That's really a good start to your qualifying, isn't it? Not even making out of the pits. That shows a lot of promise there. I think GR Racing, or DC Racing, sorry, are going to be our first ones out on track. They're going through, and I assume the others will begin to follow them out. So there we are. Our LMP2 class drivers are making their way onto the track, and they're about to come up through Eau Rouge Radion Complex on their out laps. Be curious to see who is going to be the first one to start a fast lap. Obviously, some choosing to do 2 out laps rather than the usual 1.
DC Racing is looking to be a competitor against the OC Esports car. They are like a main competitor of them, seeing as the names are pretty similar as well, like OC Racing versus DC Racing. Their description does say they want to beat the OC Racing car, which is the main attraction of this race, as they are powered, as this 6-hour race is powered by the OC Racing team. So we will see if there will be a battle between the DC Racing car and the OC Racing car.
That would be great to see some on-track fighting, especially over first position. And DC Racing looking to bring that fight today. So, warming the tires, getting everything up to temperature, using the brakes to make sure that they're working. And getting ready for that fast lap. You want to have as little fuel as possible in the car so you can go as fast as possible down that Kemmel Straight and down that run up to Blanchimont. 2 very fast sections of the track here at Circuit des Spa-Francorchamps. And we'll take you on an onboard of this race, the SimSpots 6 hours of Spa qualifying for the LMP2 category and overall pole position of the race. So let's get an onboard of the DC Racing car as they come through the bus stop chicane and should be starting their fast lap from here. Nice and wide on the exit to get as much speed as possible. And here we go. It's over the line. Now, this is the run-up to the source. Heavy braking zone here for a tight right-hander. Apply that brake pressure. Kiss the apex. Don't want to run wide here. There used to be runoff there, but it's a gravel trap now. Now, following along past the old pits towards Eau Rouge. We're going to kiss the inside of Eau Rouge. It's going to be flat through here in the LMP2. It's a high downforce car. It's going to be able to easily take that as then you go past the Kemmel Kink onto the Kemmel Straight. Keep that foot pressed to the floor. You want as much speed as possible because you're about to enter the heavy braking zone of Lacombe. Once you're into Lacombe, sweeping right, sweeping left. Set yourself up, ready for Malmedy. That's it. Use the accelerator, rotate the car, ride the curbs, run downhill now into Ravage. Heavy braking because you've got to rotate the car through this long corner, keeping it tight, then run wide on the exit. Through No Name, iconic corner, very difficult. We've got gravel runoff next to that as well, so no mistakes through there. Then, one of the trickiest corners in motorsport, Poo on next. You want to be able to get as much speed as possible through here. This can make and break your session, and it looks really good from DC Racing as they come up now towards Farnier. This is a tricky section of the track. Take that right-hander, set yourself up, ready for the left-hander, get on the throttle early here. Ride that curb into the Stavolo complex. Heavy braking for this one. You want to be able to set yourself up. Use the full curb because this is flat out now through the last part of Stavolo. And now it is flat out all the way to the bus stop chicane. You're going to be running through past turn 17 here. To your right, we've got a go-kart track, but they're not caring about that today. They're going to be running through towards Blanchimont. Keep the foot down. Use the inside. Ride the curb on the exit. Towards bus stop. Heavy braking zone, slow the car down, rotate it into that corner, Get yourself ready for a good exit because you've still got to run down towards the finish line. And our first lap across the line is a 1:59.8. So sub 2 minutes already there from DC Racing.
Let's see if already in the first lap someone can already beat this pole lap time. It looks like the timings that DC Racing has the best first sector right now, but the second sector has been beaten by OC Esports by 1/10. No, by 3/10, I'm sorry.
We'll head on board with OC Esports then because they're just on the run through Blanchimont towards the bus stop chicane. These are our favourites for pole. This is their first lap. Let's see how it goes. Rotate the car through the bus stop. Oh, lock up there. And that's it. That's the lap over. They're backing out. They're backing out. They're going to have to go for another one. And it's not going to be this one because that run out of the bus stop chicane just didn't carry enough speed. It's good enough for fourth still. But I don't think they'll be there for long. That was a big mistake at the end there from the OC Esports team. They will not be happy with that.
I've been just informed, in the OC Esports car is our fan favorite driver, Pichayut, the Thai esports driver and karting driver. So he probably has a lot of pressure on him right now, trying to get that pole position.
Yeah, he's with a nickname like Max Verstappen. You expect great things from him. Got a car behind there, warming the tires. And as we look, he's matched the first sector, so this could be a good lap. We're heading through Malmedy towards Rivage now, so let's see how it goes. Heavy braking zone here. Rotate the car, that's it. Nice and easy. Use the track on the exit towards No Name. Keep as much speed as you can through there. A little bit of understeer it looked like. They can carry on towards Puon. Max Verstappen, favourite for pole here. Kiss the inside of that apex. That's it, carry speed through Puon. A little bit of a slide there, you're right. Towards Fanye, tricky part of the track here. You want to be able to break through the corner and then get on the power as early as you can for this one. That's it, a little bit of understeer there as well.
Ahead.
Let's see how now. Shouldn't be feeling any effects of dirty air just yet, but this might actually be very beneficial here as we see new best middle sector. Could they catch the slipstream down towards Blanchimont? It looks like a little bit. Carry that speed through Blanchimont, then kiss the inside. Very nice. And then just the run down to bus stop. Now, this is where they messed up last time, so we'll be able to keep the speed through here. They don't want to lock up, braking a little bit earlier. That's it. Bit of a slide through there, but it's fine because they kept the car on the throttle early, across the line, and it is...
It is pole position.
Pole position with a 1:59.4.
Provisional pole.
What a lap there. OC Esports really showing us how it's done. And as we look through... Is anyone
gonna answer to that lap?
We've got people improving all across the board. We see green sectors there. Apex Racing, 206.2. As people go start their lap. We've got GER Club setting a green first sector. Only 3/10 down off our provisional pole.
Going onto the gravel, keeping it together though.
Good save there from them. That sim racing team behind, they've not been thrown off. They're continuing their lap with the IKEA car. I do like that. Good colour scheme.
The blue-yellow does fit together.
Yeah, really nice looking car there. Obviously this team is fans of that sim racing guy. And they've come together today to represent his YouTube channel here at the SimSpots 6 Hours of Spa powered by OC Racing event. And then through Fanye then, so a tricky section of the track, trying to keep that speed. It's looking good for them. Let's see that middle sector. Is it going to be an improvement? So far, I've not seen any mistakes. It's looking reasonably quick. Got to be confident on the throttle through Stavolo. You want to keep it held down. These are high downforce cars. They can do that. They're not relying on mechanical grip. It is green through the middle sector, 52.9. So last little bit of the track then. You want to be held down towards Blanchimont as we see blue flags there in place with GR Club letting them past. That run down towards the bus stop chicane then. Heavy braking. You can see the car being stressed. A little bit of smoke from a tiny lockup, but it's not going to bother them because they're going to get on the throttle on the exit, use all the track, and across the line, it is an improvement, 201.3, and that puts them ahead of Hexa AF Racing. Hexa AF having two teams here, one currently in last position, and looking not to be last in the LMP2 class as well.
We see up to Eau Rouge a few cars going up. We see in these cars the slipstream is very strong and very overpowered. So if we see, maybe we can see some sister teams, if they are some Oleg friends, to who knows, or the blue flags helping them get the slipstream onto the camo straight. They are all up together, but the dirty air in these cars is way more prominent than in the GT Porsche Cup. So in these cars, if you are following someone, your lap might get immediately ruined by the dirty air, by the loss of grip, or by any other means of mistakes by a second driver. So you need to be very careful if you are following someone.
And of course, how our blue flags rules work here is if you're on a hot lap and the person in front of you is on a hot lap and you catch up to them, you have to back out, not the person in front that you've caught up to. So you really want to have that distance between you and the other cars, unlike what Hexa AF Racing have here, which is getting some dirty air on their lap from the car in front of them. And the only benefit they may have is some slipstream now, which we'll see, because they're going to come through Stavolo Complex here. And you can see the effects of that dirty air. The car just looks a little bit uncomfortable in the corners, but once they're out of Stavolo, you can see now that slipstream effect will start to take place as they come towards Blanchimont. And then the blue flags there,
Now
let
they're
them
leaving
pass.
him pass.
So not getting too much slipstream, but we'll see if it's benefited or hurt them. It was a green first sector. It wasn't a green middle sector, but they can make it all up here through the bus stop chicane. They won't have lost much time through sector 3, maybe even gained some. And they're going into the pits. Well, never mind.
They have abandoned the lap. That must have been not a very good sector too, as we saw out of no name them going onto the gravel and then catching up in Farnier onto the back marker car. So that lap was not too great from them.
If we look at the timing sheets, a purple sector from DC Racing here, they're 4/10ths down currently from pole position, and they will be looking to reduce that gap to less than 4/10ths and secure the position for themselves. So a bit of a battle going on here with DC Racing in the car at the moment, or at least a member of the DC Racing crew in the car at the moment, looking to set a pole position. So here they come then. The run down to Pouon. What's it going to be? Is it going to be a good Pouon? Ride the curb. A little bit slidey through there, but looks like a good speed carried through. We'll see by the end of the middle sector how they're faring up to their rivals at OC Esports. Come through Farnier now. And then towards Stavolo. Tricky section of corners. Like we said, you can make a lot of time here if you get them right. You see the brakes lighting up there. They'll have a lot of workload put onto them, especially on this track. A lot of high speed into heavy braking. So we should see the Sector 2 time coming up now. It looks like a 52.7 at the moment. And
It's
OC Esports matching in the first
sector.
This could be a good second sector. This could still be on for a pole position here. Last couple corners then through bus stop chicane. You see the smokes coming from those hot brakes after being flat out. On the throttle across the line, and it is it is an outlap. The timing sheets once again betraying me.
We can see that OC Esports have the same sector 1. They're both on the same sector 1 times. Are they on an outlap or are they on a fast lap? We will possibly see at the end of the lap what the sector times will be. But it does look like they're pushing, so I'm assuming that this is an actual in-lap, an actual push lap. With a second sector pretty much fastest right now, with a 51.8 second sector. So it's going to be up to the line if it's going to be a better time or if it's just an outlap and just warmed up the tires.
So our favourites to win here today, OC Esports, they're looking to extend the margin that they've got that pole position by. So let's see as they come through bus stop chicane now. I don't think it's an outlap. I think this is a push lap. They're going to cross the line, and it is a improvement. 1/10 improvement.
A 1/10.
A 1:59.3 now. They've just made DC Racing's job a lot harder. Let's take a look at our current position 4 car, who I've seen setting some green sectors as they're heading down through Blanchimont now. They'll be looking to take that 3rd position. And again, you're not out of the race if the 2 cars ahead of you are faster. It's a 6-hour endurance race. A lot can happen. There's going to be incidents. If you're starting P3, you've got a good chance of making your way up to first. So let's see. Crossing the line. And it is P3 for Dark Matter Motorsport. Very well done with a 2 minutes and 0.5. So 2 minutes 0.5. That is 1/10 faster than Apex Digital Motorsport, who will...
Fun fact about
Hello?
Dark Matters Motorsport, they're the only team right now on the grid with 4 drivers. So the 6 hours will not strain each driver too much because they have 1 extra driver which they can rely on.
And just judging by memory, most of the teams here today are 2 or 3 drivers. They're the only ones with 4. I would say the majority, just looking through my list here, are 3 drivers. So it's 1 2-hour stint each. If you were to divide it up equally, there may be some that go for more or less. But yes, 3 drivers for this 6-hour race. And me and you, we've done 4-hour endurance races together before, haven't we? We did a 2-hour stint each, and we know what it's like driving. We actually on Spa as well. It can take a lot out of you, so you don't want to be racing for too long. It's when you start to lose concentration and mistakes can happen. And maybe those teams with 2 drivers will start suffering that. And maybe that's where Dark Matter Motorsport can make up the difference. Because obviously they have to take that 1 extra pit stop. But if they can make it up in race pace, it's going to be all worth it. Hexa AF Racing then. They've set a green first sector. We'll see. This doesn't look like too much of an outlap to me. So we'll see through the middle sector what their time is. They'll be looking to make their way up, maybe into the top 5. It's quite a close midfield we've got today, isn't it? They're all bunched together. It sits at 52.9.
From P3 to P4, just a 10th away from each other. And then again, in P6 and P7, again being just P6 to P8, just being 2 tenths away from each other. This could be a quite challenging qualifying if they want to have that position advantage for the race start.
So let's see then, Hexa AF coming around the bus stop chicane. Missed the apex a little bit on the entry. Not a bad exit though. Across the line, it is an improvement, and that's good enough for 4. They'll be very happy with that. A 2 minute 0.8 that put them under the 201s. They're going to be very happy with that. And like I said, improvements coming around from the whole track still. We have 7 minutes left of qualifying. Looks like...
Yeah, P5. Dan, they're P5. OC Racing
has
left the server.
OC Racing must be doing a driver change for that last little bit. Yeah.
To have a driver change, an explanation. To have a driver change, the first driver must leave the server so the second driver can join in. So for a second, we will not see a team while the driver change is happening. This does not mean they're disqualified. This just means they're having a driver change.
Yeah, and during the race, there's a mandatory... I believe it's 3 long stops today, so mandatory long stops that all cars must partake in. And that's where you will do your driver swap, is in those long stops. But let's say one team would have 1 or only 2 drivers, they still have to take the mandatory long stop.
I have just been informed that now in the OC Esports car, it is Tong driving, so we are going to have a different driver now, seeing if he can improve or set a better lap time, or just get a feel of the car.
I mean, they're clear at the moment by 6 tenths, having set a 159.1 now. So if you wanted to get your other drivers just to have a bit more practice, just to go run some different setups, you may take that last 6 minutes, use that opportunity if you're feeling confident you're going to be on pole. But DC Racing have set a purple first sector. They are not having any of that. They want the pole position back. And their plan
green
today...
sector 1/10 down.
Their plan today was to bring the fight to OC Esports, and it looks like they're doing that. So we're going to ride on board with them as they come now towards Blanchimont through turn 17 there. Take Blanchimont, fast corner, looks good through there, and bus stop chicane is going to be where it all matters. You can gain so much time through if you do it right, but also that means there's a big margin for error. Good apex through there, get wide, ready for the last little bit of it, onto throttle,
accelerator.
Across the line, it is a 159.5.
Fuel before the line.
Oh dear.
That's where they lost all the time.
Wow,
that must be
closing the gap though, closing the gap. They'll be happy with that at least. And Dark Matter Motorsport then, currently P4. they are looking to get that P3 place back from Hex AF Racing, who've set a 2 minutes, 0.4 seconds. A very good lap from them, continuing to improve through the midfield. It is not over yet qualifying, with still 5 minutes to go. The timing sheets are being lit up across the board. So let's see. Will Dark Matter be able to come up with a response? I believe this is an outlap, if I'm not mistaken. And they should be going... Oh, as we see GR Racing just off at the side there on the bus stop chicane. Must have been some kind of mistake. That'll ruin their next lap as well.
For all film fanatics, we have GER Club driving with a Barbie sponsor on. They're the only team with a German... There's the German team racing.
Oh, in the wall there. Who was that?
Oh.
I believe that was Apex
that was
or
Carrick
Dark Matter.
Racing.
That was Carrick Racing. Thank you very much for spotting that. Good spot there.
So in the GER Club car, there is GE Racing and Acidic with Big Cat also in the driver's seat. Right now, I don't know who is driving, but these are the 3 drivers from a German YouTube channel. No, from a German... Yeah, hosted by a German YouTube channel, GE Racing, would really recommend. The German brothers are GE Racing and Acidic, and they're trying to make and they have just made their own team. So they have spent a lot of time practicing, so they are obviously going for that hot win. But will it be possible with the big guys in the top with OC Esports and DC Racing?
Well,
that is to be seen.
As we see at the moment, they are matching first sectors with P5. So this lap, if all goes according to plan, could be good enough for a P5 position. But let's see as they head down now towards Farnier. Very tricky corners. Ooh, a little bit of bump on the curb there. Hopefully it doesn't compromise the exit for the run down to Stavolo Complex. Ride the curb. That's it, flat out through there.
They lost 2 seconds in Sector 2.
Oh, 2 seconds down in Sector 2. That's not going to be good. Towards Blanchimont. You can see that livery. Are they going to be able to improve? It's close. They need a good bus stop chicane here. Let's see. Heavy braking zone. Oh, a little bit of a lockup.
Bit of lockup. Having a bit of a slide there.
That'll compromise them. Get that foot down, though. It's not over yet. Across the line, it is a 201.0. Still P7 for them. That was unlucky. They were on pace there.
One more lap if they want to compete.
Yep, so as we see drivers crossing the line now, as you've just said, it's one more lap. 1 lap left. If they can get across the line before the end of the session. And we've got a group here just coming down the start-finish straight. Quite close, would you say? Would you not think the effects of dirty air are prominent there?
It must be said, yeah, that dirty air has a big effect, but with the setup with being the same, dirty air might not have big of an impact if you're more than a second behind.
This is the Apex Racing car.
The slipstream on these cars with the same setup will be very prominent on the straights. They will not pass with better drag or better downforce, as everyone has the same. So if someone is in the slipstream, it will be like having DRS in an F1 race.
Interesting. So really, Lopen Esports behind could be benefiting on those straights as they're touching bumper to bumper with Apex Racing, who have just set their best first sector yet. It could be good enough for a P7, but we shall see as they come through Farnier.
1 minute remaining on the qualifying timer.
So this will probably be their final lap. They may get across the line and just squeeze it another one, but we'll see. Through the Stavolo Complex, flat out now, all the way to the bus stop chicane. So all you've got to do, keep your eyes forward, make sure that you're not going to kiss the grass and send it into the wall, and you should be fine. Get a good Blanchimont. Can't lose too much time through there. They've set a green middle sector as well, so this bus stop is going to be everything for Apex Racing as they come in heavy on the brakes. It looks a little bit deep to me. Oh, and they've spun.
That is not good at all. Lopen behind probably also having to slow down with this massive error by Apex Racing.
That is a real shame. That is a real shame.
Are they gonna take the checkered flag, or are they gonna try to squeeze in another lap with 6 seconds remaining? So they are allowed to do another lap now, as they have crossed before the timer has run out.
Unfortunately, in my opinion at least, this lap they're doing now will be compromised because they just didn't get the exit on bus stop and they had to accelerate down the main straight. So we'll have a look. We've got the first car to cross the line is P2 or P3 Dark Matter Motorsports. They said a 2 minutes point 1 and then they'll be done with their lap. We've got P4 coming through the bus stop chicane now. That Sim Racing team. Will this be an improvement? It is not an improvement.
Weaving
not an
have
improvement.
accepted that this is the end of the qualifying session.
DC Racing going to be the next ones to cross the line. They're going to come through the bus stop chicane now.
OC Racing.
And it's a spin.
Losing the rear.
Oh, and that was an improvement. They were matching sector times with OC Esports. Real
OC
shame
Esports
for them.
has again changed driver to our fan favorite Thai esports driver. So it is now again in the OC Racing Cup, Pichayut Sumirat. So he will probably also do the start of the race as it's seen here. Will OC Racing bring glory to their name? Or will DC Racing have an impact
qualifying
in the race?
is over for OC Esports and DC Racing, so I'm going to run you through the grid in a minute. But we've got GER Club, going to be our next car across the line. They've improved in the first sector. They've not dropped much in the second sector. Slightly on the curb there on the bus stop chicane, but what will it be? Will it be good enough for a P4? They crossed the line, and it's a 201.1 that lap. So didn't manage to improve for them. We've got Lopen. Oh, and they've messed up their bus stop chicane as well.
Too hard onto the bus stop.
Just running deep in there. A couple drivers compromising their qualifying laps. Karak Racing then. They're next through, and behind them, Lopen, who compromised their lap. It is not an improvement for them. That was a 204.8, so clearly some mistakes in there. So that is it. That is qualifying over. I can run you through our grid now then that we're going to have for the race, which is about to start here. 6 hours of Spa endurance race. On pole position, you have got OC Esports with a best time of 159.1. They're our favourites to win today with Max Verstappen, nicknamed Thai Driver, driving for them. In P2, you've got DC Racing with a 159.4, only 3/10 off them. Their quote, their motto for coming into the race today was, "We're here to knock OC Esports off," so expect a battle between them. Dark Matter Motorsports take the third grid slot, sliding into 2 minutes with a 2-minute.1. They'll be disappointed they couldn't get in the 159s, but they're not going to be complaining starting on the podium. They need a solid start. In P4, we've got Hex AF Racing. Their best lap was a 2-minute.4. We saw them lighting up the timing sheets towards the end, so really managed to get into a rhythm with the car. Will they keep improving for the race? In P5, we've got That Sim Racing team, who are here supporting That Sim Racing guy. They got a 2-minutes.5, so only a 10th separating them and Hex AF Racing. Expect a battle there. In P6, Apex Digital Motorsport with a 2-minute.6. In P7, GER Club taking the first of our 2-minute ones with a 2-minute.1.0. They'll be disappointed if they couldn't get under 2 minutes. Lopen Esports with a 2-minute.1.6 follow them, with Apex Racing behind with a 2-minute.25. Karak Racing then taking up our 10th slot on the grid with another 2-minute.2.5. Lopen Esports Exiles then taking pole position for our P-Cup category. They'll be extremely happy with their 221.6. And looking at the times there, you can see it's about a 20-second difference per lap between categories. Then we've got Lycurga Racing. They had a 222.4. They'll be wanting to bring the fight to Lopen. Crash Test Dummies then with a 223.0. DC Karting, Easy Racing, Crude Motorsport, Microsoft maybe possibly, the Dark Reunion, Obama Fried Chicken. It's going to be very close between them as we wait for the start of the race. Just a quick reminder, you are watching now the SimSpots 6 hours of Spa, powered by OC Racing, and this is our race now. So for the next 6 hours, it is going to be nothing but pure racing. Foxy, would you mind running us through the start procedures once more? You've got 50 seconds before race start.
So, in the start procedures, we will have everyone who has qualified. There will be a warm-up lap. I'm not sure if I heard correctly if there's going to be a safety car up ahead, but the leader
There's
will
not.
have a speed limit going through the first lap, so no overtaking and also no excessive weaving. That's also been said, so it has to be careful going up the road. If a position has been lost in the warm-up lap, you're not allowed to take it back. So we're gonna probably see if someone goes too hot in the warm-up lap and bins it and slides out of the track, they're gonna have to accept that fact. They're gonna lose all those positions. Then when it comes up to the line, we're gonna see quite a gap from the LMP2 cars and the pickup cars, so that if an incident happens with the LMP2 cars, none of the pickup cars will be impeded. So this will also be a different start procedure. So it's just gonna be all the LMP2 cars and pickup cars going for a warm-up lap, and then before the lights go out, it's gonna be a two-line. It's gonna be a double file line to the start.
So, as we see lights go out, it's going to be a rolling start, so no one's going to be racing here as they make their way around the track. So, we'll spectate our pole sitter, OC Sports. They're all warming the tyres. You can see there the P-Cups just getting a little bit of a gap to the LMP2s. You're trying to hold position through here, okay, making sure that you don't get a penalty for overtaking or being too slow. And you can see there, nice, respectful. Oh, just had some kind of an issue.
There has been a restart on the race.
We'll see if we get word from why that happened. We're not entirely sure. May have just been an issue with the server. And just a reminder for you, Foxy, remember to return to pits at race start.
I have already been doing that.
Very good.
So again, it's gonna be a double file line. As you can see in the back, looking if anyone stalls or already has a bad get off, because that's when you know if the car is having issues or not.
I must say,
now everyone on ice cold tires.
Very respectful, clean start. Proud of everyone here. That was a really good start, and it looks like it went pretty smoothly. Everyone managing to maintain their positions. The grid is going to look a little bit messed up at the moment as the server tries to figure out who's in what position, etc., etc. But we'll see it starting to sort out now. We're going to have a go look over at our pole sitter for the GT3 class. Lopen Esports Exiles. They'll be happy. Their sister team, however, in LMP2 will not be happy as they qualify towards the bottom of the grid. So they'll be looking to make up places in the race. And some really beautiful liveries on display today, I must say. Everyone's put in some really hard work, and they look great on the grid. A lot of nice, bright colours with different themes going on. I really like it. My personal two favourites have got to be GER Club, their Barbie livery with a "this is a tire" joke that they must have stole from me. And
we had that also in our end runs race.
And our Microsoft Maybe Possibly team with their cartoon car. I just really love the look of that. I think it's a great little, nice detailed
like a
car.
90s anime. Like
it really does.
It's not coming to me the name now, but like the racing anime.
I know what you mean. I've not seen it though. But yeah, I know what you mean. I love the little drawing lines. Clearly a lot of effort gone into all of these cars.
It's going to be a double file line again as a reminder. So, oh, there's a bit of a pile up. Someone has brake checked a bit. They're allowed to do that to warm up the tires. So again, it's going to be really, you have to be really careful looking all around you on this warm-up lap. I must say, when I was racing, the warm-up lap was the most stressful thing because it was preparing for the race start and also so many cars so close to you. So
yeah, if you can get that temperature into the tire, you're really going to benefit on the actual start because you're going to be able to go, you know, closer to race speed straight away. Whereas if you're stuck in a bit of traffic, you're having to constantly slow down, your tires are getting a little bit cold because you're not able to warm them up, then you're really going to struggle on the race start. As we see here, OC Esports, they've got plenty of room. They're really getting warmth into that tires, backing the grid up. They can take as much time as they want. They're leading the pack. They're controlling the pace at the moment.
All these different colors. It looks like a rainbow coming by with all the different light colors, with the light blue to the light pink to the orange. It's going to be very interesting. And also look into turn 1 where everyone is going full speed. We will probably be seeing some position changes from maybe having people going really hard into turn 1 or maybe going
there. We've got the black light now, which means
speed limit
if
of 80.
there were a safety car, it's in the pits. There is not, though. And now OC Esports is controlling the pace, and the cars now need to line up double file, just like you would on the grid. So they're going to make their way.
Also behind the Porsches, going very tidy through Puon.
Yep, we've got a gap between the two. We're going to be looking at, instead of the Porsches, our LMP2s, our fastest class here, at the start of the race to see what happens as they come through Blanchimont now.
Okay, I've just been told that it's going to be a time progression. It starts at 10 a.m. and it's going to end at 4 p.m. in-game time. So it's going to be the darkest now and then maybe the darkest at the end of the race.
Interesting. So that's why we see maybe some lights on, but it should be mostly taking part during at least some kind of daylight hours.
So I've just been told on pole right now is Pichayut.
Yep. So this is Max Verstappen starting the race. So here we have the 80-kilometer speed limit. Coming through the bus stop chicane, getting ready for lights out.
Pichayut having the better line, going on the inside. That means that everyone needs to be careful.
And it's green flag.
Green.
We are racing here at the SimSpots 6 hours of Spa, powered by OC Racing. And OC Esports have got a great start off the line, covering off any kind of move. DC Racing have fallen behind Hexa. We've got one car in the gravel trap there. And OC Esports now leading through towards Eau Rouge and Radion Complex. It actually looks like DC Racing's under pressure. Under pressure from Dark Matter as well, so you might be losing 2 positions as we come through here. Onto the Kemmel Straight then. We see all of the cars going through now. In the lead of our GT3 class, just to have a look.
DC Racing going on the inside of Hexa Racing.
Oh,
getting
first DC Racing back to second place. He's going to be looking to chase down OC Esports now then, as they come through Malmedy towards Rivage, heavy braking zone. This is where we could see some incidents.
DC Racing looking like they just got a drive-through penalty. That is going to hurt them quite a lot.
So we're seeing drive-through penalties now for jump starts. Lopen Esports getting one as well. Okay, our LMP2 order sorting itself out. DC Racing takes second. Hexa in third. Dark Matter Motorsport taking fourth. As you see GR Club in fifth, going a little bit wide through Puon. Maybe that dirty air playing a part as all the cars are bunched together. Let's go over to our P-Cup now. We have Crash Test Dummies in the lead ahead of Lopen Esports Exiles as they're very close through Puon. Crash Test Dummies looking like they're getting a little bit of more speed through there, but it's going to be tough as they come towards Farnier, which is where you can make a lot of time. Is Lopen going to send it? No, they took him behind. They're going to bide their time. Maybe they have a little bit more speed from a tiny bit of slipstream down on the run towards Blanchimont, but we shall see. As they head towards Stavilo now. Use the curb. It looks like Crash Test Dummies is managing to break a little bit of a gap. So they've managed to have a great start to the race.
Looking up ahead with the LMP2, Lopen and Jer Club going side by side. GER Club, LMP2 team versus Lopen. Going into La Source. It's going to be a freeway battle here, also with Apex Digital Motorsport also joining in on that battle. This is still a lot of fighting for position.
So these three really bunched together here for the fight for P5. We've got Lopen ahead, Apex behind, and GER, the Barbie car, stuck in the middle as they go through a Rouge. That was very, very close. Wow, great racing. And side by side then, down the Kemmel Straight. Who's going to get the better run into Leclerc? Well, it looks like we have Apex on the inside. Oh, and GER makes the move through Leclerc.
Clean.
Very clean through that. Oh, contact behind. Contact behind. That is that Sim Racing team. They will not be happy with that. They were spun through Lacombe. Heading back to our battle with...
still going on between those 3 cars. That Sim Racing team, Apex Racing, and it looks like also Karak Racing also being in this battle.
Apex Racing has dropped behind a little bit then. Oh, sorry, there's 2 Apex teams. Never mind. They're trying to gain onto Karak Racing. And that Sim Racing team sending it down the inside through Puon. What a move. Very well done. Capitalized on Apex Racing, leaving a little bit of a gap there. And that Sim Racing team are looking to make up positions after that spin. Some great battles going on here.
Lopen and Apex still being very close to each other. Oh,
wide.
Apex Racing looks like he has a lot of damage, looking like he can't keep that car on the straight line. In the exit off corners, looking like he has more understeer and getting offline. Is that going to hurt the performance? Are they going to pit? That's going to be a question on time.
Looking to our other Apex team, Apex Digital Motorsport, as you see through Blonde Chamon there, they are very close to Lopen Esports. So is he going to look for a move into Bus Stop Chicane? A little bit of contact, but it is a contact sport.
Motorsport in the back also racing DC karting Porsche Cup. There's so many battles going on at this starting stint of the race.
Let's have a concentrate here on Apex Digital Motorsport against Lopen. Into La Source then. No room to make a move there, but through a Rouge, through the Kemmel straight, you're going to catch that slipstream, and it could be really crucial to making an overtake into Lacombs like we saw GER Club, who've got a little bit of a gap now, do just a couple laps ago. So let's see. Apex Digital Motorsport, they got the slipstream. They want that inside line, but it's been blocked by Lopen. That's not dirty driving. That's just hard racing. Side by side then. Down on the run towards Lacombe. That inside line, we've seen it's powerful through here.
Keeping it nice and tidy. Losing the rear a bit. Still side by side.
Oh, forced onto the gravel a little bit there. But maintain position. Lopen keep ahead with a good defense there. You actually want that outside run into Lacombe because you get the inside for the second part of the corner. And that is really useful. We saw it in F1 a couple weeks ago with Esteban Ocon. He made an overtake very similar to that. So if you can keep that outside line into the start of Lacombe, you do look to benefit through the corner.
Oh, as you can see, Lopen going a bit wide there, losing a bit of time again to Apex Digital Motorsport. This battle will probably go on for a few more laps.
Apex Digital Motorsport really wanting to get past and push on to GER Club, as they were really close in qualifying as well. Oh, wide there, Abe! Oh, Lopen. That's it.
Just
they've lost
keeping it
2
together.
Positions. One little mistake like that. But it's not over yet because we have the other Lopen team now, who were our pole sitters for GT3, chasing down Crash Test Dummies as they come through Rivage here. Crash Test Dummies, on the back of their car it says, please don't pass. I don't think Lopen Esports are going to be listening to them at all. They want that P1 position in their class as we head down towards Puon. Are they going to go for the inside line? They have a look. Keep it behind, maintain the speed. It was a nice Puon from Crash Test Dummies, and this battle looks like it's going to go on for a while as well, because these two have been close for a couple laps now. So, it's the run towards Farnier. Tricky set of corners in the P-Cup. Let's see.
Is Lopen gonna look for a move into the bus stop chicane later this lap? This is looking very good for them, because they have the pace advantage, as we saw in qualifying. They have the better driver. We don't know right now who is driving, so we don't know if the driver who drove in qualifying is the same driver who's driving now. But they still look like they have the pace advantage, just don't seem to get the pass moving.
But Crash Test Dummies through that middle sector actually making a little bit of time on Lopen there. Starting to pull away. Again, we're going to be seeing these cars, obviously all the same car. We're going to be seeing some close battles for the duration of this race. It's about not making mistakes, about keeping it clean, biding your time. As you see through the bus stop chicane here, Lopen not able to make a move. They've just dropped back a little bit, 8/10. But I have seen that Sim Racing team have been making their way back up after that little bit of a contact earlier. They're now through Puon, and they're about half a second away from Apex Digital Motorsport, who are in front. And because of that battle with Apex Digital, with that battle with Lopen, it's allowed GER Club and the guys ahead to have a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing space. And it almost seems like Apex Digital Motorsports now are holding back some of the others because we've got a bit of a bunch, a bit of a pile up here. And here we go now down Kemmel Straight. I just want to take your attention to this because side by side now got a better exit through Radion. Lopen Esports in the P Cup looking to take the lead. And there they are. They've got the inside blind for the com. We've talked about how the outside is better, but Lopen make it stick through Lacom. Let's see now through Malmedy. Tough corner. You don't want to run wide here. All very close. We've got another car taking the lead of the Easy Racing here as well. Oh, contact!
Contact!
Through Ravage. Easy Racing capitalizing into second.
Taking advantage.
Crash Test Dummies drop back 2 positions, but they're not out of the battle yet. Looks like Lopen are getting a bit of a run through No Name as well, starting to create a gap because Easy Racing has joined the battle, and Lycurga is not far off either. This could very soon be a 4-way battle for the lead of the P Cup class. A bit of space then. Well, Lopen will be happy with that. They've got back into P1. Crash Test Dummies will be trying to push on.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Apex is just side by side with that sim racing team. Oh, contact! And he dive! He's off!
FYC deployed. So in 10 seconds, the car's going to have to slow down. Full course yellow. Oh, but what's that? Apex broke early. They've lost 2 positions. They didn't know the rules. You can carry on at full race speed until that yellow flag is deployed, and they've just lost 2 positions from that. It's allowed Apex Racing and Lopen to get ahead of them again. Wow, some insane racing here. And Easy Racing, very close to Crash Test Dummies, so expect on the restart those guys to absolutely send it. Okay, if they can keep better temperature in the tires, it could be very beneficial. And you see, that's what they're doing. They're warming the tires up. They're trying to get there because they're less than 2/10 behind Crash Test Dummies.
Just a reminder for every driver, you have to stay below the delta that is given to you in the FCY. If you're above that delta, you're going to get a 10-second penalty.
And it's ending.
You do not
10
want
seconds.
to get that.
You see Crash Test Dummies there trying to get a little bit of a gap. You're allowed to sort of, you can go creep over that limit, but you've got to keep the delta green. And that's it, green flag. Oh, and Easy Racing got a much better start than Crash Test Dummies. They're going to be side by side now for the bus stop chicane. What's going to be more powerful, the inside or the outside line?
The penalty, Slopen Esports Dark has not listened, and they got a penalty.
OC Karting as well.
Easy Racing having the
and
best.
And there we go. Easy Racing, a great start. They may even get the run onto Lopen Esport Exiles. They're trying to defend through La Source. And a bit of a slide from the back there.
He kept it.
Nearly a switchback. But they're going to have to run through Eau Rouge, which we know can be powerful, especially in the MP2s. A little bit less slipstream effect in the P-Cup cars. But we'll see if any benefit comes of it. Oh, very fast. Oh, no, but a little bit of a cut there. I think that'll be okay.
Have to be position. They have to give that position probably back because there was an off-track overtake.
I very much doubt it. I think that's Easy Racing into the lead of the P-Cup race. But Lopen will come back. We've talked about how powerful this outside line is through Lacom. But Easy Racing a bit later on the brakes. Lopen trying to keep their car in there.
But there's a bit of a contact there.
You can see the damage to the rear and round the outside. Oh, through Malmedy, Lopen is ahead.
Easy Racing has given back the position. That looked like an intentional position change.
Yeah, that could well be. You're right. Lycurga Racing is behind them.
Oh, still
looking to join the fight. This is still the fight for first in class.
Esports is not in the group here. Blue flags have been been put out.
So these guys are battling. So they're not really going to want to give the position up to OC Esports. They're going to want to keep their fight going. OC Esports managed to find a clean line through, and it's actually given the advantage to Lopen Esports, who've got a bit more of a gap now, as Lycurga and Easy Racing are battling side by side. They're coming up to Farnier.
Position.
Easy Racing just ahead.
As more blue flags.
More blue flags as DC Racing are coming through. He's not going to be happy that he's getting held up with this battle, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. They're also racing, and they're racing for the top positions in their class. Still a battle between Lycurga and Easy Racing here. Looks like Easy Racing is just pulling ahead. Lead. You can see that defense bumper to bumper as we come on the run to Blanchimont.
Is there going to be a sent into the bus stop chicane?
That's what we'll have to see.
From Lergeka Racing.
They're going down the inside.
So there's
Keep it
nearly was
clean.
contact.
Trying to go for the switchback, but there, Crash Test
Oh,
Dummies.
there was contact.
Oh, contact from Crash Test Dummies forced them wide, and they lose that position. Crash Test Dummies up into 3rd place. And we've got blue flags again now as Hexa AF Racing, who are the 3rd place running in the LMP2, are trying to make their way through La Source.
You see GRE Club LMP2 team pitting.
They must have had damage. That's going to drop them back lows. They had a great start as well. They were running in P4 at one point, so possibly something we missed there as we were watching these battles unfold. I'm sure as the grid starts to spread out, we'll get some time on everybody with some camera work. But for now, we've still got this great battle for P3, P2, maybe even P1 in the P-Cup cars. Some very close drivers. Lopen getting about a gap of 2 seconds now, starting to ease into their race. But with blue flags going on, like Kurga closing in on Crash Test Dummies, who've just forced them wide, it's going to be an intense battle for a couple more laps. Crash Test Dummies as well, looking to be on the hunt for easy racing. You know what they say, the best offense is defense.
Oh, there's been a send. Oh, he nearly went into the back of Crash Test Dummy, Logica Racing team. That must have been a misjudgment of the brakes. Luckily, they avoided it. That must have been
wide from
there's
Easy Racing.
more carnage going on, more drama.
Crash Test Dummies
Easy
use the
Racing.
opportunity. On their inside, they have, I believe it's Dark Matter Motorsport. But Crash Test Dummies have used that mistake from Easy Racing to then get ahead. Oh, no, they've just forced off one of the LMP2s. That's Apex Digital. They will not be happy with that. That was very much blue flags, and they were left no room on the outside of the track. Apex Digital going to be complaining about that. It's allowed that Sim Racing team to get ahead.
Easy Racing still looking a bit wobbly on each corner exit. Maybe the rear bumper damage is showing a bit of effect on the rear tires. But this is still interesting, going for the P12 position, going for the P3 position in the class. With every LMP2 car trying to go by, some having a bit of a some less patience, some have more patience. This is very interesting how the Porsche Cups are going to use the LMPs as strategy, or how they're just going to panic under the stress of being lapped and in a battle.
Easy Racing gets a better exit through bus stop, and he's made back the position on Crash Test. Wow. What a move. Again, using those blue flags can really help you out. If the guy in front of you has got blue flags and his exit or his entrance to the corner is compromised, you can get a better run. And we see as well, this has brought like Kurga back into the fight now. So this battle for P2 in class is very well underway.
There has been a driver change for the team GIE Club Sim Racing. Now it's Big Cat driving that car. Let's see if his stint is going to be better and maybe even giving some position.
So possibly going for an undercut here, pitting early and leaving one driver out who maybe is a little bit faster, leave him out for longer, because they'd made up some good positions towards the start, which is interesting to see their long pit happen so early.
Probably they use it because there was a bit of damage involved. We don't know why they have jumped in the pits so early.
I see here, Crude Motorsport. The P15 overall for P5 in class.
P5 in the class.
They're catching up to Dark Reunion as they head down on the run towards Rivage here now. Looks like they got
look for they had lost the rear.
Little bit of oversteer there. Interesting. They're coming towards No Name now. It looked like they got a good entrance as well, so it's a shame that exit was compromised. Puon is where you can make it or break it though. If Dark Reunion have a bad Puon or Crude Motorsport get a really good entrance, it could gain a lot of time. But both of them a little bit wide. Crude Motorsport.
There goes an LMP car.
Obviously letting the blue flags through there, I think. Probably an intentional going wide. But still, heading towards
beginning again, really close to Crash Test Dummies. This is the battle between those three cars is still going very well. As Crash Test Dummy has a little slide, that exit is not going to be good for them. Plus the slipstream of Legaca Racing. They're lifting a bit off the accelerator. Are they not going to move here? Are they looking to get a move on sector 1?
It isn't through Blanchimont. It is difficult to make an overtake happen. So maybe wait, bide your time. You know, maybe you're better at the bus stop chicane. I mean, if you look there, it looked like Crash Test didn't use as much of the track as Lycurgo, and they're going to get a better exit through here. Ooh, that curb not going to help them out, though. A little bit wide on the exit. But still, this battle is well and truly underway. This battle, however, let's talk about how this has actually allowed first-in-class Lopen Esports to get a 2.5-second gap to P2. That's really helped them.
Yeah, it looks like they're taking it to their advantage. If they can, maybe in the later parts of the race, use it as a softened blow if an incident does happen. They have enough time to go back and still lead the group.
That Sim Racing guy. Closest to Lopen Esports in LMP2. The rest of the LMP2s spread out a little bit more now. But Lycurgo, still very close to Crash Test Dummies. This is for P3 in class. This is for a podium position. So it really matters. And you see both drivers be very aggressive. It looks like Lycurgo a little bit faster, but they need to make a move happen. They're getting stuck behind Crash Test Dummies here. In my opinion, they are the faster car at the moment.
It looks like Lycurgo Racing is using a mental tactic, trying to push Crash Test Dummy into a mistake without pushing themselves. And it's looking like it's working, because it's looking like Crash Test Dummy is sliding a bit through corners. Bit sweaty, maybe having a bit of panic behind, and also trying to get a bit of a...
I'm sorry, what's this? Easy Racing is looking to make a move on Lopen, who
looks like
just
Lopen had
3
a
seconds
mistake.
ago had a 2.5 seconds gap. So it must have been a mistake there. And now, suddenly the battle for first in class, second in class, and third in class is looking a lot closer. These P-Cups are really bringing the magic today. This is some great racing we're seeing. Lurjeka very close again. Use the slipstream. They've got to make a move happen. They're bumper to bumper.
Look at the gas input. They are not trying to get it.
They are letting GR through there.
Oh, this might be their chance into the bus stop.
Speed. Down the inside. Oh, broke a little bit early though, and Crash Test able to close it off.
It looks like they're not going for their position. They're just going for a steady race pace.
I think just because the cars are very similar, almost a spec series, it's making overtaking quite difficult, especially with very little slipstream effect.
But down the inside, he's sending it down the inside.
What a move! Well done, Lurjeka, who now take P3 in the P-Cup. Crash Test Dummies will obviously be coming straight back at them, though, as we get the run through a Rouge. Side-by-side through a Rouge.
It's going to be side-by-side.
Is one of them going to back out? Side-by-side through a Rouge still.
Still side-by-side. It's very clean.
It's going to be a run into Lacombs. Whoever gets the better entrance and exit into Lacombe is going to keep this position now. Let's see who's going to be last on the brakes. Who's going to have to make the move. Oh, and it looks like Lurjeka have been... Yes, use that powerful outside line into Lacombe to stay ahead. Wow, great racing between these two. What a battle. These two are
producing so much drama here in this race. We're not getting bored. This race is fueling our energy.
Oh, slightly wide out of Rivage into No Name
nearly
now.
went into the back. Now the LMP2 passing.
I believe that's Apex Racing, if I'm not wrong. Oh, Microsoft maybe possibly Racing Team.
Looks like cutting is starting to become an issue.
So that'll be real penalty warning them. They'll have got their 3 or 4 penalties for track limits. And now it's a drive-through. Easy Racing, on the other hand, once again, very close to Lopen. As we see Apex Racing. Oh, Apex Racing off the track! Bit of contact maybe there. Oh dear. Could that bring out the FCY? Doesn't look like it
he's
for now.
Back on track again.
He's kept it moving.
There's a battle again between Lopen Esports Dark and that Sim Racing Team in the LMP2 class.
That Sim Racing Team been gaining for the last few laps on Lopen, starting to close that gap up. Will we see them? They're trying to take that top 5 position. It's a very close race between these guys.
in between the LMP2s, they have all spread out across the track. This is again the first battle we see after that first lap, after those first laps, which is interesting, seeing as the different strategies going on. People going fast, people pushing it, and people going for the safer tire sparing strategy.
Oh, side by side though for the lead of the P-Cup. Oh, just dropping behind for a Rouge. Probably for the best.
Is it going to be side by
racing
side
guy going through Stavelo now, and this is where you're going to pick up big slipstream. So let's watch on board with that sim racing team, and we can just see how the slipstream effect works. So they're currently 4/10 behind Lopen. A little bit of weaving to try and break it from the car in front, but now they've gained a 10th. They're going to go through Blanchimont. They'll get more slipstream effect through here. They've gained another 10th, and you can see now into bus stop, they've got an opportunity to make a move. They stay tucked behind. They're going to look for a better exit, and maybe on the run into La Source, make that move happen. Going to get another small slipstream down the main straight. Still within 3/10 of the car ahead. Closing in towards La Source.
It was the second faster, so that sim racing team is actually pushing for that P5 position.
They're going to get the benefit of slipstream now all the way through a Rouge, all the way down Kemmel towards Lacombe. So this could really help them out, especially if Lopen are having a really poor Rouge like that, losing a lot of time using too much curb. And now, side by side, down the Kemmel straight on the run to Lacombe. That sim racing team slightly ahead. They've got the inside line. Can they be later on the brakes? They can. They cut off ahead. And that's it. They managed to block off the move. That was a nice overtake from
that sim racing team.
Will Lopen try and come back at them? I don't think so. It looks like a little bit of a gap is starting to form. That sim racing team seemed to be better on pace.
The first half an hour is going to end in 1 minute. There's a full course yellow.
Full course yellow.
On track.
That sim racing team don't want to make the same mistake again where they let about 3 cars pass, so they've broke a little bit later.
What has happened? What has caused that full course yellow?
Lopen have just lost... Oh no, they're still in the lead, but Easy Racing are pretty much next to them for this full course yellow. We're not sure what caused the full course yellow. Clearly something we weren't watching as we were watching those battles happening through Lacombe there. But the full course yellow is deployed. Take a breather, drivers. Warm your tires. Get your temperatures under control because you're going racing again. And one person who could really benefit from this and did last time is Easy Racing. If we think about their last race restart, they got a much better start than Lurgica and managed to make up that position. And now they're going to try and do the same on Lopen Esport Exiles. So Lopen, it's really up to them to be fast on the throttle.
Are they going to use it? When is the full course yellow can all help them all make their race harder. If it outside of a corner, at the corner exit, and the full course yellow ends, Easy Racing can use that as an advantage. Oh, nearly going into the back.
Full course yellow ending, so 10-second countdown now. You want to have this on the start-finish straight. If they're on the entrance to La Source, this is going to be very difficult. So let's see what they're going to try and do. They're going to try and dive down the inside. What a move. Easy Racing. So they're going to be side-by-side through La Source. Easy Racing looking to get ahead. And that's it. The full course
yellow. Is there going to be a switchback? There's been a switchback. Try and attempt. Oh, Easy Racing got onto the gravel. I've just been told the full course yellow came out because there was an incident with the Crude Motorsport Racing team.
Crude Motorsport Racing bringing out the full course yellow then. But 10-second penalty for Lopen Esports for jumping the start on the FCY restart. So, Easy Racing, with that 10-second penalty applied, are now first in class. We see slightly behind then, Crash Test Dummies and Lurgica, still very close between those two. These two have been duking it out since the start of the race. It's been a great battle between them, as we see now on the run down the Kemmel Straight towards Lacombe.
Crash Test. Are they looking for a scent? No, because there was an LMP.
Who's losing it? Losing it through
he
there.
He just kept it.
Side by side between Lurgica and Crash Test Dummies. And he's got the inside line for Maldemy.
They're side by side.
Side by side into Rivage now. The inside line's powerful through here, but you can get on the throttle early around the outside. Oh, Lurgica blocks it off. Great racing from them. Crash Test Dummies keeping themselves in. Who's going to get on the power first? And we see Crash Test Dummies inputs there. Full on the throttle now into No Name. They've got the better entrance. So they're going to catch right up bumper to bumper coming towards Puon. You've got LMP cars trying to make their way through, whilst these two are absolutely battling for third place. This is insane racing you're seeing here. Through Puon now. Still bumper to bumper. They're both driving very similar lap times. within a tenth of each other. They're that close. Coming into Fanye. Again, Crash Test Dummy's trying to get that wide line, keep the speed, whereas Lurgica blocking it off, having to go defensive. Onto the gravel.
Onto the gravel.
That's lost them a lot of time there. And
that was a cutting. That was the last cutting warning.
Drive-through penalty. It's a shame because that wouldn't have gained them any time, but that's their race over for a little bit now as they have to let blue flags pass as well. We've not talked about him for a while, but OC Esports.
There has been an incident with DC Racing LMP2 losing all the time down to P3. P3 now catch like 10 seconds into their last bus stop chicane. DC Racing must have slid through there.
Or maybe be some kind of problem with traffic being stuck behind them because Hexa now has an opportunity, a 1.5 second gap. They'll want that podium position, like we said. Just because the guys in P1 and P2 are pretty much cleared does not mean mistakes and incidents can't happen. And if you're in that special P3 slot, you can have a really good opportunity to push yourself up the grid. We've seen a couple cars coming in for pit stops, I believe, now. I think Apex Digital Motorsport in the pits. DC Racing managing to pull out a gap to Hexa, though. Hexa will be waiting for another mistake to try and capitalize on it. But OC Esports...
Then you're on your own for 2 seconds.
That's fine. OC Esports. We've not talked about them much. They are currently racing in their own class. They're favorites to win here today. With nicknamed Max Verstappen, Thai driver, at the wheel at the moment. And he's pulled out a 20.5 second gap to DC Racing, whose motto, bear in mind, was bring the fight to OC Esports today. They tried. It looks like OC Esports have managed to hold them off. Apex Digital are in the pits. So GER have undercut them. We'll see if the undercut's going to work on any others. It looks like they're closing the gap towards Apex Racing. I believe when they pitted, they were about P5. So we'll see if that early pit stop, that early driver swap has helped them, especially with damage. Crude Motorsport closing in on Dark Reunion.
Crude being the team that has cost the last full course yellow. There must have been an accident with the Dark Reunion. They must have done a mistake as they're now very close again.
Crude Motorsport then looking for an opportunity as they come towards Stavolo. You can see how they're just a little bit less confident on the throttle than the guys we were watching before at the front. You can see where that pace differential comes in through Stavolo as well, keeping it in third. So that gives Dark Reunion a little bit of a better exit, and that's going to help Dark Reunion all the way now to bus stop chicane. They've got more speed on the exit of the corner. They're going to be carrying more speed as we accelerate through towards Blanchimont. And you can see how that affects Crude Motorsport. They're about to drop back probably another 10th as they come towards bus stop. Ooh, a little bit of a slide through Blanchimont from Dark Reunion, though. Crude Motorsport closing in.
Going very later in the brakes. Catching all that time. Easy Racing taking the drive-through.
So where's that going to put Easy Racing? I think behind Lurgica, possibly even behind or near Crude Motorsport now.
Is he going to try to switch back, Crude Motorsport?
Just locked up on the entrance,
Crash Test also is taking. There is Crash Test coming out of the pits after taking their drive-through.
Hexa slowly but surely closing the gap to DC Racing. DC Racing, of course, here with two teams today. DC Karting as well, taking part in the P-Cup. Currently running in P17 overall. Crude Motorsport has, side by side, though, through Lacombe. He's just got that outside line that's powerful. And he's actually got more speed than Dark Reunion. And it looks like... Oh, a little bit early on the break. Oh, contact! He spun him! Oh, dear.
Crude went into the back of...
Oh,
the Dark Reunion
car. Crash Test Dummies has managed to use that to get ahead of both cars, though, so they'll be happy with that. As they had quite a bit of pace, as we saw early on. Crude Motorsport down the inside of Ravage, looking to go side by side through No Name.
Just went wide. Now there's a battle here. But with the damage that Crude Motorsport has, it's going to be probably a bit more difficult for them to keep up.
But I'm just looking now for P3 overall. Hexa Racing half a second behind DC Racing as we run up to a Rouge through here. They're about to get the slipstream effect all the way down the Kemmel Straight. This has been some great racing from all participants today. Some contact, some moves that maybe we're unsure of, but overall, very close pack, and we're about to see a battle for P2 start.
Hexa Racing also going 8/10 faster per lap than DC Racing. DC Racing has lost some pace.
Picked up some damage maybe, and that's why they dropped so close, because now closing in a 10th through Lacombe as we go into Ravage. Looks good from Hexa, maintaining the car, using the throttle to rotate it on the exit. A good entrance into No Name, maintain more speed. Use all the curb, but don't go on that gravel. And Puon, you can gain a lot of time through here. If DC Racing have damage, if their aero isn't working properly, Hexa are going to have massive benefits through here. And you look, DC Racing just going wider through Puon, losing a little bit of time.
Easy Racing is probably doing a driver change.
Into Farnier and towards Stavolo, who's going to be more confident on the brakes. And who's going to get on that throttle earlier, because the run now is all the way flat out to Blanchimont, flat out to the bus stop chicane in these cars.
Leaving the space.
See that slipstream effect in place, closing the gap. And that may allow for a move into the bus stop chicane. Through Blanchimont now, fast corner. In towards bus stop chicane. Who's going to be on the brakes? Look, there goes defensive DC Racing round the outside.
Going what? Blocking up, losing the way. He kept it.
Hexa
Just
Racing.
kept it, but did not get the position.
Sent it a bit too hard through the bus stop chicane. That is disappointing. Oh dear. As we're seeing the first of our pit stops now. So now we're going to see cars making their way through traffic. We're going to see the grid order mixed up for a little bit. And we're not going to know who is, I mean, realistically, who is in first, etc., etc. It's quite hard to tell with the multiple long stops who is where in real terms. Oh, cut through a Rouge there to get past traffic.
Taking more of those will lead to a drive-through, so he must be careful taking those lines.
Yeah, very, very true. You don't want to be doing that too much. Especially not when we're not even an hour in yet. We've had the first 40 minutes of racing here at Spa. We've still got 5 hours and 20 minutes to go. And if the next 5 hours are going to be anything like we've seen, this is a great race we are in for. Currently, Easy Racing in the pits. Lopen.
Easy Racing has changed driver to Red Bull Master.
Red Bull Master, well, I think we know who he supports in F1.
Or what he drinks for...
Yeah, he's going to be wired. There's a little bit of a lockup, leave some space for the LMP car. But Lopen does have a battle going on. He wants to get out ahead of Easy Racing. And he's done that. Easy Racing still in the pits. And they've managed to maintain
Red Bull Master is Vincent. Vincent is now racing for the Easy Racing pickup car.
So Easy Racing were running in P2, battling with Lopen. Actually running in P1 before the pit stop. They've chose to go for the undercut, whether that'll help fresh tyres. Maybe a new fuel load, refueling, obviously not banned in endurance racing. We shall see.
Though, it would have just, you could have not finished the race.
Again, Hexa caught back up now to DC Racing. After that little incident in the bus stop where Lost the Rear just went a little bit deep trying to make the overtake happen, we're seeing still competitive lap times from Hexa. DC Racing looking to have picked up the pace a little bit though, with a 201.7 as opposed to Hexa's 201.79, so less than a tenth in it between them. This is a close fight. Crude Motorsport as well, closing back in on Dark Reunion, who managed to get ahead again. Must have been some kind of mistake from Crude Motorsport, as we saw contact between those two earlier. Some great racing up and down the grid at the moment.
There has been, the group is now more spread out. There aren't many cars racing. What has happened? Going wide. Oh, there has been an LMP car that looked like there was some issues. The group has now a bit spread out. There are not many cars fighting now. It's all now just to keep it straight and looking the right way.
Well, as we've seen pit stops happening as well, it's a lot more now. When the pit stops happen, it's a lot more like qualifying again. You're shooting for the fastest laps because when your opponent pits, you want to have undercut them or overcut them. So at the moment, people are racing, but they're just not racing side by side on the track. They're racing each other in different positions, waiting for the pit stops to sort the order back out. And then towards the end of each stint, we should see some more side-by-side racing when the group kind of comes into the positions they should be in. So we'll see soon whether the undercut or overcut is more powerful. At the moment, our best reference is GER Club. They pitted from P5 very early on in the race. They're currently 2 minutes behind Apex Racing, the next car in front. So when we see Apex Racing, Carrot Racing, Lopen Esports, that sim racing team going to the pits, that's when we'll know if the undercuts benefited GER or not.
I've been informed that GER has pitted for some technical problems. The monitor was not working on the first driver, so he had to... There was an error on the screen, so he had to pit and let another driver drive.
Interesting. Well, we'll have to see if that undercut works for them. They've been setting some good lap times. They've made up a couple positions already, so their race is certainly not over. The long stops take longer than the 118-second gap they have to Apex Racing, so they're at least in real terms in P8 for now. So we'll see how the rest of the race goes for them. Driver interviews could be starting very soon. As we see the grid spread out, we've got a little bit more time to talk about other stuff and maybe have some driver interviews as less on-track action happens. We're heading into our 45th minute of racing here at Spa-Francorchamps. And I must say, that first stint, it was really exciting to watch. Some great racing from across the grid.
From the start to now, there was always some position changes. Not only skill, but also now getting used to the car. It looks like in qualifying, not every driver was still getting used to the car. And we've seen pace getting up and down now with heavier fuel loads and different tire temperatures and usage. Some people have adapted to those more or less.
Dark Reunion and Crew Motorsport just swapped positions there. Still a battle going on between those two. These guys have been duking it out since the beginning of the race. We see some good racing between them. A little bit of an incident. You can see Crude Motorsport's damage there. And Dark Reunion will have some damage on the side from where they got knocked by Crude Motorsport. But we'll look if Dark Reunion can make any kind of move into Puon. At the moment, doesn't look like it. About half a second behind them.
Seeing as all those LMP passes could be an advantage to the P-Cup behind. There might be a chance that an LMP car might slow the car ahead more down than you and giving you the chance, as we see here, the Dark Union getting the better chance out of Puon.
Looked like a bit of understeer though through Stavelo. Ooh, touching the gravel there.
Time.
Hang on a minute though. In P3, we've once again got a battle on between Hexa and DC Racing. These guys just won't give up. They're once again within half a second of each other, coming up through a Rouge, and it looks like Hexa is going to get the better run down the Kemmel straight. DC Racing looking for that inside line. Very close to each other. And the outside, more powerful again into Lecom. DC Racing making the bad move there when it comes to defense, trying to go for the inside. And Hexa is into P2. Overall, what a move through Lecom there. Great overtaking zone.
Is DC Racing going to let that fly?
Well, at the moment,
doesn't look like it.
It's been, if you look at lap times, a 2-second advantage in the way of Hexa. So DC Racing is going to have to push if they want to keep in the fight for P2.
It does look like it.
It does look to me like Hexa is actually pulling a gap. Lapping slightly quicker. We'll see the lines here as they go into Farnier. Who's on the brakes earlier? Who's on the brakes later? Into Stavelo as well. Tricky section. DC Racing managed to keep up. Sometimes when you're having a bit of a tough race and you're dropping in pace and someone gets ahead of you, you then pick up the pace again by following along with them, following their braking zones, seeing how they do it. And you actually start to be in with another chance. So DC Racing certainly not out of this by any means. And we've seen Hexa make mistakes before going deep into the bus stop chicane, which is where we're heading to now as we go through Blanchimont. Let's ride on board DC Racing. Who's going to be on the brakes first? Oh, Hexa broke very early. DC Racing could have a move here into La Source if they can get a better exit. Put that foot down, get on the throttle. On the run now, down the start-finish straight. A move to the
There's
inside,
also
maybe.
going to be a battle between Apex Digital Motorsport and GER Club LMP2 team for 9th place. They're also now very close to each other.
Here we go, DC Racing. It's going up through a Rouge. Less than half a second between these guys. Kiss the curbs. That was a great exit, great Rouge by DC Racing. And we're going to see them again, side by side into the comp. So this is a repeat of what happened last time. But DC Racing has that powerful outside line this time. They need to be later on the brakes than Hex. Let's see, side by side through Lacombe. Very close, inside line for the second part. Into Malmedy, and DC Racing is ahead. And it looks like DC Racing has got that P2 position back as they come now into that downhill braking zone of Rivage. Round that long corner, DC Racing pulling a gap of half a second now, which is similar to what we saw Hex do just a lap ago through No Name, both of them keeping it clean. And again, I think you'll watch now as we watch the rest of the lap, we're going to see the time between Hex and DC Racing slowly decrease, and maybe time for another move by the time we get back round to Kemmel Straight. These guys are lapping very similar lap times. A great battle between these two. We go through Farnier now.
There has been an incident out of the fast sweeping Blanchimont. It was the Dark Reunion losing the rear and going wide and into the wall.
And that's given them, that's given DC Karting a position as well. As we see here now, down through Blanchimont, a little bit of traffic they've got to navigate through. They'll never like that. They want the best line possible. Kissed the curb there, maybe made the car out of position. And last time we saw DC Racing late on the brakes, but here, Hexa catching right up. DC Racing a little bit of a slide there, get on the power. And again, we could see that slipstream effect taking place after La Source because you've got that flat out section all the way up through Lacombe. So this race for P2 is nowhere near over. Kiss the inside of La Source, run through to Rouge, but DC Racing, much better exit through La Source there, and pulling a gap now into Rouge. They're going to like that a lot because now Hexa has dropped back and it doesn't look like they're going to be able to make another move through Lacombe.
Driving that DC Racing car is Luca Casale. So he's right now pushing in that DC Racing car and trying not to lose that second place out there. But Hexa is not fond of just staying in third. They want that second place, even if it takes a bit more pushing.
So it'd probably be another lap of those two following round. Moving on though, GER, bear in mind, who had technical issues and had to pit early, are now right behind Apex Racing, kissing them bumper to bumper. We've got a great little battle going through here. I believe one of those cars is lapping the other. I'm not sure exactly which one. I think I believe, yes, so there, we've got Apex Digital Motorsport letting OC Esports through, and now GER is running up behind them. They've got a little bit of a gap, so we're going to swap back over to our battle for P2 because Hexa has made up 4/10 since we last looked at them. We're going to ride on board now as they go through Stavilo. Again, this is where moves are going to be made. The bus stop chicane and Lacombe, the two best parts of the track for overtaking after the Kemmel Straight because you've got those long, flat-out runs. So let's see if any time is gained through the slipstream effect as we go through here to Blanchimont, gaining a 10th. Traffic, pushing DC Racing off the car. And would you look at that, Hexa have managed to capitalize on that, get through ahead into the bus stop chicane, and that is going to be P2 for them.
That must be very infuriating for DC Racing.
They've got to keep a cool head through here because they're not out of the race yet. They're less than a 10th behind. Hexa having to go defensive into La Source. DC Racing going to get the better exit then, which means another move may be possible through Eau Rouge because they're going to be carrying so much more speed out of the exit of this corner. You can see gaining 3/10 through La Source, and they're going to gain even more with the slipstream through Eau Rouge. They're going to have to lift off a little bit because they don't want to hit into the back. There's not much room for overtaking. But now onto Lacombe. They're going to be able to take round the outside. We've seen it so powerful. Ooh, getting pushed very close to the grass there by Hexa. Side by side then into Lacombe. A little bit of contact.
Who's going to break later? This
and
time it's Hexa breaking and there's pushing wide.
But DC Racing gets ahead. Very close racing here. They're getting very aggressive now.
There has been some contact in the beginning of Lacombe.
And we'll see this battle continue through Rivage then as they head to No Name. Definitely contact between those two, don't you think?
there was contact. I see it in the live timing. There was contact in between those two drivers, but not in so much damage that the car feels different. So that must be lucky that there wasn't more damage.
So the cars still being able to drive and feel very similar, but both suffering from a little bit of damage now as they come through Farnier towards Stavolo. And it's still less than half a second between these two, which means you're going to be feeling the benefits of the slipstream effect. It's a great battle for P2 at the moment. DC Racing wanting to hold on to that podium position where they qualified. They feel that they deserve it, but Hexa AF, they're having none of it. They're coming right back at them on the run down to Blanchimont. There's no traffic here this time. They've both got clean air to race in at the moment. Who's going to be late on the brakes into the bus stop chicane? You can see, oh, from very far back, Hexa goes for that move down the inside. DC Racing just managing to close it off, but wow, that was an incredible send from quite far back there as well. Impressive stuff. The battle between these two heating up into La Source then. Hexa gets ahead with that inside line. Very powerful through La Source, that inside line. A little bit of traffic on the exits. They can't go as wide as they wanted to. I believe that's Crude Motorsport that they're lapping there. And now on the run to Arouge again. And it's looking like DC Racing going to be able to come back with the slipstream effect.
Each lap, it's just going to be a carbon copy of each lap. Is it going to be again the outside line for DC Racing? Yes, it is.
They've given each other a little bit more room this time. They don't want to have more contact. They don't want damage, but they're very close. DC Racing trying to push Hexa more towards the middle. A little bit. Oh, Hexa very low on the brakes, but wow.
Kept it.
Wow, what a defense from Hexa there. This is some great racing from these two. Really pushing each other on the limit. Into Ravage then, we're going to see them probably following each other for another lap. The next opportunity not going to be to the bus stop chicane. Will DC Racing keep it under half a second, that gap? Will DC Racing do something like Hexa did? Make an incredible move from really far back into the bus stop chicane and be able to take on the source, or will they try and just benefit from the slipstream effect and use Lacombe to overtake again? These two drivers getting more and more confident as the grip levels increase on the track, as they learn the track more, and it's leading to some great racing between them. So traffic here through Stavolo, but that's the Microsoft team just backing off, letting these two who are racing through. Very good blue flags behavior there from Microsoft. And we can see Hexa a little bit more of a gap than last time here to DC Racing. Just pulling ahead ever so slightly. More traffic on the outside. Who's going to let them past? Oh,
it's the system team.
I would not have gone around the outside there. DC Racing making an interesting choice to go around the outside of the Hexa P-Cup car, which is interesting. Because could that P-Cup car maybe have gone, you know, my teammate's ahead, you're battling him, let me just hold the apex a little bit. Could have been a strategic move there, which is interesting. Obviously, you don't want to be breaking the blue flags rule, but he picked a line, he stuck to it. It wasn't dangerous. I would say DC Racing just making the wrong choice there to try and go around the outside. Probably would have kept that inside line.
Teams helping each other, because that was Hexa AFGT. Who was there on the keeping their line. It did not look like it was intentional, but it was very helpful to each sister team. Now that the LMP2 of Hexa Racing now gaining more time to DC Racing.
And Hexa GT team, so that's the P-Cup team, have just been informed that they've got a drive-through for cutting there. They are currently running in P17 overall with Easy Racing, who have had a long stop behind them.
All this battling is giving OC Esports such a good gap to P2 and 3, so Esports Racing is cleared for everything.
I'll tell you what though, that Sim Racing team have caught right up to Dark Matter Motorsport. So the battle for P4 could well and truly be on. Because you were just talking then about, obviously P4's got a bit of a gap to P2 and 3, but that Sim Racing team, if you look, they've made up a lot of time in the past couple laps.
That Sim Racing team also getting cheered on a lot. This team is also a fan favorite right now on track.
I believe they are the fan team of that Sim Racing guy. I don't know if it's a fan team or funded by him. but that sim racing guy, obviously a YouTuber, and his team out here representing, and at the moment running in the top 5, which I'm sure he'll be very happy with, and they're on the hunt for P4, setting faster lap times at the moment, as we see their crash test dummies just under blue flags, letting the LMP2s past, and it's under a second now as they come into the bus stop chicane, which means that powerful slipstream effect is going to be in use after La Source, when they've got that flat out run down the Kemmel straight, through a Rouge and Radion before that. So let's see who's going to be later on the brakes. Traffic there is really going to hinder that sim racing guy, but it looked a little bit wide from Dark Matter Motorsport. So who got the better exit? Very similar because of the traffic. I think that sim racing team just gaining a little bit on Dark Matter Motorsport through there as they come through Radion up towards the Kemmel straight. And will we see that gap start to close? Our LMP cars having some great racing through here.
Right, I've just looked at that sim racing team is hosted by the well-known YouTuber, that sim racing guy. This is the team that's been championship season 1 Formula Agile Open Wheeler, earning 1st, 3rd and 4th place. And now they've also now racing in this endurance race with many inside jokes on the car from that YouTube channel and the community. So this team is hosted by that sim racing guy.
So fans of that sim racing guy, see if you can spot any of the inside jokes. I'm sure there's a couple on there. I see some things that obviously I don't get. I've not watched him too much, but I'm sure some of you dedicated fans will. And obviously these guys, as Captain just said, having a great season in the Formula Agile Open Wheelers, becoming champions there. So the gap is still closing to P4. Dark Matter Motorsport getting put under a little bit of pressure. They weren't the fastest in qualifying, but they've been very consistent during the race. Obviously, that sim racing team we saw very early on having a bit of an incident. I don't think it was their fault. I think it was just more of a racing incident where they got spun round. But they've not let that bother them. They've had amazing pace throughout the session, and they are looking for a top 5 finish as they continue to just ever so slowly catch up. Oh, but they're going for the pit. They're going for their long stop. I think they're going for the undercut then.
Crude Racing Team also just done the long stop. Lopen Esports Exiles has now overtaken Crude Motorsport, and let's see how long it takes if Lirgica Racing also is going to catch the Crude Motorsport.
So if we see Lopen Esports, have they done their long stop yet, do you know?
Which car?
Lopen Esport Exiles.
Lopen has done the long stop to in the Dead Sim Racing team that we've just been watching, who just went into the pits. They're now doing the driver swap to Michael B. Was it that Sim Racing team?
Yeah, that Sim Racing team have just gone in for their pit stop. Whether it's a long stop, refueling, tire change, we're not sure. But we'll see very shortly how long they're in the pits for. It looks like a long stop by the amount of positions that they're dropping. So probably going to be swapping drivers there, looking to get the undercut on Dark Matter Motorsport. There we have, as you see, these two are still battling for P2 in LMP2. They are lapping Lopen Esport Exiles, who is currently running in 3rd in class. And was our pole sitter for P-Cup. At the moment, Lirgica Racing are ahead. I believe they've not stopped yet. I don't think Crash Test Dummies have stopped yet either. So I think Lopen are in P1 if you put pit stops into the equation. Is that correct?
Which team?
Lopen are currently P1 if you put pit stops into the equation.
Crash Test Dummies did go into the pits. I don't remember if they done a team change, but it does look like Lopen is again leading.
So their Crude Motorsport have done their long stop. And if we look now, DC Racing catching up ever so slowly to Hexa. This has been such a great battle. And OC Esports, I believe that's their long stop done. So Hexa takes the lead of the race. OC Esports now in 3rd as they go in for their long stop. We'll have to find out who's hopping into the car. That is Max Verstappen out after just 1 hour here at Spa. And we'll see who takes over from them. Remember, with driver changes, the chance for the grid to change around does open up. We can see here Hexa trying to break the slipstream.
Crude Motorsport did go in for the pit driver change. Michael Vombi is now driving that Crude Motorsport car, as you can see just up ahead there.
Ah, yes, we see Crew Motorsport getting lapped there as well, so perfect timing from you.
So now it's just going to be Hexa and DC Racing still need to go for that driver change. Everyone ahead, so we know that OC Esports has gone for the driver change. Apex Digital
OC
Motorsport,
Esports are
GRE.
not swapping drivers, I've just been told. They're just going in for a pit stop. This is just a routine pit stop.
Okay, so that explains also the distance then between each car.
So, routine pit stop for some of these guys now. The LMP2s, as we know, the fuel tanks are smaller, the tyres don't last as long, and there is a tyre choice. So whether teams are choosing to go on the hard tyres, the medium tyres, or the soft tyres is up to them for their stints. So we're going to see them going into the pits a lot more.
Talking about tyres, Hexa right now is on the medium compound, while DC Racing is on the soft compound. So we might see a difference. Maybe the DC Racing soft tyres have started to fall off the cliff, while the Hexa still with the mediums have a bit more pace now. The crossover point between mediums and softs has passed 10 minutes or something ago, when DC Racing did lose a bit of pace. So it's going to be now...
We can see about 2/10 off last lap from Hexa, so not gaining any time at the moment, even with that slipstream. So, as you said, possibly the tyres coming into play there. And we see the grid opening up just a little bit. GER Club looking to catch to Apex Digital Motorsport, who are currently in the pits.
Going onto the grass there, maybe getting a bit distracted, looking at something else. Could have ended badly, but they just kept it again on the track. So now that the grid, with the few pit stops going on, Hexa is leading, with DC Racing in second, Dark Matter Motorsport third, Lopen Esports Dark Racing Team fourth, Dead Sim Racing Team fifth, and Carrick Racing sixth. Behind Carrick is OC Esports, who's lapping a few cars. It looks like it's Apex Digital Motorsport who's being lapped. Am I correct?
I believe so. No, that's not Apex though. I know that much. They're in the pits at the moment, doing their long stop. So OC Esports, no driver change for them yet, just going into the pits early. They've got to navigate this traffic to be able to maintain that lead. And
they just unlapped themselves from that Sim Racing team.
I see.
From Dark Matter Motorsport. So they were lapped and now have unlapped themselves.
Right, so we're seeing the effect of how... Oh, someone into the grass there. I believe that's a Hexa AFGT team. That's unfortunate, because we have still a battle between DC Racing. Looks like the tyres are holding up. Maybe the tyre wear not too bad on this track today. And that Sim Racing team as well, closing the gap to Lopen. We saw that Sim Racing team have been in for their long stop already. So they've got fresh tyres. They've got a fresh driver in the car. Let's see how it goes for that Sim Racing team. Bit wide there through Puon. Affects a dirty air. But they're going to go back at them for Farnier. Bide their time. It's difficult to overtake through this section of the track. You can't really... Oh, no! A slide from that Sim Racing team
going into the gravel.
Oh, dear. DC Racing has taken the lead of the race. Apologies for missing that one. Down the main straight into a Rouge. Hexa going to come straight back at them, though. This battle has been going on for the last 30 minutes, and it is not cooling off. These guys have been racing so hard. They've got traffic in the way now with Lurgica ahead of them, but Hexa is benefiting from that and has managed to move ahead through Lacombe. So Hexa regaining the lead of the race. The battle with these two guys has been amazing, I must say.
That car up ahead is Carrick Racing, so they're now letting past Hexa and DC Racing. Seeing as the grid is so far apart, that looks like that some teams have done some mistakes and also not have done the cleanest of races. But seeing these two going at it so hard, I don't want to say something bad, but this racing looks like there might be an incident coming up soon. But I don't want to say something bad to them. I'm hoping for the great battle, but this is going really aggressive here.
Very aggressive at each other the whole race, and it's been some amazing racing. They've managed to keep it, for the most part, clean. A little bit of taps here and there, but you expect that in motorsport. And very impressive driving from these two. So let's see them keep it up. Currently, Hexa leading the race. We'll have to see after OC Esports pit stop if they're managing to gain some time. Currently lapped, but of course pits take a long time in endurance racing, so it's normal for cars to be lapped. Currently, the only cars who haven't been lapped, I'm going to assume who haven't taken pit stops either. DC Racing, Hexa, AF Racing, Dark Matter Motorsport, Lopen, and that Sim Racing team. As we see now, DC Racing getting a good run down the start-finish straight into La Source. They're going to dive down the inside. No! Hexa closes that off.
Are they going for the switchback?
Getting a good exit. Towards a Rouge now, Radeon Complex. The slipstream effect going to be taking place because you can't break the toe that well through a Rouge. You've got to take that line if you want to keep the speed. And we can see there DC Racing trying to make a move happen.
It's DC Racing going to look for the outside line again.
We've seen how powerful this outside line is.
For them.
Bit of traffic on the way down, but shouldn't affect those two. DC Racing pushing Hexa towards the inside. And, oh, very close, but DC Racing just stays ahead. Very good. Each time. What a move round the outside again through Lacombe.
DC Racing back in the lead.
DC Racing said they were bringing the fight today, and they're proving that to us. Some great racing on track. And we've just crossed 10 minutes ago the 1 hour mark of our race as they lap crash test dummies. This has been certainly a very exciting first hour, and it doesn't look like it's about to slow down at all as these two still within half a second of each other. Who's going to be the first to pit, go for that undercut? We do not know.
Looking at strategy wise, DC Racing looks like they want to pit earlier with that tire compound. Maybe they've changed their minds seeing as how these battles are going on right now. But I'm not sure if they were still looking for that earlier pit stop or just waiting for Hexa to also pit and then pit themselves.
So currently, I'm just looking at the live timing here. The only teams who haven't pitted, DC Racing, Hexa AF Racing, Dark Matter Motorsport, Lopen Esports. Then if we move down the grid, Crash Test Dummies haven't pitted yet. And other than that, everyone else has had at least one stop. So just our front runners and a couple guys towards the back haven't pitted. Other than that, everyone else has been in the pits. So your order is currently the correct one, apart from Crash Test Dummies, who are currently in P1. Lopen Esport Exiles are, when pit stops are accounted for, currently running in first in class for the GT3s. So let's see, DC Racing ahead for this run down the Kemmel Straight, trying to hold the middle, which is of course what you want to do to defend. As we come into Lacombe, half a second gap, there's not going to be a move made this time, but Hexa need to gain time throughout the whole lap. They need to maintain position because there's two chances you can really get on this track. You've got at the end of the Kemmel Straight there, where we've just seen through Lacombe, and then you've got at the end of the lap into the bus stop chicane, some really good chances. La Source as well often has a good chance, but you need a good run down the start-finish straight, which is actually surprisingly short at Spa compared to some other circuits where usually that's the longest straight. You can see by the map there, after Radeon, the Kemmel Straight really is the longest run along the track. A very fast track, Spa-Francorchamps. So through Fagnes now.
You need to carry all the momentum through each corner if you want to maximize your speed, and also doing overtaking moments. Sliding like DC Racing just did is not very perfect going through corners, but it doesn't look like it lost them a lot of time, so sometimes it is okay to do that, but you want to keep as much momentum through each corner as you can.
So we see here a half a second gap as we come through Blanchimont. Now 4/10. Last time the gap was 4/10 coming to bus stop chicane. We saw Hexa send it from a very long way back. Will we see the same again? Ooh, having to get on the brakes there and into the pits. Hexa going for the undercut. So will the undercut benefit them? Very exciting stuff. And Lopen Esports got about a 1 second gap to that sim racing team who
we have to see
made
if
the overtake into P4.
We have to see if Hexa AF Racing is going to do a driver change and not, and where they're going to come out to OC Racing.
There is still another 50 minutes until we predicted most driver swaps were going to be happening. Obviously, some teams gone earlier, whether they've had damage issues or issues with technology, but most teams probably going to be doing a 2-hour stint each.
So interviews should start about now. We're going to get some drivers now in here, and we're going to have some interviews now with
I'm
some
going
drivers.
to allow you to take over for just a little bit, and then I'll be back for the interviews. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay.
So now that the pack has everyone has pitted and not. The only not pit cars who have not pitted yet are DC Racing LMP2 team, Dark Matter Motorsport, Lopen Esports, and Crash Test Dummies. The rest have pitted. Not everyone has pitted for a driver change, but it looks like Hexa has not pitted for driver change and ahead of OC Esports. That's interesting, as now OC Racing was leading. We've been told that it was not a driver change for OC Racing, and Hexa AF also looked like it wasn't a driver change. So OC Esports must have something happened to them, because now the times have. Now between Hexa and OC is Carrick Racing, who is not. Hexa is still in the pits, but it looks like Carrick Racing is not catching enough. But I might be wrong. Seeing as the time is going down and now up, it looks like the timing is having a spaz. It's not good. We can't see if Carrick is catching. Okay, so Hexa has lost a position to Carrick. Are they going to lose a position to OC? OC Esports? They did. I don't know if that's just a driver change or if it's just a normal pit stop. We will see when they exit the pits. As you can see, some Porsche drivers still getting lapped, as the LMP2s are obviously the faster car on track. But it's nice to see that the Porsches have not caused carnage yet with the faster car, or the other way around. Hexa is having a very long pit stop. We might not know if that's a long stop, because Apex Digital Motorsport now is also catching. And this is getting very interesting. That was a long stop by Hexa. That was a driver change. So Hexa now has done a driver change.
Interesting. So driver change from Hexa there. DC Racing get to pit, still in the lead on those soft tyres that have lasted quite a few laps now. We must be heading into our 34th lap of the race. And there's been an incident I can see somewhere with Obama Fried Chicken.
Yeah.
Obama Fried Chicken at the top of Kemmel. Now that's really going to hurt them, because now they have to speed up all the way down the Kemmel straight, where you're meant to be carrying a lot of speed already. And you can see there, that's going to get them lapped. Oh dear, Obama Fried Chicken. That is a shame from them. Are we going into our interviews? Sorry.
I've been informed, yes, that we're going to get a driver in here soon.
Okay.
Apex Racing going for a second driver swap.
OC Racing is currently, or OC Esports, apologies, currently gaining time from their pit stop, looking to make their way back through the field to Carrack Racing. So within a second of them, we should see an overtake happen. OC Esports, the favourites to win here, currently making their way through traffic. Will Carrack Racing put up much of a fight? Well, we're about to find out as we come up through
44th hours of the 44th minute, so it's 4:44 right now with the time. It's maybe a lucky time for OC Racing getting a position.
Through Radion then, looks like carrying a bit more speed OC Esports. Carrack not putting up much of a defense, giving that inside line to OC Esports. They're probably going to be able to cut ahead as they pull ahead now, yeah. And pull in front, brake nice and late for Lecom with those fresh tyres. And they're ahead into P5, back into the top 5. A 70-second gap then between them and Lopen Esports, who haven't pitted yet. The last of the teams to have not pitted. So we'll see where OC Esports end up after the pit stops. I'm going to assume in first, considering the 30-second gap they had before they pitted. But nice to see an overtake from them happening there.
Alright, for those who have just tuned in, welcome to the SimSpots 6 Hours of Spa, hosted by OC Racing. Right now we're in the race and watching the LMP2 cars racing. And we're like right now at the 4th hour of the 42nd minute. And right now the action has diminished because many teams have already pitted and now the groups have been a bit more spread out. So now it's just more like keeping it alone on track and not losing concentration, even if you don't have drivers around you.
And we'll look here to some cars that maybe we've not given as much screen time as others. We've got the DC Karting Porsche Cup car here, making its way through Rivage, looking immaculate as it goes through there. These guys, obviously the sister team to the DC Racing LMP2 car, currently running in P1.
This car is just here to promote DC Racing's second channel, which is called DC Karting. So if anyone is interested, that YouTube channel, I recommend it.
That Sim Racing team are yet to pit. They've not pitted yet. As their Hexa goes for the long pit stop, swapping drivers. It's been a while since we've checked in with Logica Racing. Again, a livery that I really like with the lime green, the black and the white. Currently running second in class with a 10-second gap to P1, but slowly but surely closing that gap over a couple laps. So don't count them out of the race win in class yet. There's still a long way to go. Obviously, Spa is a very historical track with a lot of racing that's gone on over the years.
Logica Racing doing lap times 1 second faster than Lopen Esports ahead. Maybe trying to catch that gap down, trying to get that first place again. Each car had its own little race, even when they were alone, having some mistakes and having some spins. So the gaps might have not been the same from before the pit stops.
So currently your leader is DC Racing with a lineup of Luca Castle, Lassie and Azam MK.
Lucas driving that DCR car right now.
Lassie, obviously we've raced with before in other races. Very good driver, we'd know, so we're expecting good things from their second stint as well. They've done amazing in the first stint too. Hexa in the pits. That Sim Racing team, who've made up a lot of positions after that spin early on. Their team, obviously, is funded and run by that Sim Racing guy. And if we look at their driver lineup today...
Back there, nearly losing the rear, that Porsche.
We have Alex Norris, Thomas Piccolo, and Lucas Smith. They dominated in their championship in a Formula Agile Open Wheeler, earning a first, third, and fourth place. And they're driving the endurance race today on behalf of that Sim Racing guy.
Well, it's actually TSRB, that Sim Racing bloke. But it's a fun YouTube channel, but we are gonna refer him to that Sim Racing guy as.
We've been saying it wrong
for
the past hour and a half. As we head in to our hour and 20-minute mark, it was a very exciting first hour. Obviously, once pit stops start, you start to see the grid spread out a little bit. The battles ease off. I would expect towards the end of each driver's stint, more battles to begin again. So don't worry about that. We've got a lot of cars closing in on each other. Logica keep making time on Lopen. That gap, last time I checked in a couple laps ago, was 10 seconds. It's now dropped down to 6.6 as they come here, I believe, through Farnier towards Stavolo, allowing lap cars to pass.
Looking at that lap time from Lopen, it looked like the last lap was a big mistake, doing a 2:29.8. It's not like Logica, who did a 2:23.3. That's a 6-second gap, so something must have happened with that Lopen car.
Definitely a mistake from them if they are going 2:29 when we saw such great pace from them in qualifying. So Rouge, famous corner here at Spa, named after the river that runs underneath the start of the corner. It's
Right,
not really a river.
Our first interview now is going to be Tong from OC Esports.
Tong from OC Esports. So they were our pole sitters. They're our favorites to win. And we're getting Tong in now. We're going to give them an interview, ask them some questions. So we'll see. They're going to be joining us very shortly. And we'll probably be talking about their strategy, who's driving at the moment, what their pit stops are going to be like, see what information we can get from them. They're doing very well so far in the race. And after pit stops, they should be first as they slowly but surely keep setting the fastest lap times on the track at the moment.
DC Racing is matching OC Esports lap times by just 3 tenths a bit slower than OC Racing, but DC Racing is not losing any pace at all. Going onto the gravel right as I say it, that was fun coincidence.
It's good to see that those tires are still holding up. Was it the soft compound we believe DC Racing are on? They've made them go a very long way then. We've seen other cars have to pit 4 tires, but really managing with fuel and tires out here. Obviously, the LMP2 cars have a little bit smaller of a fuel tank. But again, one battle we've got to look out for, slowly but surely going down that gap, is Lurgica Racing, setting about a second faster lap times to Lopen. Oh, spin there from DC Racing.
Dan, I'm sorry to interrupt. Now who has joined us is Tong from OC Esports. Hello, Tong.
Hello.
How's your race going so far? How do you see your team going so far? Are you having? Is it what you're expecting, or did something happen that you're not looking for, that was not intended?
No, it seems to be going all right. We made planned strategy. I'm meant to be in the car now in the next half an hour-ish, so it's going all right. We've good pace. We're kind of just trying to get our lap back and hoping DC Racing maybe pit soon. We don't know what they're doing, but yeah, it's going all right.
In regards to that pit stop, obviously we've seen DC Racing and Hexa AF Racing stay out a little bit longer. Was that just to make sure tire wear wasn't going to be an issue? Did you run out of fuel, or was it a planned stop and that was just sort of where you wanted to be at that moment in the race?
Yeah, it was more planned. We planned that from the start. It was kind of the way we wanted to go with it. So everything's planned at the moment until hopefully nothing bad happens, touch wood. Hopefully you guys don't curse us, but yeah, it's looking on at the moment.
Right, how does it feel being backed by OC Esports, right? Because this event is obviously sponsored by OC Esports. How's the feeling? How's it feel?
I don't know. I kind of got the call up last minute. It was more looking for a drive, and I was kind of like, this event's kind of cool, and it's like, do this time, okay? And then, you know, kind of OC backed, OC Racing, OC Esports kind of race. It's kind of cool. It's the good car in front. Let's put it that way. It's a good car.
Yeah,
to
and you
pilot.
must be impressed with the pace that's been put up at the moment. Are you looking to be able to match this pace, or what lap times do you think you're going to be setting when you hop into the car in around 30 minutes?
I don't know. It's more about, you know, you're always constantly lapping the GT3s, which are about 20-ish seconds down. You just don't want to get involved in an incident. So it's more setting good times as well as just being mindful.
Yes, definitely. It's a marathon, not a sprint here today.
Exactly.
And so far, you guys have managed to keep yourselves out of trouble.
Don't you curse us, man.
So far, touch wood. And you're still on for the favorites to win here.
Is real.
Sorry?
Commentator's curse is real.
Yeah, that's what I'm scared of. You boys better have some wood planks next to you. No, currently DC Racing has some good pace. I'm really scared when Lassie hops in. But at the moment, they're showing pretty good pace. I think they're our challenge, but Hexa and them were really fighting. I guess they wanted some clean air to get away from them now.
So it looks like your team just done the fastest lap right now.
So you guys continuing
2 seconds faster.
To set good competitive lap times. They're obviously on pole position as well, which must have been nice. Lets you set the pace for those first couple laps, and it really as the lap car pushes you onto the grass a little bit there.
We'll have a word.
But yeah, it must have been nice to be able to dictate the pace and obviously get that clean getaway at the start. That obviously helps. You don't want to be battling too much into lap 1 and 2. You want to be able to pull ahead and give yourself a gap to the cars in front. Do you think that was a key part of the strategy?
Easily, yeah. If you get trapped in traffic, anything can happen. Someone can lock the brakes, it can be hit, anything like this, that. Anything bad can happen. It was mainly about getting the start, getting the jump, getting away, and just... It's kind of going well now, just managing traffic. The only problem is trying to lap LMP2s because they're the same pace. It gets a bit hairy.
Yeah.
For the most part, it's going well.
I can imagine.
Thank you, Tong.
Thank you so much.
We have another driver now also coming for the interview. Tong, we wish you the best for the race, for your stint, and go back to your team where they probably need your support.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Best of luck, guys.
And we'll be supporting him during his stint, which starts in about 30 minutes. So we're having the next driver come on in now for an interview.
Next driver is in 10 minutes scheduled to come into the interview.
10 minutes scheduled. So we've got 10 minutes to look here. Again, Lurgica, Lopen really seem to have started pushing again now. They've been setting fastest laps in the GT3 category.
I'm sorry to interrupt. DC has pitted. DC Racing has pitted.
Okay, so DC Racing into pits. OC Esports was just telling us how they were hoping DC Racing could hop into the pits very soon. So this is now the time. Your current race leader is Dark Matter Motorsport, who haven't been in the pits. Then that Sim Racing team, who also haven't pitted. Then Lopen Esports Dark,
that Sim Racing team
who haven't
pit.
pitted.
That Sim Racing team was in the pits. They just done a tire change.
I believe they may... Okay. They have pitted for a tyre change, but haven't pitted for their long stop yet. Yes, they have.
Yes.
So it's just Dark Matter who haven't pitted for now. OC Esports looking to get the jump after their early pit stop that we've now found out was scheduled and is all going to plan for them. So they're in a very comfortable position.
Let's see where OC Esports comes out for...
Lopen into the pits.
Everyone is pitting now. It looks like now is the appropriate time. Let's see where OC Esports comes out. But regards to DC Racing, as we saw before OC Racing pitted, they were 30 seconds ahead. Let's see if this stint was way better than I expected, or DC Racing has got a bit of a jump.
So OC Esports going through the Stavolo complex now, on the run down through Blanchimont towards the bus stop chicane. They're about to be passing the pits after this bus stop chicane complex now, and we will see who they get the jump on. So, gaining to DC Racing, it looks like they're going to be getting past DC Racing. Out, good exit through the bus stop chicane, keeping it clean through there. OC Esports are past DC Racing into third place at the moment.
For DC Racing, it's Azam now in the car. They've now done the driver change for Azam.
And Zam in the car now for DC Racing. Very good stuff.
And for the interview next is going to be Luca, who was driving for DC Racing right till now.
So Luca, who's just done a stint in DC Racing. They've done their long stop, they've swapped drivers, and they'll be looking to get back out and put in some good lap times. So a Zam in the DC Racing car now. So that means the last stint, if my guess would be correct, would be Lassie going for that last LMP2 stint, trying to pull out for the win. Again, it's all still to race for. Your current race leader is that Sim Racing team. Will we see those guys going into the pits soon for their long stop? Not yet. They're staying out. As they go through the bus stop chicane, it's a 60-second gap between them and OC Esports, as that Sim Racing team puts a 2:01.8 on the board, 1 second off OC Esports pace. So in about 60 laps, you might see a battle there. I assume pit stops are going to happen before that, though.
Yes, now that Dark Matter has pitted, I guess they have done the long stint, the driver change, and so Dark Matter is now in the pits, hoping to get out soon, hoping to get the jump on Carrick Racing.
Just a reminder, for those who are only just tuning in now, you're watching the SimSpots 6 hours of Spa endurance race. I'm Dan No Skill. Joined with me is Captain Foxy. And currently we are on 1 hour and 30 minutes into our race. We've got 4.5 hours left to go, as you'll see the top there of the timing sheet. And in the lead at the moment is that Sim Racing team, followed by Dark Matter Motorsport, with OC Esports now moving into second with pit stops accounted for. And first in class in the P-Cup is Lopen Esports, with Lurgica Racing behind, about 6 seconds behind. They were closing the gap at one point. Pace seems to have dropped off just a little bit now. I see a couple mistakes as we watch them. Then you've got Crash Test Dummies in 4th, Dark Reunion 5th, Crude Motorsport 6th, followed by DC Karting, Obama Fried Chicken, Easy Racing, and Hex AFGT
I'm sorry,
and Microsoft.
Esports actually just got a drive-through for cutting. This will help Lurgica Racing now for position, because now Lopen will have to take a drive-through.
Be
So
interesting to
it's gonna
see
be
when
very
they take
interesting.
this. Lurgica Racing, obviously very thankful Lopen is going to get that drive-through. I doubt it'll put them behind Crash Test Dummies with a 40-second gap there, but that's going to drop them into P2 at least. So they've got a bit of a race on their hands now, and they're going to be looking to push a bit of time, because that drive-through has really set them back, as OC Esports yet again sets the fastest lap of the race with a 2 minutes 0.6 second lap time. Very impressive. Dark Matter, their long stop is done. They've done their driver change. Do we have word on who's moving into that car now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Lopen is starting to feel the pressure, seeing as going wide into Stavelo. That was pretty. You can feel the pressure just looking at how they drive. Probably now seeing as they got a drive-through, this is not in their favor.
That drive-through penalty really putting the pressure on them for Lopen, as they've dropped about another second to Lurgica this lap, which is only going to help Lurgica when they have to come into the pits. So let's see it. They're going into the pits. They are. This is the drive-through penalty as we watch Lurgica Racing now coming through the bus stop chicane, and they take P1 in class for the P-Cup Racing Series. Lurgica going to be happy with that, as Lopen was starting on pole this race. So Lopen, a bit of a battle ahead for them after this pit stop here. And contact there between GR Club and Lopen. And Lurgica, sorry.
Oh, going
GR
into the
Club
wall.
in the wall. Could this be called for a full course yellow? No, they've got going again. Wow, GR Club really not going to be happy with that. A little bit of contact there. Bit of an instant, and that's not helped them at all. At the start of the race, GR Racing had a great bit of pace going on, but have just seemed to really drop off. And a couple mistakes here and there. Of course, if you look at their times, they're not that slow, but just those mistakes in a couple different laps have caused them to be 9th at the moment, with Apex Racing the only LMP2 behind.
Yes, Lopen has exited the pits with 5 seconds now gap to Lurgica. So this is now going to be, again, let's see what the pace for Lopen now is, because they probably are angry they lost the lead in such a weird way. They probably want to get that lead again from their class, so now they're going to push, as we see them just back there behind that LMP of GER Race Club. So now it's just going to see who's going to have more pace and who's going to keep it again on the track.
And I believe we are having a couple more pit stops. Looks like Crude Motorsport in the pits now. Whether that's a driver change or a scheduled pit stop, we're not too sure at the moment.
That was just a drive-through from Crude Motorsport.
Drive-through from Crude Motorsport. Possibly with track cutting. Well, that's given Dark Reunion the position, and may even give DC Karting a bit of a chance. I doubt it with a drive-through though. As Crude Motorsport making that time back up, as they'll be heading through the Eau Rouge Radion complex. Lopen
Luke
dropping
will
back.
join us very soon now.
Okay. As we've got our next driver interview coming up with Luca from DC Racing, who've just been in for their long stop. They're currently running in 4th, 22 seconds behind Karak Racing, and they're looking to regain that second or third position. Currently, your race leader is That Sim Racing Team, followed by OC Esports, followed by Carrot Racing, followed by DC Racing, followed then by Hexa AF Racing, who had great battles with DC Racing, and again, that gap is not too far. Then Dark Matter Motorsport, then Apex Digital, Lopen Esports, Jur Club LMP2 Team, Apex Racing. Then we move into the P-Cup category with Lurgica currently leading with a 5.7 gap to Lopen, Crash Test Dummies behind them in
I'm
third.
sorry to interrupt. Luca is now in the car with us.
Hello.
So,
Hello.
Luca, how was your first stint? How did you enjoy your first stint? Was that how it was planned, or did it go a bit worse or better than you expected?
Well, the initial start, it went really bad for me. I got, put into third, and I had to re-overtake. So, the plan was to attack OC, racing into Lacombe, but they just pulled a gap instantly, and I could not match their pace, anywhere near.
And Luca, we saw,
sorry.
so that was obviously a bit of just an unfortunate start. We saw you drop back into third there, and we were hoping for you guys to bring a bit of a fight to OC Sports at the start, but the fight is still well and truly on. However, that battle with Hexa AF Racing that lasted for a good 40 minutes of the race, that was really intense. What was that like? What was going through your mind during that battle?
It was very intense. It was very stressful. I mean, sometimes he'd get through and gap me a little bit, and then sometimes I'd do the same. But it was a great battle. Just sometimes I had to go out of the corner to avoid contact. So I think he was a bit aggressive there. And
Yeah,
cost us a lot of
definitely. We
time.
saw, I mean, bus stop chicane, we saw a send from quite a way back from their car at one point.
yeah.
But yeah, you guys trading positions for quite a while. Upper Rouge, one of you would get the slipstream, take the other one in Lacombe, and it was like that for a good few laps. Really exciting to watch. And then you were pulling a little bit of a gap after they went in the pits in first place. Where are you hoping, sort of once the order sorts itself out? Obviously, you're running in P4 at the moment. Hexa 5 seconds behind you. Where are you hoping to finish up after everything sorts itself out pit stop wise?
Well, we're hoping for first, obviously, but that at the moment is seems a bit of a stretch. So we're just hoping for second at this point and to gap Hex quite a bit.
Yeah,
Your
it's doing
first
really well at the
strategy.
moment.
I have a question about your first strategy. You were on the soft tires while everyone else was on the mediums. Was it planned for you to stay out that long, or was it just an improvisation that, seeing that everyone else pitted so early?
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I do a different league with this same car, and usually the softs last forever. But I'm guessing it's due to the setup, because we couldn't change it. The softs did not last at all, and well, I was supposed to go that long on the softs, because they usually last, but this race, they died instantly. I just had no pace at all.
Wow, so a lot of tyre management going on for you then as well. And we still saw impressive pace from you, so a really good first stint from you guys at DC Racing. What tyre compound are you on at the moment, if you don't mind me asking?
I believe it is medium.
Is the mediums now?
Yeah, I
Yep,
made sure
you
to
guys are
tell
on
him
the
to
medium
change
tires.
it. Pardon?
And
You guys are on the medium tires.
fuel-wise, how was the fuel? Because these LMP2 cars have a little bit of a smaller tank than the GT3, so were you marginally low on fuel, or did it last the whole stint and it wasn't an issue?
Well, we didn't really practice how long the hour-and-a-half stint would, how much fuel it would burn. So I ended up just putting a fuel tank in and hoping, and I had loads of fuel left. I could have gone another 20 laps if I wanted to, but the tires just wouldn't let me, so I had to pit.
So are you expecting there maybe a little bit of a longer stint from this next driver in the car now?
Azam.
Yeah, Zan. We're hoping so, because we don't want to put too much stress on Lassie to do too much, too long of a race.
Yeah, if you could go maybe an extra 15 minutes, both of those guys, it would really help you.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
yeah, thank you very much for coming. Good luck to you guys. We saw an amazing first stint, some great battles, and still that gap between you and Hex are under 6 seconds, so I'm sure we've not seen the last of that. Good luck to you.
Hopefully more battles come. The race seems quite exciting so far, so...
It has been a very good first hour. Obviously, cools down towards the middle, but I expect by the end we'll see some more overtaking action. So, hopefully you guys have some good luck, especially with the lapped cars. Obviously, that's been one of the harder parts.
Yeah.
But your stint was very impressive. We'll let you go cool off, and very well done.
Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
See you later.
Goodbye, Luca, and enjoy, and good luck to your team.
Thank you. Thank you.
So DC Racing Luca there, who was running in P1 before his pit stop, and is hoping for second or first at the race today.
It was very shocking to hear that he would have drove even further if the tires wouldn't have lasted, if the tire wouldn't have died.
So fuel not being an issue, but those soft tires dropping off were. It looks like the mediums are the ones to be on then for the LMP2. So let's see if DC Racing, with this medium tire now, same as everyone else, maybe they've got a little bit more pace in them, and they start to catch the OC Esports, who seem to have their pit stops very thoroughly planned out before the race. They knew their strategy going in, whereas DC Racing, they were just playing it a little bit more by ear.
I mean, talk about tire strategy. The first two drivers, like that Sim Racing Team and OC Esports, are right now on the soft tires, while Carrick behind is on the hards.
Interesting.
And then DC Racing on the mediums.
With fuel playing less of a part, those hard tires maybe going to help Carrick stay up for longer and keep that third place. Have we got more interviews coming up, by the way, just to ask?
That was the last interview for now.
Last interview for now. Okay, so as we approach the 2-hour mark, we're just 1 hour 45 minutes into the race so far. The race is cooling down a bit. You've got that Sim Racing team in front, who've seemed to have gone for a unique strategy that's paying off at the moment with them leading the race. OC Esports in second, Carrick Racing in third, DC Racing in fourth, and Hexa AF Racing in fifth. Hexa AF Racing slowly actually catching to DC Racing at the moment, with their pace, although last lap being slightly slower, on average being a little bit quicker than DC Racing. So their tyres probably coming into life at the moment if they're on the mediums and they're getting the best pace they will. So I would expect a bit of a battle coming up between those guys, maybe a couple laps away.
So looking at right now, Lopen and Lurgica are still kind of in a battle right now, because the drive-through that Lopen had was not in their greatest interest. So it lost them their position, but seeing the timing, they do want to get that back. They want to get back into the lead as soon as they can.
You can see both these teams are pushing, setting faster and faster lap times than the other, trying to really push the other car to go faster, basically to stay ahead. So a battle between those two definitely going on. Maybe more of a mental battle at the moment, but if one makes a mistake, that 7.5 second gap can go down very quickly. So consistency and speed, the key for these two cars at the moment. You see there OC Esports in the background as they come up to lap Lurgica Racing, and they'll have to move out the way for the blue flags as the faster class makes its way through into the Stavolo complex. If you're just tuning in with us, this is the SimSpots 6 hour of Spa endurance race, powered by OC Racing, and we are 1 hour and 45 minutes in.
So the racing now has a bit calmed down. Now it's again gonna be like a hot lapping session. If just you're not allowed to like lose time, obviously, and also you have to keep it on the track and within the right lines, because any penalty will lose you more time than you think.
We see the racing slowing down, but Hex AF Racing, less than 3 second gap now between them and DC Racing. So, like I said, in a couple laps, expect that battle to heat up. Hex AF Racing are now lapping quicker than DC Racing. So DC Racing, who we've just spoken to, wanted to hold on to that P2 position, now under a little bit of pressure to get your foot down, get moving, get that gap that you wanted in place.
It also looked like that DC Racing had a small mistake, that the gap went from 6 seconds to 2 seconds. Must have been a slow car, a lapped car, or maybe just a slight slid.
It seemed to me more like just every lap, 1 or 2 seconds, just dropping back. Interestingly, we have that sim racing team lapping HexAF, so they're still running in P1, running at quite a consistent pace, which I'm sure they'll be happy with, as HexAF actually looking to unlap themselves. So a little bit of a battle between lapped cars here, because HexAF thinking, well, no, before pit stops, we were faster than you, so we want to get past you again. And this isn't going to help their race with DC Racing either, so they won't be happy that sim racing team is staying out so long on this stint. They'll be going, get in the pits, we need you out the way, we want to be back in third.
It's interesting to see how the tires are not that dying for that sim racing team, as we just heard from Luca from DC Racing, that their tires were gone a few laps in. Maybe the tires keeping from Luca wasn't the best, as we can see here from that sim racing guy. He just overtook Hexa and is still going very strongly.
Quite smooth lines through there, not too much sliding. And consistent lap times as well, setting 202s, 203s. That sim racing team could have done an undercut or overcut of the century. We've seen that they've been in the pits. We're not exactly sure on their strategy. If we could interview one of their drivers, that would be immense to see what's actually going on with them, because before sort of everyone pitted, they were in about P5, and currently they're leading the race with good pace. I'm just curious to know if they've done their long stops yet, or what's going on with them, really.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Look at the strategies. I knew that the strategies will be more different, but not this different.
So as we come through here then on the run to Blanchimont, through turn 17, there's actually a go-kart track situated in the middle of Spa-Francorchamps that's open to the public. In fact, often on weekends, the paddock is open and you can walk around the track and have a look at it. There's big events here every year. There's obviously 24 Hours of Spa. There is the F1 that comes here every year. It's a very famous track worldwide, and it's great that so much of the grounds has things to do and is explorable. As we come...
And also...
Oh, sorry.
Go on then.
As we come into Eau Rouge then, this corner has caused many controversies over the years. We've had many a famous accident up here, and unfortunately, as of recent, lost a couple drivers through there. So hopefully, those who work at the track at Spa are able to implement the safety features necessary to keep a track that's beloved by me and many others alike on the calendar for longer. Karak Racing then go in for their long stop. They're currently running in P9 as Jer Club overtakes them. OC Racing, new fastest lap, 2 minutes.
I wanted to say about the track that also this is not the track. This layout was not the track at the beginning. When the track was first created out of Le Camp, it was still a straight line, and the track was many more kilometers longer than it now is. Ooh. It rejoined at Stavelo 2 and exited out of Le Camp. It was just like a huge oval, like a huge circle, until the dangerous level, because the track was next to houses where people lived in, and there has been incidents where the cars have gone through the houses, lost many lives,
and the famous, of course, Malmedy Corner getting its name from the village situated near there.
So they have redone the track near the 70s to make it look like it looks nowadays. Now with the Le Camp corners, with Malmedy, every corner from Le Camp to Stavelo has been created new. Before there was just a straight line and it was a full circle.
Track with rich heritage. As we see, HexAF, that gap getting down to about 2 seconds, but still stuck behind that sim racing team, who they're lapping faster there. Ooh, bit of a spin. Jer Club taking their drive through with Karak, get the jump on them. They've just done their their long pit. So could
Was that
mean
Apex Racing who was spun out of pits?
unlapping themselves. HexAF, and now there is less than a second gap between Hexa and DC Racing. So this. Oh,
Full course yellow, full course yellow for
full course
Apex,
yellow,
for
full course yellow.
Apex Racing.
With
Again,
5
you don't have to
tenths.
slow down immediately. The drivers have forgotten, and now the yellow
This
flag
is very interesting because that Sim Racing team, at the very last point of the full course yellow, sent it in front of Hexa again to re-lap them. So DC Racing, the car Hexa is literally racing right now, is just ahead with that Sim Racing team almost blocking Hexa's attack. So they will not be happy at all with that. I think after the race, there's going to be a heated debate between those two teams over a bit of etiquette there. Maybe that Sim Racing team, with Hexa setting faster laps, should have just backed off a little bit and allowed this battle to happen. But never mind, we've got a full course yellow for now.
I also want to say, this full course yellow will really help Apex Digital Motorsports, who are in the pits right now, where everyone is slowed down, so they will not lose as much time as they would if it wouldn't be out.
So
is
timing
going
this
way into their hands.
correctly with the full course yellow could pay off if you're Apex Motorsport. This is a very interesting moment in the race to have a full course yellow deployed. So we will see. Obama Fried Chicken set their best lap, last lap, by the way. Big shout out to them. They're currently running just ahead of Microsoft, maybe possibly. And there we go, full course yellow ending. So
let's see if people are gonna
back
speed.
up to racing speed in 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Hexa is the driver we're watching because they want to get the
Easy
jump on
Racing
these two
has
cars
gotten
ahead
the
of them.
penalty.
Easy Racing won't be happy with that, but into Fanye we go. Hexa looking to get closer to DC Racing. Pretty annoyed that that Sim Racing team is in front of them. They need to get that position if they want a chance
DC
at the
Racing
podium.
LMP2 has got a penalty.
Oh dear, that's not going to be good for them. We've seen penalties dished out, so at the end of the race we'll have to see how that works. Easy Racing 10-second cleared by race control.
Will DC's penalty also be cleared?
We shall see, but here we go. Down the inside of Blanchimont, past that Sim Racing team, going up to bus stop chicane. We've got 3 wide through here. Let's
Gonna
see.
be a double
DC
overtake.
Racing, oh, goes deep.
Many lockups.
A little bit of a lockup from everyone. DC Racing
DC
dives
Racing
into
is
the
in the
pits
back in the pits.
to take the 10-second penalty, I believe. So, Hexa has now got that P3 position. That Sim Racing guy follows, who's actually in first, but Hexa wanting to unlap themselves. That Sim Racing guy not allowing it for the past couple laps, so we will see. Dark Reunion is in the pits now as well. So, some great racing here. What happened to DC Racing?
There's going to be a driver change for DC Racing.
Very early, must have been technical
No,
issues.
Luca told us it's going to be half an hour. Now it's going to be Lasse driving.
So
Half an hour
Lassie,
has passed.
so they're going to have to do another stop unless Lassie is driving for 4 hours straight, which I don't see happening. That's an interesting strategy choice from DC Racing. Something must have gone on there that we didn't pick up on. Apex Digital, 2 of 3 long pits done. Apex Digital, again, like you said, really benefiting from the full course yellow because they were in the pits doing their long stop during that. So they've managed to actually get out ahead of Carrick Racing and Jerk Club, who they were behind before. So they've really benefited from the full course yellow. Carrick Racing, in the meantime, closing in on Apex Digital, who've just done their long stop. You can see there the time difference. That's a 2.5-second gap as you see Carrick going into
I
the
also want to note that Sim Racing team's tires seem like they are dropping off now, as they cannot keep up with Hexa AF Racing. Hexa is starting to pull away, so will we see that Sim Racing team starting to pit, or are they going to stay out even longer? It's going to be an interesting strategy.
Wiggle there from Carrick on the exit of Ravage. And they're making the run downhill now to Puon. And this is your make it or break it corner. You've got to get a good Puon to get a good lap in. And you can see Carrick Racing slowly closing the gap to Apex Digital. DC Racing in the pits, doing their long stop. This has really not been good for them.
In about 20 minutes, we will have that Sim Racing team, someone from that Sim Racing team in for an interview. So we can ask what the strategy is and what is going on in their team right now. in the
Very
team box.
interesting. That'll be a great conversation, but let's see. Apex Digital Motorsport followed closely by Carrick Racing. Are they going to get past DC Racing, who's had to have another pit stop for an unknown reason? It could be technical difficulties. It could have just been a planned stop, but it doesn't seem like it, as Lassie's going to be hopping in the car with 4 hours left on the clock here. A little bit wide there from Carrick. And they are past DC Racing. Carrick Racing sets a 203.6, slightly faster than Apex Digital, who they are slowly but surely gaining to. Oh, traffic in the way though. That's Hexa AFGT car there, trying to make their way past.
Has done the long stop. 1 long stop still to go. And also, Microsoft, maybe Racing Team is also doing a driver swap.
So Microsoft maybe possibly were running in last at the moment. Let's see if this early long stop can help them out as they rejoin the race. Obama Fried Chicken in front of them. They'll be wanting to close that gap to... Oh, no! Carrick Racing in the wall. Oh, dear, they were catching as well. That is a
DC
big
Racing
crash.
is going to get that position on them. Seeing as a time, yes, DC Racing is past Carrick Racing. Pretty lucky for DC Racing, so they don't have to have battles. But
Less
this
traffic for
is
them.
for Carrick Racing.
Carrick, thankfully, has a bit of a gap to Jerk Club behind, but still not going to be happy with that crash there. And potentially a lot of damage to the aero too, as I think we see Crash Test Dummies going in for their pit stop as well.
Many driver changes happening right now.
This is where we expected to see them, about the 4-hour mark.
These are the second driver changes now.
No, some of these are still the first driver changes.
For the Porsche Cup.
Yeah.
Gonna be interesting. 4 hours to go.
Dark Reunion running 16th in the race. A nice clean livery there as they come through the soul. Ooh, losing it a bit on the exit.
Slidey.
Okay, so Crash Test Dummies going to drop. Logica Racing in the lead. Lopen about to overtake Crash Test Dummies through the pits. Let's see how that goes as they do their long stop. Oh, Lopen going in front of the pit stop.
Into the pits.
Could this just be planned pit stops as well? Or maybe the pit stops before were planned pit stops and these are now the driver changes. Lopen obviously suffered heavily from that drive-through penalty for cutting. They were not happy at all about that. Your Easy Racing making their way around the track. They've been running well today. At 1 point, podium contenders still could be in for a shot at the podium. You've got Crude Motorsport and DC Karting ahead who have not pitted yet. But you can see damage to the car there too.
This is getting now interesting with the positions, as before the first pit stops, the positions looked pretty apart, like we could have calculated, but now the positions have shuffled a bit. We will not know who will be in what position after everyone has done their second stop now. So it's going to be again a shuffle. We will only know till the end of the race which position is where. It's now going to be harder to see what position is fighting for what. Now with all the pit stops happening.
I imagine at the end it's going to be a bit of a scramble for position with people realizing that they've been overcut and undercut. Because obviously you've got teams like that Sim Racing team who looked like they were out of the battle for first, but have been leading for quite a while. And if I was OCE Sports at the moment, I would be thinking, hang on a minute, that Sim Racing team's not going in. They're actually having quite a bit of luck out there.
That Sim Racing team still not losing pace, with their last lap being just 5 times slower than OCE Sports, who have pitted. I don't know if DC Racing was just for their car the tire issues, but that Sim Racing team is not having tire issues.
Well, we're going to be talking with them shortly, so we're able to ask all these important questions as we see Logica now about to pass on the start-finish straights in the pits into P1 in the Porsche Cup car. And OCE Sports have just disconnected. So another long stop for them already. Clearly something going on here that we don't know about, because a lot of people taking driver changes or disconnecting from the race when we really wouldn't expect it to happen after they've... Oh no, OC Racing is planned actually. OC Racing... Oh, contact!
Oh, that's a big
P1 in
incident.
class. Lurgica just been spun by an LMP2 lapping them. That was a big spin. Good save from them, Upper Rouge. I would not be happy with that. Very dangerous
It looks
place
like
to make the
for
move.
OC Racing, it's now gonna be... I will tell you in a second who is racing for OC Racing. It's Loakio now, racing for OC Racing now.
So there we go. New driver in the seat. And they're looking
driver,
to
new luck.
continue
But with
their
this
charge
pit
up the
stop,
field.
Sim race. I'm sorry to interrupt, but with this pit stop, that Sim Racing team might have a free pit stop to second place now.
That's
If
a
that
very
Sim
good
Racing team
point.
also now goes for a driver change, they are still going to be leading. But keep in mind, OC Esports already has done 2. That Sim Racing has 0.
That
So
Sim
it's
Racing
gonna be-
team currently a lap ahead of all the other LMP2 cars. You can see Hex there, who is in P2 behind that Sim Racing team, is 1 lap down. So they need to overtake that Sim Racing team, make their way around the track again, and then overtake them again. So that Sim Racing team looking to really use an overcut here and make up some positions. And they've had a mega race. You see there, the Microsoft car going into the gravel.
going
a
into the
little
gravel.
bit. Oh.
You'll be on your own for 5 seconds. I'll be back.
Okie dokie, you've got here DC Karting catching a little bit towards the Hexa AFGT. About a 3-second gap between those. And Microsoft's picking up, another drive-through penalty for them. That can't be good. Running in last already behind Obama Fried Chicken. Unfortunate for them. Lurgica, drive-through. Now this could really help Lopen. It may not look like it on the timing sheet, but Lopen have had 1 extra long stop than Lurgica, and they had a drive-through before. So this drive-through really going to help Lopen now, as they need to keep setting
a drive-through.
competitive lap times.
We can't see the gap between Lopen and Lurgica. How will this be? Oh, Lurgica doing a driver swap.
Interesting.
The drive-through will not count, so they will still have to do it afterwards.
Yeah, they still have to go for that drive-through penalty after that. So Lopen could be back in with a shot for the
I'm sorry, I've just seen a
Peacock
sponsor on Lopen's car, Fana Cake. I'm sorry, that
Nice.
threw me off guard.
Obama
So,
Fried Chicken
that's
completed
Sim
their long
Racing.
stop.
That Sim Racing team being 1 lap ahead of P2, they're having a mega strategy or maybe a Ferrari strategy. We don't know yet.
We're seeing here as well Dark Matter Motorsport lapping DC Karting there. Dark Matter Motorsport, of course, at the moment running in P3. A bit of a quiet race from them, but consistent. Seem to have been lapping reasonable lap times. And there goes DC Karting. A spin out of La Source. That is not going to help them. They were catching to Hex AFGT as well. But yes, Dark Matter Motorsport, who we see here, having quite a quiet but strong race currently on for a podium position. Although some other cars have done their long stops already. So we'll have to see, as it's a fast lap shootout to try and get yourself sorted for when all the cars have done all their long stops and the grid comes back into position, and then your battles are really going to start.
Has Dark Matter Motorsport already done the long stop? Because if yes, then they're ahead of OC Esports. Maybe this is going for them, but with all these pit stops, the strategy is looking very scrambled. It's difficult to follow who is having who is leading right now if we consider all the pit stops already. But it does look like that sim racing team really has the golden chance of getting this win now.
There is a great chance on the table for that sim racing team, but they need to execute those pit stops well. If another full course yellow were to come out and they were coming up to bus stop chicane, that could be the perfect opportunity to jump a lot of cars in the pits and maybe even keep that first place. So if I was that Sim Racing team now, I would be hoping for a full course. And oh, you see there the Microsoft.
That Sim Racing is in the pits. That Sim Racing team is in the pits.
They're in the pits. Okay, so this is their long stop now. So Dark Matter Motorsport, the next car behind, they've just gone through
as well. Hexa's also in the pits.
Hexa and Dark Matter Motorsport in the pits. So Dark Matter Motorsport have the chance to get ahead as they come through the bus stop chicane, get on the power, onto start finish
now
straight.
in the lead.
And they are leading the LMP2 category of race. They come into
Not yet.
They are.
If that Sim Racing team joins back before he's done a lap, that Sim Racing will still be in first.
Yes, but it's about a lap and a bit for a long stop. So Dark Matter Motorsport currently in the lead, followed by...
Someone's flying out the circuit. Someone's lagging very hard and flew out of the circuit.
You see that, I believe.
That is
Lurgica.
That is Lurgica having internet issues. Oh, that's not good.
Lopen are catching behind them, but we don't know the exact gap. So they've both caught up to each other. Now this is the battle for the GT3 lead. You can see lap cars going through there. Lopen, if I was them, I would be very concerned. It doesn't look like it's fixing. I'd be very concerned about where actually is Lurgica on the track. You don't want contact to happen. See, they're actually ahead now, coming out of Rivage and into No Name. So Lopen taking the P-Cup lead, and that's very unfortunate for Lurgica, who have unfortunately
he's been disconnected while driving.
For ping, so that is probably their race over. And that's them out of any chance of a shot for a win, which is disappointing. Their driver swap, obviously the driver who's come into the car having some internet issues there. Look, we will not know if there's going to be a disqualification or just like a time penalty.
But I think that's the clear disqualification, because leaving while still driving.
I know it wasn't disqualification, but they'll lose so much time that they're out of the lead. So that Sim Racing team back in. Dark Matter Motorsport is going to try and overtake for the lead now. And we're going to see what the gap is like when that Sim Racing team come out from their pit stop. They were a lap ahead of the entire grid before. Let's see where they are.
Dark Matter Motorsport going around the bus stop chicane. Will they take the lead?
Looks like they will do.
It looks like.
Dark Matter Motorsport now in the lead of this 6-hour endurance race. OC Esports looking to get past Lopen as well. So where's that Sim Racing team going to come out? We can go on board here. This is them now.
They're coming out
getting
now.
Ready to leave the pits. They're going to be waiting at the exit. And off they go. So P2 currently. Lopen Esports is coming round the bus stop chicane shortly. And P2, for that Sim Racing team, that pit stop strategy has paid off for them very well. And that's
so now it's DMM, Dark Matter Motorsport in the lead, with that Sim Racing team second, Lopen Esports Dark third, and OC Esports fourth. DC Racing was fighting for that second place, but now they're hidden in sixth. Do you think we'll see them come back, or is that? Do you think we'll just, or are they gonna stay back there?
We see at the moment Hexa AF Racing catching to DC Racing. DC Racing, the lap time's just not looking as impressive as they did before. They were setting comfortable 201s before, but you look at OC Esports now, they are the fastest car on the track still. Everyone else setting very similar times, so it's going to be really difficult to actually tell the order for this LMP2 race. It is still all to play for. You've got that Sim Racing team with great strategy running in P2 now, and they were, bear in mind, at the start of the race had a crash and looked like they'd really lost a lot of positions, so a great first stint from their driver.
Are we gonna see DC Racing picking up the pace again, or has something happened with their car?
So we've got closest gaps currently on the track. Hexa AF 3.3 to DC Racing. The Dark Reunion 1.8 to Hexa AF GT. So Hexa in both of the closest battles going on at the moment. We'll see if Dark Reunion, who showed some promising pace before fighting with Crude Motorsport, can make up a little bit of time towards Hexa AF in the P-Cup category. We'll keep an eye on these timings for you to see if we've got any on-track battles going. But at the moment, all the changes are in the pit stops, and that Sim Racing team are going to be looking to regain that first position. OC Esports as well, looking to put in a long stint here now to get back to the top of the podium, get back to first place where they qualified.
It looks like Lurgica is back on in the track.
So Lurgica back on track in 15th. So bear in mind they were battling for the win
in the pits. They're still in the pits.
And they've dropped way back. Going to be dropping even further back now as Hexa FGT comes past them in the pits. That's a real shame. Reunion. Real shame for them. Obama Tri Chicken takes their drive-through penalty. And Hexa AF looks to lap Obama Fried Chicken at some point as they close in towards them through La Source. It has been 2 hours since we started this race. We are 2 hours in to our 6-hour endurance race, and there's still plenty of time to go, plenty of action to happen. And currently, we're just as lost as everybody else on where the actual grid is. It looks like Lopen will be winning the P-Cup class if all goes to plan. However, it's a marathon, not a sprint. I'll keep saying it. You can easily lose many, many seconds in these endurance races, and pit stops have not been accounted for yet. And DC Karting came out just behind Lurgica as they go towards Lacombe, and you can see there the gap, as there's a lap car in the middle of them as well. Ooh! And every time we go onto DC Karting, when they're close to someone, it just seems like the pressure's getting to them. That is a real shame. Dropping back again another 10 seconds. Just too eager on that power. What a shame.
My eyes are still on the OC Esports Racing team. As we've seen, they have been leading for 50 seconds, but they also have already done 2 driver swaps. The most they've done so far. Every team is on 1, except OC Esports and DC Racing. Hexa, I think, as well, also now on 2. But everyone ahead is still on 1. So they are one pit stop just behind.
If you were going for that last stint then, that last 4-hour stint, that is going to be really difficult. You're going to take a lot of concentration. Again, each team does have 1 more driver swap, so maybe we look to the 1.5 hour mark or the 2 hour mark to see another driver swap happen, and everyone get a reasonably similar stint. So different strategies going on. Lurgica, 1.2 seconds to Dark Reunion. They're catching after those unfortunate technical issues they suffered, but they are back in the race. We hope to see them make their way because they were rightfully battling for the lead with great pace. So here they go. Towards the bus stop chicane, you've got the Dark Reunion in front. Lurgica getting a much better line through there as the Dark Reunion goes deep and a better exit.
Maybe
as we head towards La Source. They're going to be side by side. Lurgica looking to dive down the inside then. We've seen this move before, so powerful. Late on the brakes, down the inside of La Source, and there we go. Lurgica racing into P16 ahead of Dark Reunion. Dark Reunion's race not over. If he can catch, he can go back for another move, but looks like Lurgica's going to be pulling out a gap if we judge their pace from before as well.
On track right now, the fastest is the DC Racing car. Everyone else doing 202s and 203s. OC Racing with 200 do seem like the fastest car right now. Maybe they catch Lopen in around 2 to 3 laps if this pace keeps on keeping up. If they keep this pace up.
Your current race leader, Dark Matter Motorsports, setting competitive times and not losing any time to that sim racing team who recently went in for their pit stop. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the grid is like after everyone has done the same amount of pit stops. I think you can expect to see OC Esports somewhere near the top of the field because their pace has been mega all day, continuing to push and set fast laps. And we talked to Tong from OC Esports, who is in the car at the moment, I believe. And they had a
think
great
as far
first
as
day.
right now, it's Larkia right now in the OC Esports car.
Oh, interesting.
But I'm not sure, as the organization has taken a break right now, so we are on our own right now.
I'm sure we'll manage. We've somehow got through an hour and a bit.
We're already near on the 2-hour mark, 2-hour 15,
Well,
2-hour 20.
yeah, nearly there, nearly getting to the halfway mark. 45 minutes to go before then, as we see on-track battles. People are closing in, but every time we get near a battle, it seems that pit stops happen. Lurgica now going to be jumping, I believe that is Hexa AF in the pits, it looks like.
I'm sorry then to interrupt.
Oh, they're going back in the pits.
Larkia is in the chat right now. He just said he's making food right now. He sincerely hopes he is not in the car.
Yeah, we would hope not if you're making
wrong.
food.
So
I don't think,
I was wrong.
Although then again, if you're driving from another room, you are doing rather well. So there we go.
Then it must be. Then it is Tong in the car. Yes.
Okay. Drive-through taken for Lurgica. That's unfortunate. They managed to stay just ahead of Dark Reunion, it looks like. Or will they get jumped?
They've just stayed ahead.
They've stayed
8 seconds
ahead. They've stayed ahead of Dark Reunion, which is good. Sometimes the timing sheets not always right when you've done a drive-through. So I wasn't 100% sure there, but yes, Dark Reunion not able to catch back up.
I'm sorry, OC Esports already 4 seconds behind Lopen. They are really catching. They are not playing around. Right now being the fastest, and they show it.
Both cars have got some clean air. If you look at the track map there, number 4 and number 3 is who we're looking at the moment. And they've both got some clean air to push. So, could we see a battle between OC Esports and Lopen for our podium position?
For OC Esports, it's looking very good right now. It's being also the highest team in the positions who've already done 2 driver swaps. Maybe leaving Larkia for the last stint. As we heard, he's making food, so...
Let's see this line through Ravage then, holding a lot of speed through there, coming into No Name, and you can see where on the timing sheets OC Esports are gaining time. It's through the corners on the exit there of No Name, gaining about 2/10 through that one corner, into Puon, gaining another 10th. So you can just see how getting the right line, getting the power on at the right moment can really benefit you. Coming now into Farnier, a little bit of traffic up ahead, should be easy enough to navigate through Stavolo. Oh, Dark Reunion spun out there. You've got a lot of traffic here. You've got DC karting in front, having to squeeze around Stavolo, gonna have to lift there, and that's lost a lot of time to OC Esports, whereas Lopen were able to navigate that traffic a lot quicker.
Yeah, losing a few temps there for OC Esports, that was not the greatest. But still has keeping it in the right direction. That's already very good. As the car we see right now in the bus-up chain is Lopen. In this POV, we can see that that car up ahead is the Lopen car. It's P3 right there.
So, getting pretty close now. Coming through the source. Let's see how much time is gained or lost. Ooh, couple tenths lost there. So good, the source from Lopen. OC Esports just getting a bit of bad luck with the traffic there. They were catching. I think give them a couple more laps, give them some clean air, and we'll have something on our hands. Dark Reunion was the one crashing into the wall, so a little bit of damage.
It also looks like... I'm sorry, it also looks like Hexa AF Racing is trying to catch with DC Racing in P7.
So... towards the bottom. Oh, dear me. That is a big crash, I believe.
Curse. Oh, my.
That is DC karting. Oh, wow. Whoa. Okay. DC karting doing a flip there, causing damage as well to Dark Reunion. And that is right.
Must have broken the suspension. That must have been a KO.
Right on the Camel straight. There, I'm not surprised at all. Full course yellow. So, There could be good chances for pit stops here if you were coming into the pits now. OC Esports, 2 seconds, the gap. Oh, ahead of Lopen. They jumped Lopen on the full course yellow. Lopen broke early, so OC Esports now into third. This is going to be a battle when we get the restart. You've got the Microsoft car there. Hang on a minute. That's overtaking under the yellow flags. Whether it's a lapped car or not, it doesn't matter. You've got to stay behind. So that right there is going to have to be a penalty at some point during the race. That is not allowed. You cannot be overtaking under the yellow flags.
Hexa also gaining a few seconds to DC Racing doing this full course yellow. But that incident, that must have hurt the hands off the wheel. That force feedback must have not been very nice.
So here we go on the restart. Let's see. Lopen. OC Esports got a good jump there. Lopen looking to catch up. A second gap. They were slow before. OC Esports just timing that full course yellow a lot better. DC Racing.
Hexa jumped DC Racing. Hexa jumps DC Racing.
Let's see then, because we saw a great battle between these two before, so this is part 2. Into La Source we go then. DC Racing following behind, very close to the inside of La Source, really pushing the car. You can see some lap cars there. Don't want to cause any incidents, keep it clean, coming up to a Rouge. You might have to lift because you've got some cars in front of you, a bit of traffic. I think one of those is an LMP2 as well.
Is it going to be again the same battle we've seen from the for the first?
So here we go. DC Racing going down the inside. He has better look through the traffic, using the slipstream, send it into the comp. But you got to that Sim Racing team there as well. And
pushed off.
Hex cutting the corner and staying in front. That's going to be a real penalty. Going to have a look at that. But here we go into Ravage. Then you've got that Sim Racing team ahead, who has lapped both of these cars. But DC Racing following very closely behind Hexa. Touched the gravel a little bit there and lost time. You can see where they're gaining and losing time. And it's such fine margins in these cars. Slightly wide through Puon for Hexa. They won't be happy with that. Into Fania. You can gain a lot of time through here. Oh, slide from Hexa there.
Racing.
Coming on
this
into Stavolo.
Is looking very good, very interesting with the Sim Racing team up ahead. These are all drivers with the same skill set, so it's going to be everyone has the same pace. It's going to be a three-way battle. Just that the Sim Racing team is not fighting for that position.
Lap car moving out the way there. So here we go, 0.3 into bus stop. We've seen sends from further away. Is DC Racing going to try and go down the inside? No, they took behind. They're going to wait. They got the better entrance, a bit wider.
I want to get that better exit
here.
There's
the speed with more exit speed there. Okay, this is the run down the start phase.
Looking for that overtake now, getting that slipstream. Looking for the inside line down to the source. Ooh, I think there was a bit of contact there.
Big lock up, maybe a bit of contact there too. And so now you've got these 3 cars heading pretty much side by side into a Rouge. This could go very badly. They're all sort of straightening out. Hexa in front. That Sim Racing guy in the middle.
Very close. Apex Racing disqualified.
I think that'll get removed, so don't worry about that. Let's focus on this battle because it's 0.2. DC Racing at the back looking to get the jump on Hexa. That Sim Racing guy is just getting in the way. I know he's ahead of them, but these guys are trying to fight it out. And through DC Racing round the outside. Now he's got the inside line for Malmedy, and he makes the overtake back ahead of Hexa. Hexa is not going to be having any of that. Into Ravage now then. So, holding the inside, not letting Hexa get round the outside, blocking off the lines. That Sim Racing guy helping with a little bit of slipstream as they got the run down to Puon. Big hill here. Downhill braking zone. Very tough.
This is just asking for an incident how that Sim Racing team is handling the situation.
Oh, off the track.
Going wide.
Very wide there. Kept the position, so no penalty for that. No letting anyone pass. Into Farnier, braking a little bit later for Hexa. Had to sort of dodge out the way there. You want to get on the power early here and really get a good exit. Coming into the Stavolo complex now. On the brakes. Brake nice onto gear 2. Put your foot down because you're flat out to the bus stop chicane. The better exit you get out here, the closer you're going to get to that DC Racing car, the further back you can send it from. So let's see what The strategy is going to be
Don't forget.
0.3 before Blanchimont.
Racing also has the slipstream, but it
Let's
looks
see.
like Hexa was stronger.
0.2 through Blanchimont. Okay, going round the outside for the bus stop chicane. We've seen this move pay off. Little bit
There's
deeper.
a bit of
Contact.
contact.
A bit of contact.
I think there was
Onto
just
start,
like
finish
no
straight.
contact.
Onto the start, finish straight. There was
Oh no,
contact.
that was contact. That was contact.
And then coming up to the source, so Hexa doesn't get past through the bus stop chicane. Gonna look for a nice La Source here, not locking up this time like I did last time. Little bit of a gap forming to DC Racing though.
Wait,
Coming
is
up to
that
Rouge
this
now.
team? That's amazing team, yeah.
Yeah. So coming
I'm
up
gonna
to
confuse
Rouge
the
now. Into Radion, and a little bit of a gap forming, not as close as they were last lap.
Now that DC Racing is having the slipstream off that sim racing guy. That's sim racing bloke. That's sim racing team. Let's see, who's
So,
gonna pay.
Less of a slipstream benefit for Hex then. Let's see who's got a little bit more confidence in Lacombe, who can gain the time. It looks like Hex is closing in through Malmedy now. Let's see, into Rivage. You could get round the outside here if you were really, really confident. Ooh,
Going wide there,
deep
both the sim
from
racing team and DC Racing.
DC Racing clearly following that sim racing team's lines and causing them to make the same error. You've got to focus on your own race. You can't just follow the car in front because that's how mistakes happen. If they make a mistake, you make the same one.
The dirty air. The dirty air that sim racing team is emitting to DC Racing is being shown. That DC Racing is closer. Is they're gonna be looking for a move here and down the bus stop chicane, seeing as how closer that DC Racing is. But you see that dirty air that he's getting. He's lost so much time into Stavelo.
So here we go, getting the slipstream now then, heading towards Blanchimont. And the move, you may be able to make this move through Blanchimont side by side. This is a very dangerous part to make the move. Who's going to hold the accelerator? Who's not going to give the place up? They're both side by side still coming up towards the bus stop chicane. Hex is ever so slightly in front. He brakes. No lock up there. Bit of traffic as well, which never helps. And Hex AF Racing are ahead at the moment, but they've got that sim racing guy just ahead of them that they want to navigate past. They want to build the gap. That sim racing team are lapping slower at the moment as OC Esports are looking to set another fast lap. 2 minutes, 0.3 fastest lap of the race so far.
Oh, they're right. Oh, going onto the grass. It's going to be side by side now.
Side by side through a Rouge.
Oh, there's been
That sim
contact.
racing team's been pushed off. Hex goes wide.
Everyone's
so
going
DC
off the
Racing.
track.
And it's going to be down the Camel Straight, where
The
this could
elbows
really be
have
made
been
up.
shoved out.
So into Lacombe now, you've got the inside line for DC Racing. The outside line has proved powerful before, but DC Racing keeps it ahead. And bumper to bumper still, both of these cars, this is an
Now
immense
that
battle.
sim racing team is behind. Now it's again going to be just a battle between Hexa Racing and DC Racing for this juicy 6th place.
Deep
Going
into
wide.
Rivage, though.
Oh, now it's going to be
Thankfully,
side
the
by side
traffic-
again with that sim racing team.
The traffic has helped slow down DC Racing, so the error wasn't as bad as it could have been. But here we go, heading towards Pouon now then. About a second gap. We're not sure who was lapping faster. It was very similar lap times between these two teams for the entire race they've been racing. And we're again seeing a great battle from these two.
Chad is getting annoyed. Chad is getting annoyed that we call him that sim racing guy. We should start calling him bloke.
It's okay. We'll call him both. We're calling it team at the moment anyway, because into Stavelo we go with 0.3. Second gap. Bit of a wiggle there from that sim racing team, which isn't great. They're catching the slipstream. Heading towards Blanchimont.
The car ahead is DC Racing.
Yes.
You're mistaken them.
Yeah, it's just a mistake.
What's this? Wait, look at OC Esports in back behind. They're gonna join battle as well now.
So here we go then into the bus stop chicane. This is a massive battle for currently 6th place in position. Hex AF Racing are not wanting to give this up. They've been battling with DC Racing the entire race. So who's going to get the better La Source? Well, looked like DC Racing broke a little bit early and a better exit from Hex AF Racing as we come.
I would keep my eyes behind, looking at OC Esports being now right behind that sim racing team.
Yes, towards a Rouge then. Up they come. He's going to catch the slipstream along the Camel Straight. Now, DC Racing wants that outside line. We've seen how powerful it can be. But if you get the inside line right, it can pay off. So DC Racing actually a switch there. Who's going to be ahead?
Oh, this is...
Side by side through Lacombe. Going into Malmedy, still side by side. DC Racing just getting ahead. You have to make the move stick through Lacombe. Oh, marginally traffic there onto the grass.
Onto the grass there. That's not going to help them.
But OC Racing has joined the battle because they're trying to overtake that Sim Racing team. So not only is the battle for P6 there, the battle for P2 is just behind them. So this is an immense four-way battle between some of the fastest drivers we've got on the track right now. And here comes OC Esports. They'll be looking to get back into first place. They qualified on pole position. That Sim Racing team had an amazing first stint, but now pit stops have happened. This is the order trying to sort itself back out. So here we go through Stavolo Complex. OC Esports definitely gaining a little bit of time. Now you've got that flat out run to Blanchimont, and with a 0.3 second gap through Stavolo, you could see these two going side by side into Blanchimont towards the bus stop chicane. This is going to be a great overtake. So here we go. Goes to the inside, through Blanchimont, gets ahead, OC Esports, and that is OC Esports into second place, but that Sim Racing team are not going to let it go. That Sim Racing bloke will be watching in, biting his nails. OC Esports staying ahead, and into P2 they go. But the battle is not over, because just behind them, in P6, we have got Hex AF Racing, catching still to DC Racing, get a little bit stuck behind. There's a lot of traffic at the moment that they're trying to navigate through as well. It's going to take a while. So here we go into Eau Rouge. Can we see the slipstream benefiting Hex AF again? OC Esports already with a 1.7 second gap to that Sim Racing team. So that Sim Racing team dropping back a little bit there. There's a bit of clean air for these guys now. Couple cars behind them, but I think they'll hold off whilst the battle's going on. So here we go into Lacombe. Hexaf always seem to be breaking just a little bit later into Lacombe. And Malmedy gaining the time. You've got to use Sector 1. Oh, no!
Oh, no, no!
Into the wall!
The barrier!
Into the wall!
Goes Hexa Racing! No!
Just touched the gravel. What a shame. That was an amazing battle as well. And losing positions now. Getting lapped by some of the other cars. That is not a good outcome at all. They'll be thoroughly disappointed with that. Oh dear. Wow. What a race.
That was bad. That must be really disappointing inside that Hexa AF racing car. I can hear already the swears, already the guy screaming inside. That must not be the happiest thing ever.
And what looked like a promising race. Just like that, it can all come crashing down in endurance racing. That is the nature of the sport. So, that Sim Racing team dropped down into P3. OC Esports move up into P2. DC Racing managed to hang on to P6. And there's a 13-second gap between them and P7, who've been battling all race long. I, whilst watching that, headbutted my water bottle and cut my lip. So I'm in a bit of pain right now. But we carry on. We are 2.5 hours into our race here at Spa.
We might get an interview now with that Sim Racing team.
Oh.
So if you now can have that quite long question that we have now for like an hour now for that the strategy they have been running.
Yes. I'll let you go ahead and ask them that when they're in our commentary box.
That must have not been... I feel the pain from Hexa Racing. That was not the greatest thing that could have happened.
I've got to avoid eating salt and vinegar crisps, apparently. I just seen chat. Because I've cut my lip now, so I don't want any salt or vinegar in that wound.
Pussy.
Whoa,
I'm so sorry. I mean, a bit of salt never hurts. A bit of lighter, you know. Get that wound healed up real fast. Anyway, the race here is now calmed down again with that little incident that has happened. Has again gotten quite a bit of space now in between the cars. It's pretty disappointing, but now the cars there. Is that Hexa Racing against that Sim Racing bloke? Right behind. that we're seeing?
No, it's just lapping. It's a different car. Different car. Car wreck racing, I believe.
Oh,
Oh,
going
wide
super
through
wide,
Q1.
hitting that bump.
I just want to say as well, after their disconnect, some technical issues, Lurgica Racing having a little bit of a
Hello?
power
So
through
we
the
have
field.
Hello.
Hello.
so we have Luca now here in the call. No wait.
No, I'm
I'm
Thomas.
so sorry. I'm so
Thomas.
sorry. I've seen the wrong thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
Luca is doing his
I have a question about how was that first stint of yours? Was that planned to be that long, or was that not? Was that an improvised strategy?
Actually, it was going to be a 2-hour stint with a short stop in between, but since I had some extra fuel and the car felt okay, I continued going. So yeah, I just did 10 extra minutes because I had extra fuel, but it was always going to be 2 hours.
How were the soft tires near the end of that stint? Because we have heard from DC Racing that the soft tires were not lasting that long.
I
Do
don't
you
know
guys
what
have
they were
had
doing.
issues with that?
I don't know what they were doing with their tires, but I honestly felt they were great. I noticed not a big difference in tire wear. So
I'm sorry to interrupt here. We've just got a little bit of a battle going on here. Obama Fried Chicken on Dark Reunion. Under a second gap here. Could be a little bit of racing going on. So, they're coming through Stavilo down towards Blanchimont. And Obama Fried Chicken gets the better exit and is looking to make the move before Blanchimont. So, let's see how this goes. Dark Reunion and Obama Fried Chicken side by side through Blanchimont. Obama Fried Chicken gets ahead,
getting incident
pushing
there.
off, though, an incident. Oh, into the wall!
Oh,
After incident with
into
the
the wall
LMP2.
there.
Oh, dear! Obama
I'm sorry
Fried
for this
Chicken.
interruption.
Full course yellow is out.
I have one more question before you can go. Is the position you're in right now the position you expect to be? P3, is that better or is that where you expect to be?
actually, the goal was to not end up last, but we were expecting to be somewhere in the midfield. It's our very first endurance race actually. So yeah, we were not expecting to be second or third.
Alright,
You guys
thank
have
you
been
so
putting
much.
on a really impressive
Thank you.
stint, and there was a spin at the start, wasn't there? I think contact with another
Oh
car.
yeah. No, it was
Oh,
not
that
contact.
massive.
I was
It was just a
I did a
spin.
stupid move.
But you really recovered well during that first stint, and I have to say, just a massive applause to you because that was mega and
thank
a really
you.
great watch. So that's Sim Racing Bloke getting it right
Yes.
now. It was sorry, it's so hard to keep track of everything. It's going to be very impressive, I'm sure, and you've made his name
Thank you.
proud.
No, thank you.
No worries.
Thank you so much for being here. I hope you guys have a rest of the race and get more better positions, maybe a P2. And
Yeah.
I'll let you back to your team, and probably they need you as mental support.
Yeah.
Good luck to you guys. Bye bye.
Thanks. Bye.
No worries. Full course yellow is ending. Now, Lurgica Racing going to be looking to get the jump on Crude Motorsport. This has been a great recovery drive after technical issues they suffered from. So we're really supporting them here. Here they go. They get the jump on Crude Motorsport. Much better start from them. Clearly, someone was paying attention and someone was eating some crisps. And they get a 2-second gap from the start of the full course yellow. Wow. And that just shows reaction time in racing can really be worth a lot of time. So Lurgica moving up into P13 overall.
Easy Racing
and P4
also
in
again
class.
back on the podium. I'm sorry for interrupting, but Easy Racing again back on the podium of the GT3 of the Porsche Cup. They were like in the back for half of the race, and now they've pushed it back up to third. And also the crash test dummies back up there again.
Yeah, so with those pit stops sorting the order out, clearly seeing some of the guys that have been pushing the hardest starting to benefit from that. I think we saw in the background there Crude Motorsport in for a pit stop. So whether that was a penalty or something else, we'll have to see.
Crude Motorsport is in the pits for a drive-through. They had a drive-through penalty.
Interesting. We're looking here towards the GER Club, or GER Club. Running in P9 at the moment with the Barbie car. It looks very cool. Ooh, having a little bit of issues with lapped cars there, giving them the old flash of the lights.
A bit
Ride
of
on
an
board with them and
angry
see how it's
argy-bargy
going.
there.
A
Getting
quote
that-
from them,
them
we've
elbows
not
out.
had the best race, but we look the best. Well, that I can attest to. The car is looking immaculate as we bring it through Malmenar towards... I butchered that. Malmedy towards Ravage. You can tell it's getting towards the halfway mark of our 6 hours of Spa endurance race.
The battles again have calmed down a little, except there is still a bit of, well, the closest I can see right now is P4 and P3, but
Slide through P1.
But now it's again trying to keep it on the circuit, trying to survive and not going for any risky moves, trying to lap/unlap. This is now again just keep your head in the game, keep focus, no errors.
Alright, so things seem to have calmed down a little bit after that intense battle there. Very interesting race so far. If you are just tuning in, you're watching the SimSpots 6 hours of Spa endurance race, powered by OC Racing. And it's been a great race for the first, well, nearly 3 hours now. Some slightly slower moments, but for the most part, a lot of good racing, and no one is giving up at the moment. It is all still to play for, and the grid is still very much mixed up. At the moment, your leader is Dark Matter Motorsport in P1. We see them there. They've got a 25-second gap behind them, OC Esports, and they're at the moment driving very consistently. Seem to be doing just fine. As you see a couple cars going through Blanchimont towards Bus Stop Chicane. And they're looking very comfortable in the lead at the moment. We'll have to see if that's where they end up towards the end, but if they're fighting for first for now, I don't see why they wouldn't want to keep doing so. Behind them, OC Esports, who've been setting, and I think currently hold the fastest lap of the race. Behind them,
I think they've made 2:00.201. That was the fastest lap of the race.
oh, well, there we go. 2:02 minutes, 0.21. Fastest lap currently. Behind them, that Sim Racing team. That Sim Racing Blokes team representing today, and they're currently on the podium, so he must be proud. Lopen Esports Dark, after a pretty poor start, have managed to make it into P4, and they're going to be happy because their car is also running first in class in the P-Cup race.
Are we gonna see a podium for Lopen Esports Dark? As we see, they have a bit more pace than that Sim Racing team up ahead.
Yeah, at the moment, that's the closest battle on track. I'll let you run us through some more technical things if you would like to, so feel free. Or don't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
nothing to say.
seeing as Lopen Esports Dark and the team and the second team in Lopen Esports Exiles, which also wanted to be an LMP2 team, being very far ahead, what would have been if we saw them in an LMP2? Where would you expect the Lopen Esports Exiles drivers in an LMP2 car? Would you expect them to be also where this Lopen team is, or
I think
higher, lower?
I think it's difficult to say. Very different cars, and obviously you can't really judge on each driver, but what I can say is Lopen Esports Exiles have been driving a mega race in that GT3. They had a couple setbacks, they had to battle for and scuffle for position, but they qualified on pole, and at the moment they're still leading in their class. Their car looking immaculate with the number 69 on it, which I'm pretty sure at least 4 different cars are representing today. So, a lot of number 69s out on track.
What I also am looking at is the DC Racing team. Not only are they also in the LMP2, but are also in the GT3s and the Porsche Cup, which sadly are not competing as good as they are in the LMP2s, but they did have some ups at the beginning of the race. The DC Porsche Cup.
Yeah, DC
team.
karting, unfortunately, had that massive flip down the Kemmel Straight. And
Oh,
a
that
couple
incident
times,
was
I think we've put a curse on them, because every time I put the camera onto DC karting, something bad seems to happen. So we'll have a watch of them now, and they can prove me wrong, set some good lap times. We'll watch them go through as they come into the source. Nice on the brakes, clean near the apex, and a good exit wide. They'll have to make room for their fellow car, who's lapping them now, DC Racing, who's have a really good race. The two teams together in different categories. One overtakes the other. Running in P6 at the moment, DC Racing will want to get back onto the podium, but Lopen Esports Dark, we have not forgotten. You can see there, coming up through a Rouge, not the car in front of them. The one in front of that is the That Sim Racing team, and that is the car they are trying to get past. So they want to get past Hexa and battle. Yes.
I want to say sorry. There should be a second DC Racing Cup car, which I don't know what happened, but they're not racing right now. It should have been the DC Racing P Cup 12. They're not here now. There must have something happened, but there should have been 3 DC cars right on track.
Ah, so one DC Racing car down. 2 just wasn't enough for them. So let's see, Lopen being a little bit quiet during the race, but now we're about to see them enter a battle, so they're getting their 15 minutes of fame on the screen. As they go past some lap cars, there's the DC karting car. They've got Hex in front. They're going to want to get past Hexa AF Racing as quick as possible because they want to close that gap to that Sim Racing team and take a spot on the podium. We're going to ride on board with them as we make the run down towards Blanchimont, past the go-karting track in the middle of the Spa Francorchamps circuit, where you can go and visit anytime and race some go-karts next to the iconic endurance racing, F1, pretty much any car or motorsport event you name, it's there. So here we go. Through the bus stop chicane, and ooh, that Sim Racing team dives into the pits early. So Lopen Esports Dark, they're onto the podium now, and they set a best time of 2 minutes 2.1. They can relax a little bit now. They might want to get past some lap cars coming into La Source. Hexa AF Racing, you don't want to catch a penalty for blue flags. Move out the way if you need to.
Also, I've now realized why the team is called Logica. They have explained it. It's because it's from the beginning of each country they are. L for Ljubljana, IR for Ireland, GE for Germany, and CA for Canada. So together it says Logica.
Ah, well, there we go. They've made an impressive charge up through the field to make their way back into the top 5 in class after
that
technical issues.
This is also not the first 6-hour endurance race, but they have been disqualified in the last one for an unfortunate incident. So
is that all we know from their information they provided us with was an unfortunate incident?
They do endurance races.
Contact between Lopen
and
Hexa AF Racing trying to unlap himself after he just got lapped again.
Going very defensive into...
Clearly, blue flags not meaning anything to Hexa AF. Wanting to stay ahead, wanting to unlap themselves. Can we really blame them? Well, not really, but Lopen is setting some fast times. Fastest lap, 2 minutes and 0.246 from OC Esports to set another fastest lap on their charge towards Dark Matter Motorsport. I've been keeping an eye on it. That gap ever so slowly has been going down. So expect some kind of a battle for first at some point soon. Hexa AF Racing getting a bit more of a gap again to Lopen Esports, who they're really not liking being stuck behind that car. They're wanting to push and get a bit of a gap to that Sim Racing team, who they've been in the pits behind them, but if they have to pit again, they're going to need some space.
Taking the source very deep, very inside for Hexa AF Racing. Oh,
we're just going to head over to Microsoft, maybe possibly, who've just through a Rouge got past the Dark Reunion. The Dark Reunion could be coming back at them down the Kemmel Straight here. The gap is only less than half a second. So here we go towards Lacombe. Let's see who's going to be later on the brakes. It looks like Microsoft maybe possibly just pulling ahead. Dark Reunion losing a bit of time. Ooh, not that confident on the throttle. Not a great line either through Malmedy there. And a bit of a spin on, a bit of a slide on the exit into Ravage then. Just quite tight on the racing line. Need to give themselves a bit more room to go in on the side. If you see, they're not using the whole track. And that's why when they're trying to get on the power, they're
looks like they have some immense damage on the rear, having no rear end.
Oh, and using the grass there is not going to help either. That's a shame. The Dark Reunion dropping a lot of pace here. Just their lines not looking too great. Maybe a bit of damage causing those issues.
Look at
As
the lap
Microsoft
times.
pulls ahead.
Look at the lap times on the LMP2s.
Oh! Microsoft maybe possibly in the wall. Dark Reunion could come back here. That's going to have lost them time. They need to keep it clean. It's not just about speed. It's about consistency. That's the thing with endurance racing. You're not racing a 5-lap race. You're racing for 6 hours straight here today at the SimSpots event powered by OC Racing. Microsoft maybe possibly just managing to stay ahead of Dark Reunion despite that mistake. What a shame. Anyway, as they were rudely interrupted you as you were saying about some of the timing sheets.
Times. Look at the lap times. The DC Racing is trying to be one of the fastest right now, but it's still 2 seconds slower than OC Esports. OC Esports is absolutely dominating with lap times. They're pushing nearly quali lap after quali lap, while Dark Matter Motorsports and DC Racing are just keeping it. Now Lopen as well with the 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
So rest of the field keeping a bit more of a pace, whereas OC Esports seem to really be pushing. They want that first position. DC Racing are going to be wanting a podium position as well as they make their way through traffic in Ravage and into No Name, getting on the throttle there nice and early to propel themselves, hopefully, in the direction, at least in their mind, of Apex Digital Motorsport and that sim racing team. But by the lap times at the moment they are, but we'll have to see because I'm sure Hexa AF Racing will want to come back at them after that unfortunate incident earlier. I just caught the gravel.
Dark Matter Motorsport only has 1 pit stop in their belt. OC Esports has 2. Lopen has 2, I think, if I'm right. But I might be wrong. That sim racing team has 1, and we know it because they had a long first stint and looking to have a long second stint. Apex Digital only has 1. DC Racing had 2. Hexa Racing has 2. Karak Racing has also 2 under the belt. GER Club also has 2. Lopen Sports Access has 1, and the rest of the GT3's Porsche Cup has only 1 under the belt. Except I think Hexa Crude Motorsport has 2 under the belt.
Oh, Hexa AF Racing getting a 10-second time penalty
from race
control there. So whether that's to do with the blue flags that Lopen is still stuck behind. I think race control is saying, right, look, HexAF, you're not lapping faster than them. It's time to move out the way now, because...
So, yeah, Hexa's got a penalty for impeding.
For impeding, yeah, what we suspected then. So they need to move out the way of those blue flags on track. You can't hold up someone. And Lopen, if I was them, I'd be getting really frustrated now because I'm trying to create a gap. I'm in P3, but that sim racing team has had a pit stop. They've got some fresh tires on. You need to be pushing now, and that you can't when there's a car impeding in front of you.
This is getting spicy because Hexa was catching to DC Racing just slightly. And this 10-second penalty will drop them down again a bit. Probably getting close to Karak Racing. And also not having that 7th place now secured. OC Esports still going for that first place, even with 1 pit stop more under the belt.
Well, you know what they say, a racing driver just sees a car in front and wants to get past it. It doesn't matter what the car is and whether they're beating them on pit stops or not. OC Esports continuing to put in consistently very fast lap times compared to everyone else, really dominating. They were the favourites to win today. Let's see if they can come here to achieve what they wanted to achieve. Microsoft maybe possibly running in last place at the moment, but catching ever so slowly to Dark Reunion after they had some incidents before. Let's see if in the next couple laps they get back towards Dark Reunion. You can see there an LMP2, and you can just see the speed difference going into Lacombe. The LMP2 is able to carry so much more speed through the corners due to the more downforce the LMP2 car is able to generate, the more grip that that car has. Microsoft maybe possibly just allowing room, but they do have a race on hand. They want to get towards Dark Reunion, who is just ahead of them. Let's ride on board through Rivage, heading towards No Name. Dark Reunion losing a lot of time to blue flags there, so looks like on the run down to Puon, Microsoft maybe possibly is going to have a little bit of a chance to catch up. Into Puon, Dark Reunion going wide. Oh, both going a little bit wide. Is Microsoft maybe possibly going to be able to make the move stick? Well, Dark Reunion's blocking it off at the moment, sticking towards the middle of the track.
That's been going on for laps. This is an interesting battle. Oh, side by side and contact.
Very difficult section of the track to go side by side into, as we can see there, a little bit of contact. Heading towards Stavlo now. Microsoft maybe possibly in front of Dark Reunion. They need to make it stick. Don't make a mistake. Oh, nearly running into the gravel trap through Stavlo. Dark Reunion not using nearly enough of the track to be able to keep up. But Microsoft maybe possibly keep a cool head. You're faster on pace. Okay, your lines look a little bit better. You should be able to keep that position. So here we go. Microsoft maybe possibly through Blanchimont. They got a 1.6 second gap. Don't let the pressure get to you now. You saw it happen last time where Dark Reunion was able to get past again because of just some silly mistakes. So keep it consistent through Bus Stop Chicane. And you should have made up a position into P18. And was that Dark Reunion going a bit deep there? It was.
Yes,
Dark Reunion has to go for a rejoin over the sausage curb.
For Hexa Racing, they've got a penalty for impeding, but have been doing one of the fastest laps right now. They've sped away from Lopen Esports and that sim racing team. So now they're just alone. So that penalty doesn't seem like they were pretty fast. If it was impeding, it may be impeding.
There may have been an incident we didn't see that could have led to that penalty being given. So we'll have to evaluate after the fact. But now seem to have picked up the pace a little bit. Hexa AF Racing. Maybe the tires coming into their life. Obama Fried Chicken. They were towards the back of the field to start with. They're having a little bit of a charge up the field now as they're catching ever so slowly towards the DC Karting Porsche Cup. It's about a 10th a lap, but that 2-second gap expected to keep falling if this pace continues. Obama Fried Chicken wanting to get a bit of a better position by the end of the race. So good on them. We saw a bit of racing from them before with, I believe it was Dark Reunion, where they looked pretty good. So they're going to keep going, keep trying to catch towards DC Karting, who've had a couple unfortunate incidents, but have managed to maintain 16th overall in the race today.
There has been some slight incident with Hexa Racing. They've gotten a bit of damage. Maybe it was going off track, maybe it was a lapped car, we don't know, but a bit of damage has been inflicted to the Hexa AF Racing car.
Oh dear, that's no good for them with that penalty as well. So, bit of bad luck then for Hexa AF Racing, who were doing so well before, but after that incident, it just seems to be one thing after another. Up through a Rouge now, a bit of a downshift. Was that a downshift from Obama Fried Chicken? Interesting, the P-Cups do have to lift through there, and that looked like DC Karting lost the car a little bit onto the Camel Straight, so that's a lot of straight line speed lost, and Obama Fried Chicken going to be able to come side by side into Lacombe now. He's got the inside line, he pulls ahead and blocks any kind of attack from DC Karting and manages to pull ahead. Obama Fried Chicken moves up into 14th place. A bit of a charge up the field from them. Oh, and DC Karting wide onto gravel too, not going to help.
Up to P6 now for Porsche, for Obama Fried Chicken in their class.
Oh, well, very good. Having a bit of a charge up the field. Let's see. It's quite a gap to the next car ahead, so it looks like this is going to be...
I'm sorry, there's going to be a driver change for Lopen Esports Exiles.
Oh, you mean Dark Matter? Have just gone into the pits, so OC Esports are now in the lead.
But
Back.
the Exiles Porsche Cup has
Oh.
also now gone for a driver swap.
Ah, okay, interesting. They may actually have enough of a gap on Crash Test Dummies to come back out in P1. We'll have to see. They have a 1.6 lap gap to Crash Test Dummies at the moment.
1.6. Yeah, 1 lap plus 1.6. Wait, no, you're right. It's 1.6 laps. Let's see if that driver swap will bring Crash Test. Because we know the driver swaps take a lot of time. Will it be enough for Crash Test Dummies to catch back up? Or is it just enough for Lopen to still be ahead?
Our leader, OC Esports, has done 64 laps, coming over the start-finish line now to complete the 65th. You can see there, Obama Fried Chicken in front. Oh, and they pull into the pits. Interesting. So
Probably going for the third driver change.
as we hit the 3-minute mark, well, we'll soon see, won't we? Let's see when they pull in, if it's going to be a pit stop for fuel or a driver swap. We're going to see if this allows Lopen to head into the lead. Okay, so Lopen have done their 2 of 3 pit stops. They want to get out in the lead now. You can see them. Oh, that's the leader of the Porsche. Yeah, they did manage to stay ahead of Crash Test Dummies.
Crash Test Dummies now have to bring up an A-game type of race to catch up to Lopen, if they still want that first place. We don't know. Did Crash Test Dummies also have the second driver change?
I would think so. I think this would be the real gap now between Lopen and Crash Test Dummies. And what's this? Dark Matter Motorsports are just less than a second to Hexa AF Racing.
After that driver change. Are they going to get that position on track, or are they going to wait till the Hexa AF Racing car takes a penalty?
Well, we'll have to see. I'm sure that the driver of the car at the moment won't be concerned about penalties. He'll just be trying to get as many positions as he can. So he's going to be going for the position as they go through Lacombe. Hexa AF pulling a little bit of a gap here. Might not see any action on track. Seems to be lapping just a touch faster than Dark
Racing
Matter Motorsport.
also is doing a driver change.
So we're seeing a couple more driver changes now as we reach the halfway mark in our 6 hours of Spa. Ooh, Dark Reunion!
That could have ended way
A
bad.
bit of an incident there.
That lost Dark Matter Motorsport a lot of time to Hexa AF Racing.
Now, unfortunately, looks like that battle is over before it even started for Dark Matter Motorsport. They're just going to have to put in some good laps and jump them in the pits. Captain Foxy, I'll leave you for 5 minutes to go ahead on your own. I'm going to pop you on Lopen Esports.
That's not Lopen, but I'll take it anyway on Apex Digital Motorsports car. Right now the timings are still OC Esports leading with the 2 driver swaps. They still have to do 1 more driver swap. As far as we know, they entered the pits, but it looked like it was just an ordinary pit stop, not a driver swap. That's Sim Racing Team second, with 2 driver swaps still having to do, as far as I'm concerned. Apex Digital Motorsport also needing to do 2. Lopen Esports Dark has, I think, done 2. Hexa, oh yeah, talking about that. Someone's heading into the pits. It is Lopen Esports who is. I just talked about Lopen. They're doing their second stop right now, as far as I know. So it's gonna be. Lopen is dropping down. Are they gonna get overtaken by Karak Racing, who have done 2 driver swaps with DC Racing as well? Lyrica Racing has done 3 out of 3 driver swaps, so they don't have to swap drivers anymore. They can go till the end from now on. So it's gonna be OC Esports leading. That's the Racing Team second. Apex Digital Motorsport third. Hexa AF Racing fourth. DC Racing has done now the 3rd long stop. That has been done. No more long stops for them as well. So it's gonna be OC Esports with 1 more stop. Sim Racing Team with 2 more stops. Apex Digital Motorsport with also 2 more stops. Hexa AF Racing with 1 more stop. As far as no. Dark Matter Motorsport also now has 1 more stop. Lopen Esports like just did their second stop. Karak Racing needs to do 1 more. DC Racing has done all of them. And GER Club also has to do 1 more. And now to the GT3s, to the Porsche Cups. It's Lopens leading with 2 driver swaps. Crash Test Dummies also with 2 driver swaps. Easy Racing already has done also 2. But they had done the first 2 at the beginning, so the tires might not be the smoothest out there right now. Crude Motorsport also has 2 under the belt. Hexa AF GT also has 2. Lurgica Racing has 2, and Obama Fried Chicken only has done 1, as far as I know. And from Obama Fried Chicken is 1 driver swap. So now we're looking at on Dark Matters Motorsport now. They are 3 seconds behind Hexa AF Racing. Are they gonna catch up? That's gonna be a good question, but Hexa is keeping a good consistent lap times. As we see the lap times, Dark Matter Motorsport is 3/10 slower than Hexa AF Racing on the last lap. The last lap there has been completed. But the fastest lap also have been altered a bit. Now the fastest lap right now on the last laps have been on OC ESOS Racing, having a completely clean race with an also consistent race with a 2:02.1 last lap. That Sim Racing team maybe had a few lapping, as we can see right now.
Oh, going deep.
Someone off. That's GRE Club Racing.
Ooh, just a bit deep there. And they were gaining as well to DC Racing. So that's going to be disappointing for them because they would have wanted to try and get past that DC Racing car. But never mind. DC Racing dropped back a little bit considering they qualified in P2. They're currently running in P8. I'm not sure how many
they have done their 3rd driver swap while we were gone.
Okay, so they are currently good to go to the end. Apart from maybe a pit stop to swap some tires and refuel, the next 2 hours and 51 minutes, they do not need to change driver again, and they probably won't. So this is them going to be pushing to the end. As we see Dark Matter Motorsport going through towards the Stavolo complex and out of Stavolo there. And you can see the lapped cars of Microsoft maybe possibly just in front.
The battles between Hexa AF Racing and Dark Matter Motorsport has now calmed down. They have been having a consistent distance between each other. So a bit higher. Hexa has picked up the pace again and Dark Matter a bit dropped. As we see now across the line, yes, Hexa has done a 2:03.8, while again Dark Matter has done a 2:04.0, 2/10 slower again. So I think Dark Matter Motorsport is not going for that spot now.
Very impressively, OC Esports with a 63-second gap to that sim racing team currently running in second. They're going to be doing a very long stint again to avoid doing as many pit stops as possible, and this could really pay dividends to them because they've had good pace throughout the weekend as well.
So Crude has entered the pits, but it's been said it's not for a driver swap, so they're not going to lose too much time.
And do you know if we have any more interviews?
I have been told yes.
Excellent. That'll be good fun then.
But the battles again have calmed down. It's again, it happens every half an hour to an hour, where a battle does begin to happen. But when that's over, it's again just going to be hot lapping and keeping it nice and tidy up a whole lap.
I feel like if we were to have our 24 Hour of Le Mans heroin moment, now would be a really good time. For those who don't know, during the broadcast of the 24 Hour of Le Mans this year, they were talking about something you could take at night, and the guy was trying to talk about cake, and the other commentator just suggested heroin was a good option.
Would be a better option than cake.
Yeah, it probably would be. Or we could talk about Florida.
Or we could do like what F1 does, just talk about meat pies.
Oh yeah, that was
Compare
annoying
racing
at
to
all.
meat pies. Good racing is a good meat pie. Bad racing is a mushy meat pie. Don't know why they had done that, but racing now we can look at some liveries if we want, if that's what the viewers want.
Yeah,
Because
so we've
racing
got
right now.
Crash Test Dummies livery here.
Wait, Hexa
Very
Racing is in the
creative.
pits as far as not. Hexa Racing is in the pits. Hey,
So
Hexa,
Lopen
yeah.
going to be looking to get the
oh
jump.
no, they spun. I think they spun.
Ooh, let's have a look. Go to Hex of Racing. Yeah, it looks like a
It
spin
was a
from
drive-through.
them.
It was a drive-through. It was a drive-through. I've taken the drive-through.
So 8 seconds between Hexa AF Racing and the podium. That's what they're going for. A car that's lapping them in front. They've got to get past that car first, make up 8 seconds, and then they're on the podium ahead of Dark Matter Racing. So you see they're going past the GT3s into Lacan. Carrack Racing making up a little bit of time on Apex Digital Motorsport as well. We can see there. We're going to keep an eye on these battles for you and try and bring you some racing action or some interviews very shortly. You can see going a little bit deep into Ravage, the car next to them. Do you know which car that is?
Which car are we talking about? The Hexa
one-
Racing?
Hexa Racing has just gone past. Which car were they lapping? That was
That
Carrack.
looks
That
like
was
Carrack,
Carrack.
yeah.
So there, Hexa Racing trying to make up. It's a 9 seconds now after being stuck in that traffic with that drive-through penalty, but they'll want to be getting on the podium, so they've got to push if they want to meet, if they want to be stood on the third step of that podium today. That Sim Racing team looking strong still, saying consistent 203 lap times, which sometimes is all you need. Oh, deep from Carrack there. Bit of a
Right, we
lock-up.
might be talking to Lopin's team manager for both Lopin cars.
Oh, interesting. That'll be fun.
I have a few questions for them already.
I'll let you you go ahead and ask those then. DC Racing setting their best lap of the race, a 2:05. So you can tell they're settling in, ready to go for that undercut and get themselves back on the podium. As you see, Hexa going into pits again. So this must be
one
for the
is all
stop
for
now.
a pit stop or for a driver swap. Hello. So, Lopin team manager, I heard. It's not a hard job, isn't it?
Hello everyone, welcome, and thank you for the awesome race. Yeah, it's been a troublesome race, but it could be worse.
Well,
Yeah,
currently you're running in P1 in class for the P Cup, so a strong race there. For the other team, you're on the podium for a little bit. Pit stops obviously sorting themselves out a bit now, running more towards the midfield. What are your plans for the last 50% of this race as we enter?
So the plans have pretty much remained the same. We're doing one and a half hour stint and trying to maximize as much as we can, because unfortunately, due to an error a bit on my behalf, we are only having 2 drivers instead of 3, so we had to switch things up to the last minute.
Oh,
As for
okay.
as for the Porsche team, it's been smooth sailing. The guys have been good pace, good tire management, and I think if everything goes well and nothing screws us over, it should be a P1.
Wood.
Yeah, it should.
Yeah.
Those guys have really been putting in a mega stint over on your P Cup team. I know.
Yeah.
I heard that they wanted to race in the LMP2 category, but they've really proved themselves by basically lapping a second faster than the rest of the grid consistently for the whole race and good management. So, have you got one more driver swap with those guys left? Is it?
Yeah, both teams still have one more driver stop left, and as for the LMP team, it's gonna be one of my teammates because unfortunately I couldn't race. As for the Porsche team, unfortunately, it's the fastest guy going in right after the next hour, so yeah.
So we expect to see that gap increase.
Yeah, a bit.
Good for you guys. Not so good for the viewers, but we can't criticize some skill. Anything you'd want to add, Captain?
No, that was basically all I wanted to say. Thank you so much for joining here this interview. I'm hoping for you both teams to have a good race. I mean, your Porsche Cup is having a best race right now for the class. and it looks good for your LMP. It might be a podium at the end.
Yeah, podium is definitely not
I
out of the
think looks
question
right.
yet.
Yeah, by my calculations, if this keeps going, as long as there's no massive issues, it should be a podium. But as we all know, it's racing until the end of the clock. It's all fair game and anything can happen. And just as Tonk said, please don't commentate curses, please.
Yeah,
We don't
we'll
need
try
more.
and avoid any curses. It seems at the moment only DC karting have been affected by our commentator's curse, so we'll try and avoid giving them any issues. But other than that, you guys seem to be running quite well, and it's been a good race from both of your teams. Let's hope to see Lopen, at least for you guys, on the podium today.
Yeah, we'll try.
Good luck.
Well,
Good luck.
thank you guys so much. Thank you.
No worries. Interesting stuff. The gap between Lopen and the podium at the moment, I think there's still a couple teams ahead of them that need to do more long stops. It is just over a minute to the podium, so still plenty of time that they can make up in their hunt
I
for
have
victory.
just been informed. I'm sorry, then I've just been informed. The Apex Racing team, the second Apex Racing team, has been disqualified. They're not racing anymore. They are out of the race.
Yep, they got disqualified, I believe. Not sure if it was a glitch or intentional, but to do with their long stop not being long enough.
Oh yeah. In the DC racing car right now, I believe it's Lasse now driving.
So in the DC racing car, Lasse now driving, who we know, having raced with Lasse over in a different race, is a very quick driver, and you can tell by the timing sheets that Lasse is really pushing, potentially here, for a P2 or P1 finish. Got the clean air. It's just about maximizing that pace and waiting for everyone else to do those long stops.
So for everyone still confused, OC Esports still has one more driver change. The sim racing team also has the sim racing team has two still, as far as I know. From that long first stint, they only have done one switch. That Dark Matter Motorsport has done two. Hexa has done two. Lopen has done two. Apex Digital Motorsport has done two. DC Racing has done all of them. Karak Racing and GR Club has also done two. Lopen has done two and still waiting for one. Crash has done two. Easy Racing has done two. Crude Motorsport has done two. Hexa AF GT has done two. Logica has done two, and from Obama Fried Chicken they have only done one.
So Obama Fried
The Dark
Chicken.
Union.
have
The
another-
Dark Union has done two.
Another couple long stops to go for Obama Fried Chicken, because they have been making up a lot of time. They were quite low down, and they've made it up to, I believe, the top 5 in class. As we hear Apex Digital Motorsport honking the horn. Someone must have told them that they were on the stream. I was just about to say, in regards to Apex Digital Motorsport, a quiet race from them, action-wise, but consistent lap times. I've not seen too many incidents involving them, and they're there in the midfield, and definitely not out of the contention for a podium yet, or a top 5 finish yet. So expect to see them pushing and trying to make up some time. But they do have DC Racing coming up behind them, who are going to be trying to clear them. As for GR Club, 10-second gap between them and Karak Racing, so still a fight somewhat available there. We've just got to see GR Club really push those 10-second gap down. We haven't seen the proper lap times from Karak yet. I believe it was a pit stop last lap, so we'll see the pace difference very shortly.
The fan favorite car right now on track is the Barbie car because of that livery.
I can't
every time.
disagree. It's a great looking car.
Oh,
Ooh,
is that lag again? Are we seeing lag, or is it actually slide?
Bit of a slide there. Logica, great recovery drive. I think they've done the best they could considering the circumstances.
It's still again
definitely a shame.
they're starting to have lag issues again.
Hopefully.
That slide was not an actual slide, that was a lag.
Hopefully, no more lag issues. Hex Hexa AF Racing closing that gap then to Lopen, who we've just spoken to. They want to finish on the podium. I'm sure Hexa AF Racing want to finish on the podium too. So expect a fierce battle between those two drivers, lapping reasonably similar lap times in the 201 to 204, depending on the traffic and the lap, as their usual laps. So this gap, if it closes, it's going to be a battle, because running in P4 and 5 at the moment, looking for a podium finish are those two teams.
We just have to hope. We just have to see on track if everything's still going to be clean. We haven't seen a full course yellow in quite some time, which is very good. That means every driver has learned how the lesson and also has fully adapted to the car. Right now, the lap times should be at the highest point, with everyone still having energy, but also having fully adapted to the car. While Hexa AF GT is doing a driver change. That's going to be interesting.
That's the
probably
GT,
the last driver change.
the GT version of the Hexa AF Racing.
That's, I think, the last driver change for them.
So going for the undercut in the P-Cup category. We'll see if that works out for them. Hopefully, they can make up some positions with that. As we see Hexa AF Racing getting ever so closer to that Lopen bumper. They'll want to be hunting them down. They'll come through Blanchimont here. And both teams are desperate to feel the glory of being on the podium here today at the SimSpots 6 hours of Spa endurance race powered by OC Racing. So let's see, through the bus stop chicane, taking it usually pretty well, riding the curbs. Power on for the exit.
We will now see if Hexa AF GT has done it for the last driver swap or the second driver swap. Because the driver swaps has happening so randomly, I have lost count, to be honest, on which car has done what.
Issue with traffic there for Lopen, which has allowed Hexa
that was an incident. There was contact.
to get the run into Eau Rouge. So now, a battle that was 2 seconds ago has just dropped to less than half a second, and both teams are not going to want to give these positions up because they both want to finish on that podium spot. You've got DC Racing coming behind as well, who wants to finish the podium. But here we go, down the Kemmel Straight now, side by side, coming up towards Lecombe. Hexa's got the inside line and makes the overtake on Lopen. They will not be happy with that. Just speaking
Having
to the
a bit
team
of a
boss.
slide as well on the inside entry of the corner, but he kept it together.
Oh, Lopen onto the gravel just before Rivage. Let's see if they can make up any time with the traffic. Obama Fried Chicken there. They want to get past Obama Fried Chicken as quickly as possible to have any chance in this fight with Hexa. This could be a great battle. So here we go, less than a second gap between them as we go towards the downhill braking zone into Pouon. Downshift once, round the corner, put the throttle on, and keep the car tight, not too wide on the exit. You don't want a penalty. Then into
Fagné. And now on to Stavelo. I guess Dan has a bit of an issue right now.
Yeah, so into Stavelo. Run wide on the curb. Sorry, I just, my voice lost. Towards on the run to Blanchimont, you can see Hexa with a 2-second gap now to Lopen. They will not be happy with that. They're going to be...
They are furious. They want to gain all the time back that they lost because of the racing etiquette penalty. It has been confirmed. They got the 10-second penalty for impeding. It was confirmed now. And now they're furious and just want to gain all the time back that they lost.
That is in regards to Hexa AF Racing, who we see in P4 at the moment, looking to get onto the podium.
Oh, Hexa AF was 2 out of 3. There's still one more long pit for Hexa AF GT. I have been mistaken.
So they've come out just 3 seconds. Oh no, never mind. The timing screen was wrong. 135 seconds. They're racing a little bit of a race on their own at the moment. Jerk Club, the Barbie car has just come in, I believe, for a long stop.
Also, esports is having consistently fast times, and DC Racing, they are keeping it together. Hexa right now is also pushing again, seeing as what has happened with the penalties and all. But right now, those 3 are the fastest on track right now. Oh, someone's gone off.
Oh,
what's the Hexa
that
AF
was
GT
the
car?
Hexa AF GT car. Just come in for a driver swap. That's not what you want to do when you've just got in the car. doesn't fill you with confidence going into the grass on your first lap. But hopefully those issues can be sorted. As you see, OC Esports still pushing that car around the track as we head towards the last 2.5 hours of our race here today. We have to say, what a great race it's been. No real dip in action for us to watch. Obviously, you know, there's always going to be quiet periods, especially during an endurance race where everyone's just kind of lapping similar times and working up towards those battles at the end. But we can tell already that there's battles still to come in this race, and it is nowhere near over for any driver, as we'll be approaching in the next 30 minutes our final driver swaps for most teams. As we see Lurgica getting pushed wide a bit there. Maybe just trying to leave a bit too much space. They've been doing well today, running in P14 at the moment. At 1 point challenging for the lead until technical issues unfortunately played a part. DC Racing has been gaining to Apex Digital Motorsport a couple seconds here and there over the past few laps. They've had a bit of clean air.
Also aiming for the fastest lap there, nearly getting the fastest lap with a 2:0.6. Fastest lap obviously being a 2:0.2. So they are absolutely pushing. They just want to see positions now. They have maybe lost a bit of time in the last 1.5 hours, and now just wanting for position now.
Yeah, interesting. The DC Racing have had a lot of clean air and still have 7 seconds worth of clean air, but at some point they're going to have to make their way through some battles with traffic if they want a chance at getting on that podium. They're trying to go for the undercut here on everyone. Seems to have been what they're doing the whole race, and they have been setting quick laps, but they've got to make it count. As Jerk Club, the Barbie car, comes out of the pits and has completed their long stops now for the rest of the race. Fan favorite car here today. Unfortunately running at the moment 1.4 laps down, but that's not with pit stops accounted for. So in real terms, they're probably a little bit closer than that. Karek Racing off the track. Just using his car or her car or their car as a lawnmower for that corner there. And keep an eye on your timing sheets. You want to watch DC Racing and Apex Digital Motorsport, because at the moment, it's a good 3 seconds a lap DC Racing is catching. And we can ride on board with DC Racing now as they make their way through Rivage and in towards the no-name corner. They've completed all of their long stops, and we believe it's Lasse in the car at the moment, who's got a 2.5-hour stint left to go to try and get on that podium today. 4.2 seconds, the gap to the car in front, and it is closing. If we had the little graphics F1 has, we'd have been like strike distance in 3 laps, but we don't, so never mind. You can see there's some traffic with...
we are gonna get a driver here in again, Azam.
Oh, awesome. Azam races for... oh, can't remember now.
Azam races for DC Racing.
DC Racing, so we're going to have DC Racing driver in with us shortly. Hopefully, it's going to be after the battle between Apex Digital Motorsport and DC Racing, because we're going to have to commentate over that as the gap is down to 3.2 seconds, and we'll see how much it closes through the bus stop chicane. It's flat out through Blanchimont, obviously, so not much time to be gained there. But here come DC Racing, catching ever so slowly to them. If they're making up 3 seconds a lap, it should be on this lap that they catch 4 seconds even this lap. Well, 3.9 roughly. So here they come up through a rouge. You can see the gap there. That is what 2.5 seconds looks like in an LMP2 car. It's quite a distance.
We also have Dark Matter Motorsport just ahead. This will again be a freeway battle if Dark Matter Motorsport doesn't want to let him by, which is going to be pretty difficult, as we know. The faster guys do not like letting people by.
Well, if you've not got blue flags to let them by, you don't have to. It's all About Racing. So here we go. DC Racing. About a 2-second gap. A little bit of traffic there slowing them down, unfortunately for them. As they come through Rivage, and you can
traffic.
see
Oh,
Apex
see-
Digital Motorsport ahead of them got traffic too, so they're going to be able to catch
Dark Matter
through
Motorsport.
here.
Yes.
Right, so
They're
here
now
we go.
right on each other. This is going to be the same thing as we had with Hexa AF Racing.
Well, here comes DC Racing here through Puon. So they've gained about 2/10, and we're going to have some sort of a three-way battle as we come
I'm
into
sorry, Dan.
Fange.
Azam has just joined the channel. Hello, Azam.
I'm very sorry, Azam. We're going to have to interview you in a moment because your team is currently fighting for 6th place. As we go through Stavilo, they're going to be flat out through here towards Blanchimont. It is a 0.3 second gap. DC Racing are closing that gap, 0.2. They're about to go, I think, round the outside for Blanchimont. This is a pretty risky spot to overtake through. Let's see how it goes. Side by
Azam, can you
side
tell
still, in
Dan,
towards
I'm
the bus stop
Dan.
chicane. And DC Racing on the brakes, going towards the inside. Oh, bit of a slide there. Whoa. Azam goes deep. That's
no.
contact.
Azam,
Apex
you do
Digital
not want to
Motorsport
see-
went deep. DC
This is the
Racing
commentator's curse again, going
in
strong.
the
I'm sorry, Azam.
wall. Oh,
We wanted
dear.
to talk to you about this battle here, but it has just ended not well.
Full course yellow deployed, and that is not good for DC Racing or Apex Digital Motorsport. Bit of a racing incident there, and you can see the gap back up to 10 seconds now. So as we got this full course yellow, off you go.
I have some questions for you about your team. Is this the position you've been expecting, or has something gone in the way? Because at the beginning, we were P2. What has happened?
We were actually running quite well, but then when I started my stint, I just had a few problems on my side, and that just lost me quite a bit of pace.
Oh dear.
That must have sucked. Well,
Yeah.
now it's looking good again because your team is doing fastest laps. Are you hoping to get a top 5 or even a podium finish? Does it look like it will happen?
Yeah, Lasse is quite fast. I'm expecting a podium, hopefully, as if anything goes wrong. Yeah, it just happened right now. Like, we cannot expect anything to go our way. So even
Yeah,
though I'm
this
expecting
incident.
a podium,
This
Full course
incident
yellow
still-
is ending now.
yeah, anything can happen in racing, as they say.
As we just saw, that was disappointing. That was a pretty heartbreaking crash. But it looks like okay. So your team isn't aiming, but Lasse is Lasse driving right now. I was wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lasse is driving, and you have hope to get a good finish with Lasse. What are you expecting?
But now, like, now that he has crashed, my expectations have gone down, honestly.
Yeah, that must.
But hopefully he will get a good position because I am expecting a podium at least, honestly.
Podium.
You got to use some of the clean air after the undercut you did with an early second driver swap. Obviously that wasn't the plan initially, but do you think that's helped you a little bit because you've been able to sort of top the timing sheets for a lot of these laps now, and now you're closing back in on the pack, as we should see them in the next 25 minutes or so going in for their next long stops.
Yeah. The driver stop was actually not planned. My brake pedal went loose and I had to long stop again just to fix it.
Oh no.
That must have sucked.
But
Yeah, so that should maybe help us in a way, because the others have not stopped yet. Hopefully, we'll see.
well, good luck. It looks like the battle between you and Apex Digital Motorsport is not over yet because it's less than a 2-second gap as we head towards the end of lap 74.
About the strategy of your side, you're the only team right now of the LMP3 cars that have done 3 stops. Was this planned by the beginning, or did you want to have
it
a
was-
long stop
It
late
was
in the race?
Just a change. It was just a change we did in the middle of the race. As I said, my pedals are actually supported by Legos, and it just went off. So
Oh
I just
dear.
had to.
So that third stop was not intended. But do you
Yeah,
think this
yeah.
will now go into your favor as everyone ahead has to stop, but you guys have now clean air for the rest of the race?
Yeah, hopefully it should help us as long as the damage is not there after that crash. But it seems that Lasse is pulling in, and hopefully he can end up in the top.
Is there still another pit stop, normal pit stops planned, or are you guys gonna go till the end?
Oh,
It's in the wrong way. Oh my god.
I
I'm sorry.
think Lasse should stop to change tires.
Right.
Maybe,
What
I'm not
compound
sure
at the
actually.
moment are you running?
We are running mediums.
Medium seems to be the preferred choice. The softs just dying a little bit earlier for you guys before.
We heard
Yeah.
mixed information about the tires. We heard from your drivers that the softs have been dying early. We have heard from other drivers that they have no issues with the softs. Did you also
Yeah,
have issues
our
with the
first stint.
softs?
Yeah, we did actually. Our first stint was with softs. Luca was out on softs.
I'm
And
sorry,
he
I'm
was
going to have to
struggling
interrupt
for the
because
last
here
30
comes
minutes.
round 2 now.
Oh, here's the battle.
Apex Digital Motorsport versus DC Racing. We're just about to head on the run towards Blanchimont where the incident happened last time.
You can go back to your chat Discord.
So,
Hold-
0.2
mentally,
second
they
gap.
probably need this.
Here they come. Side by side through Blanchimont, back towards the bus stop chicane. DC Racing slightly ahead this time. Pretty much side by side. Oh, Apex Digital. Again, brave on the brakes. This time they managed to keep it together. DC Racing looking for a switchback. And they
Oh, a bit
get
of
it
contact.
onto the main straight, heading towards La Source, still side by side. There is the P1 LMP3 car, GT3 car ahead of them. And that's it. Apex Digital Motorsport still ahead by La Source as we're coming into Eau Rouge now. So he's going to grab the slipstream all the way down this straight. We could even see them going side by side into Eau Rouge. Oh, wow. This is going to be very risky for DC Racing, but they've got to get ahead of this traffic if they want a chance at the podium. And he does. Through Eau Rouge, he makes the move happen. You don't often see overtakes through there. Will Apex Digital try to come back at them down the Kemmel Straight? It looks like it'll happen. They're breaking into Lacombe. Apex Digital looks for the move, but DC Racing
Tried
closed
to
it
put a
off.
nose in, but didn't work.
There we go. And round Malmedy, DC Racing has the advantage, and looks like they're going to try and pull out a bit of a gap to Apex Digital Motorsport. What a battle that was after the incident last lap. There we go. DC Racing makes the move stick. Hopefully didn't lose too much time on their charge up the field. They want to get a podium. We've just spoken to Azam from DC Racing. The plan is to still be on the podium by the end. They've moved up into 6th place, having completed all of their long stops, with the possibility of one normal pit stop left for those.
Yeah. Then also before, while Azam was in the car with us, Dark Matter was spun round. We have passed him, so Dark Matter has probably lost a lot of time looking the wrong way. Because obviously in a racetrack you do not want to face the wrong way. You want to keep your nose straight. And so this might be going great for DC Racing as Dark Matter Motorsport still has a pit stop, and now with that incident might be losing too much time, and it might be happening that Dark Matter Racing might lose their podium because of that. And also
Yeah.
behind on P5, Lopen Esports Dark, also again looking to get closer to Hexa. Doing
some
last lap with
interesting
1 second faster.
lap times here. You can see Dark Matter Motorsport obviously not being helped with that spin, so that's definitely gonna ruin a little bit their
Esports has an
podium.
incident.
Pardon?
OC Esports has just done an incident.
Have they?
They touched with Lurgica Racing.
Okay. I think just a little bit of minor contact should be okay. They've got a 94-second gap to that sim racing team behind them. I think OC Esports can afford maybe a couple mistakes here and there and still be okay with the blistering pace they're going at the moment. As DC Racing pulls ahead of Apex Digital Motorsport. Just some more. And what a great battle that was.
The battle in the Porsche Cup also has diminished. Oh, saying that while in the back, someone was drifting. Okay. Lopen is flying with his lap times with a 2:26.6, while Crash Test Dummies is doing 2:29.1. Legica Racing being the fastest of the Porsche Cups right now with a 2:24.6. Okay, that last lap was a 2:26.8, but still pretty quick in that group. Do you think that Legica Racing is gonna have some better positions?
They've got past Easy Racing, but I think they still have another pit stop, so I think P14 P14, P15 is about where they're going to be by the end of this race, unfortunately. They had the pace to be on the podium today, but luck didn't go their way. As I think someone just went off in the gravel ahead
Yeah,
of
that
Crude
was
Motorsport
that was
there.
Dark Matter Motorsport. He is losing time. He is doing mistakes.
Dark Matter Motorsport making a couple mistakes there. Not good for the LMP2, currently running in 3rd place. It looked good for them. They were leading the race for a couple laps. Now, just drop back a little bit. You can see how as you get tired, as you race for longer and longer, you start to lose that focus. And if you're losing that focus, maybe it's time to do what other drivers are doing, like Apex Digital Motorsport, and swap the drivers.
Apex Digital has just pitted. They are in the pits. Let's see if this is for a tire, just for a pit stop or a driver change.
Ooh, slide there
Oh,
from
Easy Racing is nearly losing the car. It looks like Apex Digital Motorsport is just going for the pits for a tire change and a refuel. They haven't left the server yet, so they are moving again. That was just as normal pit stop.
Normal pit stop. Well, will we see Carrick Racing get any closer to Apex Digital Motorsport? Looks like they are leaving the pits now, and the gap is going to be quite a while as Carrick Racing haven't even made it to the bus stop chicane yet. So they had a free pit stop there that they could use and get away with.
The race is again getting calmer now with, again, that one battle that happens. While Obama Fried Chicken is 1 lap behind, it looks like he's gonna try to unlap himself. Because he's way close.
Oh, no!
Oh.
Commentator's curse struck us again.
Man.
As he dips into the gravel there at Stavolo. Oh, dear. And the pace was looking so good as well from Obama Fried Chicken. That is a shame. Manages to keep the car moving, though, and hasn't lost too much time to anyone in front or behind. Pretty much in a race of their own at the moment, Obama Fried Chicken. As you see, DC Racing still trying to make their way up the grid. They obviously don't want to have any more long stops. They've done them all. Oh, was that Obama Fried Chicken going deep as well? Oh, dear.
We have to stop talking about Obama Fried Chicken. They're pitting. They're pitting. Probably for
some damage there.
Yeah, that looked like it was just for damage.
Apologies for commentating over your teams and causing you to crash. It is our curse.
Right,
so, a minute gap between DC Racing and Lopen. They've got plenty of room to just put the pedal onto the floor.
Okay, Obama Fried Chicken is doing a second long stop.
Yeah, to put the pedal onto the floor and try and make up some of that time that they lost by having an early pit stop compared to everyone else. A pit stop taking just over a lap here at Spa, so should be able to jump Lopen, should be able to jump even Hexaf, but from there, it's unsure whether they'll get to Dark Matter Motorsport, who, although made some mistakes,
look pretty promising because you lose about like 100 seconds. That is the time you lose. So if we add up the times, 33 plus 5 plus 60, it might just be under the time that DC Racing might get. And Lasse also being one of a good driver, like a really fast driver, there might be a chance that he might be catching also on track.
Yep, so the gap's starting to open up again now as pit stops are beginning to happen. Like I said, between this 2-hour, 30-minute window to the 2-hour mark, we should see most people's long stops, final long stops, starting to occur. Once that's done, the grid will bunch back together again for a final roughly 1.5 hours of racing action before the end of the race, in which we can tell you our final grid. If you've just tuned in, this is the SimSpots 6 hours of Spa endurance race. We are over halfway through, heading into our final 2 hours of racing here today. Powered by OC Racing. Thank you very much for helping organize this event. And massive thank you to VHK, who put together pretty much all of this with some help from Milan as well, and allowing us to commentate. So thank you very much VHK, because it's been a great event, and so far it's had some amazing racing.
Oh, nice
Oh,
one.
commentator's curse again. Every
Nice
time I
one.
swap to a new car, they end up having a skill issue. So I was just putting some fan favorite liveries on at the moment. So we've got obviously GER Club, fan favorite. Oh, cutting the corner there. Barbie livery. We've got the fan favorite Microsoft, maybe possibly, who are in the pits there. You can see with their livery.
Yeah, they're
Obama
doing
fried
a
chicken
long stop,
too.
as we saw before.
Carrick Racing, I really like the red design on that livery. Looking cool there. In a bit of a race of their own at the moment, but definitely not out of the race for sure. As you see Obama Fried Chicken now pulling out of the pits. What's the gap to DC Karting? It is 6 seconds. DC Karting. Oh, it's much. Oh, I
No,
think.
it's 1.5 laps.
Ah, okay, so just the timing sheets again, trying to give me a little bit of hope of some action, and when actually, in actual fact, they were lying to me.
We're gonna see some actions when the first LMP runners are gonna go for their pit stop, so that DC Racing is gonna come out ahead. DC Racing will have quite a bit of an advantage when everyone pits, but don't forget DC Racing still has a pit stop to do. So maybe when the first pit stops come out, they have less fuel, fresher tires, or maybe used tires, but they still have to do another pit stop.
With DC Racing about to get quite a bit of clean air, let's take an onboard look at their lap as they go through La Source here, kiss the apex, wide on the exit, but you don't want to use that curb because it slows you down quite a bit. You've got the endurance pits there next to you on the run down to Eau Rouge and into Radion, and you can see using a little bit of curb to keep the speed, but not too much because you don't want to risk either a cut or losing time. Then onto the Kemmel Straight. It's a long run down here. Keep your foot to the floor. As we get to the curb, you're going to see them braking for Lacombe, brake into the first left-hander, and then on to the throttle. Set yourself up for Malmedy as we're coming then into Ravage on this downhill section. It's a long, blind right-hander. you got to have confidence in your braking through here, confidence in your line, and then Famous, the no-name corner up next. Sweeping left-hander that you want to really put your foot down and go through. Then downhill, braking zone for Pouon. Carry as much speed as you can through here. This is where you can really gain some time through Pouon. And into the next corner is going to be Fange, where it's really difficult braking zone. You've got to control the car, sliding through here.
A bit slightly there. That must have lost him a bit of time.
Into Stavolo, you want to be on the brakes, round the corner, into second gear. Put your foot down because it's flat out from here all the way now to the bus stop chicane. You're going to see as we go through turn 17, there's a go-kart track to the right that you can visit anytime in Spa-Francorchamps. Then as we go into Blanchimont, flat out through there, pull the wheel close to the curb, get yourself set up, ready for the bus stop chicane, and then brake. Heavy braking zone, kiss the apex, get nice and wide for a good exit, and you'll cross the line, and that will be a lap time of 2 minutes and 1.2 from DC Racing. A
really
very
good
clean
lap.
lap. He must have known we were watching him. Thank you very much, DC Racing, for that one.
Hexa is gaining a bit of time on Lopen. Wait, I must have missed it. Wasn't Hexa ahead of Lopen?
I also thought so. Must have been some kind of pit stop that we missed whilst we were watching some other battles there. Because Hexa back behind Lopen now, or maybe it looks like a bit of lag, so maybe some incidents as we see him sliding through Lacombe there. Sorry, not Lacombe.
The Farnier
corners, that's it.
And now
Forgot where
Stavolo.
I was, into Stavolo. Yeah, not gaining too much time to Lopen ahead. Lopen will be happy with that, as they're one pit stop from Dark Matter Motorsport away from touching that podium. As OC Esports pulls out a 100-second gap from that sim racing team. That sim racing team, if you don't know, are representing that sim racing bloke today at the SimSpots 6 Hours of Spa. And they've put in some mega stints, managing the tyres and managing to keep their car on the podium for now. So That's
Well,
what they're aiming
also, I
for.
think they still have only one driver swap under the belt, not two.
Very interesting. We should be seeing our last driver swaps starting now as we head into this 2-hour mark. So interesting.
OC Esports does have two already. Oh, but it doesn't look like they're losing any time or have tire wear. They're on the softs right now, which we've heard from DC Racing are not that good. So something must have gone wrong at the DC Racing pit box. Because the softs is just for them looking like it's not good. Because OC Racing is on softs. The sim racing team that we're watching right now on softs. Dark Matter Motorsport are on mediums. But then Lopen Esports is again on softs. Oh, and DC Racing is on softs right now.
Interesting.
That's
So
interesting.
unless maybe the strategy was to put people off the softs because they're the fastest tire. Because we saw in that first stint, DC Racing didn't seem to have much fall off from the tires. So I think maybe playing the double bluff there in our interview.
We might get an interview with the organizer now.
Is this VHK? Oh, excellent. We can have an interview with VHK, organizer for the event, and currently making sure there's no need for a full course yellow or giving out penalties if necessary. We've only had one penalty, I think, given from race control today, which means some good driving across the board from everyone taking part.
So right now in here we have VHK, the owner and the organizer of this race right now. Tell us your thoughts right now. Why you after like 4 hours, 4 hours of the race? What are your thoughts right now?
Well, in my opinion, it's been going quite well. There were a couple bits and pieces that could have gone better, but if you look at the racing now, it's honestly amazing in my opinion. So I think it's gone pretty well.
Has there been some parts of the race you would have wished to be better, or have been something happened that you wished wouldn't have happened?
Well, as you interviewed, I think it was a member of Lopen, Lord Jesus.
Oh, we haven't. I don't think we
simply
did
forgot
this.
to add him to the entry list, which is completely my fault.
Oh yeah, it was Lopen. Yeah.
And it's just stupid because I have ruined their race with it. It's just a dumb mistake on my end, and my apologies to the Lopen LMP2 team. But apart from that, it's been going pretty well. It's the driving standard has been all right, better than we expected. So I'd say
We have seen some very nice clean battles. Drivers know when to put their nose in. We've only had one incident where we could say driver etiquette, but that was quite of a controversial moment, I must say. Half of the people say he was faster, half of the people say he slowed down. That was a bit of a controversial moment.
From our view, they were being lapped and they were battling the whole time. They were losing the guy in front space to whoever he was behind. So our decision was to warn him twice, and then when they kept battling, we decided to give them a penalty.
Right,
So
with a warning in place, with the context, makes sense.
So it wasn't out of the blue, but apart from that, the standard has been up there. So it's gone well, and the organization has been, in my opinion, as the organizer, it's been all right. There's not been as many mistakes as I was expecting to make, as this is also my first time hosting a big event. So
one question about driver swaps. I haven't seen the sim racing team have a driver swap. Do you know anything about that? They have only done one as far as I know.
Sadly, I do not, but if they don't do enough long stops, they will, of course, be penalized by real penalty themselves. We can look at the logs after the race, and then we can see if they did enough long stops and if they got penalized and what happened.
Oh, that's the crash test dummies in the back there, spinning out and hitting the wall there. But the racing, I must say the racing, has been very nice right now. This event has been going very smoothly. It's all going pretty well. I've not seen any issues so far, and I hope we won't see more, touch wood. You know, it's going well.
Yeah, there's always a risk. I mean, it's a software from 2014 with external apps. It can of course be a bit rocky, but as far as this race is going, I think it's been working well. So thanks to the guys over at Real Penalty. They've done an amazing job on the app,
Oh.
allowing us to make the swaps and the cutting system and the full course yellow. Everything is all Real Penalty. So thanks to them.
Okay, one last question before you let you go. What
I would
car
like to
are you?
talk as
What
well.
livery is? Oh, okay. What livery do you like the most out of all these cars?
Oh, that's a difficult one. I'm really a fan of the Dark Matter Motorsport, I think it is. Yeah, the blue Dark Matter Motorsports car. I think that's a really good looking car. Of course, the GER Club, the Barbie car is
The Barbie
amazing
car.
looking. It's and the Crude Motorsport livery I also really liked. All very cool cars. Just very nice to see the community engaging with the event. It's really fun.
And
Right, then.
I would just like to say, VHK, thank you very much for putting this event together. I would say for your first time putting it together, it's gone really well, and it's been a great race to watch and commentate over. There's been some good action, so props to yourself. You can go relax tonight and say that you've done an amazing job with putting together this 6 hours of Spa endurance race. So thank you very much.
I wanna thank you two for, well, can I just acknowledge it for everyone watching here? They've been on this for 5 hours now. There's still 2 left. You two have been absolutely amazing with the interviews, constant action. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you very much. We wouldn't be able to do it without the help from the Spotter's Guide as well. So.
Good to hear. Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll let
you must
VHK...
also thank all the drivers for having all
of
the
course.
action always.
Sorry, yes, the drivers as well for turning up and putting on a great show for us, which I've thoroughly enjoyed watching for the past 5 hours, and I'm hoping to thoroughly enjoy the last 2 hours of racing here at Spa today, because we've got a lot of battles waiting to happen once we get some pit stops under our belt.
Alright, now back to the racing again here. We've seen all the cars. There's quite a few blanks on the track. As you can see, after turn 1 at Till Rouge, there's only one car. But everyone is again kind of packed up at the end of second and third sector. And now at the beginning of the first sector. You can see just the cars having different timings, and then at one point, like all these perfectly timed things just like arrive at the same part of the track at the same time. So also very fun to see, and also see how the cars maneuver around each other. Because obviously under racing, you don't want to have...
So, I believe that we have a pit stop incoming for Hexaf Racing. They've just gone into the pit. So DC Racing here, heading through Stavolo now. They're going to be looking to jump Hexaf Racing in the pits. Whether it's a long stop or not, I don't think so.
Yeah,
they're still in the pits. They're still in the pits. So here
Dark Matter
comes...
is also in the pits. Dark Matter also in the pits.
So Dark Matter as well. They've gone for their long stop Dark Matter. So when they rejoin, we'll be able to see what that gap is. Here we go. DC Racing. Has it paid off for them to do the undercut? Here we go.
They have jumped both cars. They have
Hang
jumped
on,
both cars.
not yet, not yet. They've jumped Hexaf and they've jumped Dark Matter. That's it. You're right. Both cars, DC Racing now, are 49 seconds away from the podium, which is where they want to finish in this race. So definitely interesting there. We've got our last couple long stops from a few drivers happening now, which is what I said, around the 2 hour mark. It's when we'll start seeing most of the final long stops coming in, unless technical difficulties have plagued your team. OC Esports, it'll be interesting to see when they choose to come in for their final long stop. The favourites to win here, they have a 111-second gap, so I believe they've got a free pit stop if they so
Right
choose.
now, right now, Lopen Esports, DC Racing is looking to get that podium they've been aiming for, and as we say, OC Esports has gone into the pits.
Can't say I'm not a mind reader.
Must be listening.
They must have been watching me.
So now we have OC Esports doing their 3 out of 3 driver change. That sim racing team, I'm still not sure if they've done 1 or 2. That's still a mystery for me, but I guess it's 2 looking at how it is right now.
Yeah.
Lopen Esports has done 2. DC Racing has done 3. Everyone behind has done 3. Oh, did Digital Motorsport? No, wait. Apex Digital Motorsport has done 2.
So I believe it's Stat Sim Racing Team and Lopen Esports left to pit at the top
Kadak
of
also
the
now
grid.
has done their 3rd.
So we're going to be seeing cars rejoining now, and we'll be able to tell where they're going to come out.
Yeah, Dark Matter Motorsport now has done the 3rd out of 3 long stops.
So
We
you
have
got
just
some lap
passed
traffic.
the second hour, so it's now 1 hour and 58 minutes left in the session. I want to see in chat who you guys are voting for the podium, what you guys are seeing to see the 2 podiums to be for the LMP2 class and the GT Porsche Cup. Because the LMP might still change.
Oh, that's the racing team into the gravel as OC Esports are still in the pits. Let's go on board with them, and you can see they're sat there waiting whilst the other cars come round the track towards the pit lane. So that Sim Racing team have a chance to once again take the lead of this race. Will they seize that opportunity? Well, 20-second gap roughly between them and the
Lopen
pits.
Exiles has done the 3rd driver change now. It's going to be now till the end.
Oh, here we go. That's Sim Racing team into the pits. So, all eyes on DC Racing. They're coming through Rivage at the moment. Did they do well enough in that last stint to be able to get onto the podium and jump everyone in the pits? Well, here we go. We're going to find out now. They've got to cross the pit box before that Sim Racing team get back into the server. OC Esports are still in the pit lane as well. They have a chance to jump them, but I doubt it.
No, OC Esports is 1 lap ahead.
That's true, yeah. They don't have a chance to jump OC Esports.
Okay, DC Karting is out of the pits. They're further third. So we see the last strategy calls happening now.
So this is into
Dan,
sector 3.
I do want to remind you, Dan, DC Racing LMP2 still has to do 1 pit stop. The tires will probably not make it.
Yeah, they have to do no more long stops though. So this is if the undercut in the last stint has worked, and the rest is going to be for track position then. So here we go. They're coming around the bus stop chicane. You can see the GER Club car ahead. Who are they going to get out in front of? There's that Sim Racing team they're getting towards. So
and he has
ahead of that Sim Racing. So they're onto the podium. They're onto the podium, which is what they were hoping for. Lopen also on the podium now as well. So we've got a bit of a race on our hands. Are there any more interviews to come, do we know?
I'm checking on it.
So that Sim Racing team dropping down into 4th after their next long stop. We'll see how many they've done when they exit the pits now, and we'll be able to get a good idea of just what pit stops people are on. So there we go. OC Esports, they're out the pits. They have completed all 3 of their stops. They don't have to stop anymore in the race unless they want to for tires and fuel. Lopen have done all 3 of theirs, and they come out in 2nd, which is what the team boss is happy about.
I have news about interviews. This will not be the end of interviews. There will be more interviews still.
Brilliant. It would be great to hear from some more of you guys during the interviews. So your top 3, now that mandatory stops have been done at the moment.
Oh,
OC
it looks
Esports.
like there was a huge incident with DC Racing. I've just seen on the telemetry with another GT2.
No, they're okay.
And someone has suspension damage. DC Racing has suspension damage. I've just.
Oh dear! Oh no, they're dropping pace. They're gonna have to go for their pit stop early again. It's been bad luck after bad luck for DC Racing.
Porsche hit them. It was an incident fault.
So there you go. That Sim Racing team have to complete 1 more long stop. So they're out in 6th at the moment. with a 2-second gap to the next LMP in front, but they actually need to stop for another long stop. So that long stint, losing them maybe a little bit of time there.
So will DC Racing still be up for that podium now after that crazy incident?
Here they come. They're into the pits to box. This can give Apex Digital Motorsport a chance to get back in front where they were. If you remember, a few laps before, we had a great battle between the two. Some contact, but in the end, DC Racing was in front. Now they have suspension damage, so Apex Digital Motorsport get the chance to come back at them. Through Blanchimont then towards the bus stop chicane. They've got to jump them in the pits.
They are still standing still. DC Racing is still stuck in the pit.
And here we go. So Apex Digital Motorsport has got past them and is now onto the podium. But still 2 hours here left at Spa today.
Did that sim racing team do a long stop?
They have one more left.
One more so I was correct. Oh. Oh. That is gonna be interesting.
DC Racing are 2 seconds away from a podium, and they're going to want that 2 seconds. We've seen them overtake Apex Digital Motorsport before, so with a bit of luck, they'll get past them again.
Lasse now wants to get that back. Was a minor setback, let's say like that, because this is still there for the podium, so it might not have lost them too much. And also Apex, now it's at the first run, it's all have done the third stop. As far as I know, Lopen also has done the third stop.
I believe Lopen has done their third stop, so this top three shouldn't be pitting again. They should all be going to the end now. So this is battles for track position. DC Racing, they're 1.4 seconds away from the podium. They're looking to catch up to Apex Digital Motorsport, who of course are going to want to hang on to this position. But if they want to, they're going to need to go defensive. Here we are. Coming up to Stavolo now then. It's a 0.4 second gap. DC Racing is hanging on to the back of Apex Digital Motorsport. Apex Digital is not going to want to let them past. It's going to be a masterclass of defense if they can keep them behind for the next hour and 50 minutes. We don't want to see any incidents. We want nice, clean racing here at Spa. So here we go. On the run down to the bus stop chicane is going to be the next opportunity, really, for overtaking, because it's flat out all the way through here. You can see the benefits of slipstream. DC Racing looks like it's going for the move. Ooh, just tucks in behind this time, biding their time.
I've just been informed we have a new driver coming in. It's from the Microsoft possible team. So how's your race going on so far?
Could we interview for in like a minute once we've had the battle? Would that be alright?
Sure,
if we just, I'm sorry about that, because as we're coming up to a Rouge, the gap is 0.2 seconds. DC Racing are going to get the slipstream onto the Kemmel Straight. They're going to have to make the move. So here we go, side by side, down the Kemmel Straight. DC Racing are just ever so slightly in front as we're going to come into Lecombe. They go for the outside line, which has proved useful. They get ahead.
They've done it. They've
DC
done
Racing
the
onto the podium. What a move. Apex Digital Motorsport will not be happy with that. They might try and come back. We'll have to see as we go down into Ravage. Just looks like they're dropping back a little bit. So we should be okay to get on with our interview. I'll keep an eye on this battle just in case. I may have to interrupt you at some point.
Right,
Okay.
Microsoft maybe possible team. How do you say your race is going on so far?
Well, at the moment we're in last. We are out of the points. I was hit after executing my amazing strategy, so my strategy is ruined.
Oh, that's disappointing.
But it's pretty fun.
Are you driving?
Having a good-
I've heard you're the driver right now in the car.
I am driving, yes.
Tell us like a lap around the track. How a driver, what's going on through the driver's mind during this lap.
Okay, so right now I just went through a Rouge, coming down to the Kemmel Straight. I have a blue flag, so I'm probably just gonna hold my line and let them go through. It's for an LMP car, the Barbie car. They will be much faster than me. I'm in the braking now. Brake. He goes through. Okay, now he's gone.
How stressful is it when LMP2s are close by?
Oh, it's pretty stressful. Because, like, I don't want to ruin their race, but, like, I don't want to ruin my race. You know? Especially in, like, this part of the track. It's just it's very stressful, but that's the fun of it, you know?
What was your... When you entered this race, where do you expected yourself to be? Was this what expected, or is this a bit of a disappointing result right now?
I'm sorry, we've just got a battle here because coming down the Camel Straight side by side, Hexa AFGT and Lurkager Racing are side by side. Round the other side goes Hexa AF. Oh, they go deep though. They go deep into Lacombe. Lurgica able to keep in front, and that is that battle well and truly over. Just bottled it there, unlucky Hexa AF. I'm very sorry to interrupt. We're just having a couple battles at the moment on track.
You are completely okay. I'm in last. They're doing stuff. They're more important.
I have a question though. I really love the art style of the Microsoft, maybe possibly car. What was the inspiration behind that?
Thank you very much. I'm not really the guy to ask. I was just kind of a consultant. I kind of came up with the stripes on the side. I suggested the Miami Red Bull livery as inspiration.
Oh, yeah.
We ran out of time though. Yeah, we all loved that livery so much, so we decided, hey, why don't we put some stripes down the car? We all thought it was a great idea, so we stuck with it.
Yeah, it looks like from the anime Initial D. Now I've got the
It
name
does,
again.
yeah. There it is, Initial D, you're right.
It must have taken a lot of time. It's a really cool design with the brush stroke effect.
Yeah, we are all great. We are all big fans of it in the team. Felix, who was our livery designer, he had a very similar livery to the URD car that we were going to use. Sadly, it didn't work. But he kind of just transferred it over and did a really good job. I'm very impressed with what he did. And overall, I'm just very happy with our livery as a whole. I do kind of wish we had a bit more time because we didn't put our names on the side, which is something that I always love on endurance cars.
Yeah, we've seen with a couple of the LMP cars got the names on the wing. But still, a very good looking car you've got there. So shame, I saw you in a couple battles earlier before. I think we got some color commentary over those. But, you know, some good racing, and then just unfortunate that weren't able to continue for the whole race. But hopefully you enjoyed still the 6 hours.
Oh yeah, I'm having a great time. Thank you for making this competition happen. It's great fun, and we're all having a great time here. So, from all the drivers, thank you.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying. I can see coming through now through No Name. Definitely a difficult section of the track.
Especially in this Porsche car, it's like I don't feel like there's enough grip for whatever reason. I'm just used to practicing with more grip, but
yeah, no, not really any downforce on the Porsche car. More relying on the mechanical grip of the car. So a little bit more slidey through some of these Sector 2 corners. Anything you'd like to add, Foxy?
No, we'd better let you drive because we're probably distracting you a bit.
Oh no!
God.
Contact!
Oh no!
Oh dear!
Oh, that must have.
Commentator's
We'll
curse
leave you driving before we curse you even more.
No, you're fine. That was my bad. That was all me.
Thank you so much for joining us, and we wish you all the luck for the rest of the 1 hour 45 minutes. Maybe you'll get a position. There's still hope.
Hopefully. Is there any chance you could move me back to my original
yeah, I'll be able to do that.
VC?
Oh, actually, can you see the VCs? Because I can't see the VCs.
We can't see them.
Yeah, we don't. We'll have to ask VHK to do that. VHK, if you're watching, please move him back. Oh, okay, super.
Thank you very much, VHK.
So now let's go back to the battle that's been happening at the front with number 3 and 4. We have Hexa AF Racing also there now in the middle. Is it gonna be again? Are they gonna learn, or is there gonna be again some impeding we're gonna see? That has happened before, which people say
down the Camel Straight. You got the little horn, the little do 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 do, and Hexa
they have learned.
Plenty of space. That sim racing guy,
bloke,
slowly but surely. That sim racing team, not even bloke. I just said it awfully bad. was hovering around the 2 to 3 second mark from Dark Matter Motorsport. Similar lap times across the board from both teams. So one of them, if we see, a mistake from Dark Matter or that sim racing team find a bit more pace, could be seeing a battle to finish in the top 5 here. And you do want to finish in the top 5.
Top 5 is like when you don't get a podium, the next thing you want is a top 5. That's always what a driver's head is happening. And so I can probably see that the sim racing team, they still have a long stop, don't forget that. Well, everyone ahead is on 3 out of 3, so
That's very
we thought the strategy would have worked out, but I guess it was a butchered strategy, as we now see that. So they're gonna lose even more time with another long stop. If they're lucky, maybe ahead is. I think Apex Digital Motorsport also is on 2 out of 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I believe Apex Digital Motorsport may need. No, I don't think they do need to stop again. Actually, I think they're okay. I think they're done.
Yeah, that sim racing team has to look now behind and not ahead.
Unfortunately so. Maybe Hexa AF Racing gonna be having a little battle with that sim racing team towards the end of this race when they have to take their final long stop. If you're just tuning in, this is the SimSpots 6 hours of Spa endurance race. We are in our last hour and 45 minutes of racing here at Spa today. It's been a great race so far. It's slowing down towards the end as people settle into positions and, pace becomes more evened out across the board.
I see many people in the pits right now. There is Easy Racing, Hexa AF GT, and Obama Fried Chicken. But Easy Racing and Hexa GT, aren't they in the battle? Aren't they in the same lap?
Well, here, DC Karting has got a chance to get past Obama Fried Chicken. So, on the run up to Arouge, the gap is just under half a second.
Oh, but losing the car there.
Losing the car a little bit from both of them there. You want to be able to carry as much speed out of Arouge as possible. You can see just how Obama Fried Chicken benefited from getting more speed through that corner, because then he's managed to pull out another 4/10 just on the straight alone. Into Lecom, you can make up time, though, if you get a good couple corners through there. DC Karting gaining through here. Remember, the driver for Obama Fried Chicken right now has just got in the car. So he's having to, remember his braking points, warm his tires up. Oh, bit deep, trying to let one of the LMP cars through there. And DC Karting goes down the inside at Rivage and makes the move stick on Obama Fried Chicken.
Hexa AF has now done the 3rd out of 3 pit stop. Long stop, I'm sorry.
Brilliant.
So it's at the front. It's probably settled now that Lopin has done the 3 out of 3 as far as I know. Yep. Crash Test has as well, so that's gonna also. Crude has just done it.
Contact.
Goes.
And that's DC Karting. They are out. They are in the gravel trap, and Obama Fried Chicken gets back ahead, and that is a full course yellow. Is that the sim racing team that just went out? It is. That sim racing team losing a lot of time, and they still have another pit stop. If the full course yellow lasts to that pit box, I would recommend.
That was overtaking. He just overtook that Porsche.
I would recommend going in the pits. Yeah, that was a little bit dodgy. Might be a penalty for that. So, full course yellow is out and about. If you need your pit stop now and you're heading towards that bus stop chicane, the closest to Dark Matter Motorsport, I don't think they need to pit. But that sim racing team, could they benefit from an incident that they were involved in? Possibly, but I feel like the full course yellow is going to finish before they make it to the pits. Unfortunately for them. So, we'll resume racing shortly, making sure that it's safe to carry on. Another incident with DC Karting, just unfortunately, couldn't really move out the way. And was in a battle with Obama Fried Chicken too, and just a bit of a racing incident there.
The team is now in an invisible battle against Hexa AF Racing now. That looked, because they are about 100 seconds from each other, 114. But now that the speed is going up, it's gonna go down again. It's like 100 seconds between them. So it's just gonna be now a battle between that sim racing team and Hexa AF Racing. Will that sim racing team keep that 6th place, or will Hexa absolutely
Into
five
the
it?
pits goes DC Karting for damage as well. So that battle is over, unfortunately for them. Yeah, DC Karting have had a pretty unlucky race. From what I've seen a lot of incidents that were just unfortunate involving them. So
That sim racing team is in the pits now. They have just entered the pits.
So here comes Hexurf. Now, Hexurf is just going through, I believe that's Stavilo. So that means
Yes.
it's very likely that they're going to jump that sim racing team in the pits here. Let's see.
Are they gonna is there gonna be a driver swap in that sim racing team, or is this just a normal pit stop?
It's going to have to be a driver swap.
They haven't left yet. That's a sign that it's just a normal pit stop.
But they may just be doing the next long stop.
Oh, that might be true. But they
Because
lost the position to Hexa.
Yeah, Hexa AF Racing
Has now gone
moves up into
past.
6th place. Past that sim racing team who had a very long first and second stint and now have to have a very short third stint to allow for a 1 hour 34th stint. So let's see what they can do in that last hour and 40 minutes or so. I'm just going to go put some attention on what's been a bit of a lonely race for Lopen Esports Exiles, who are running in P1
You
still.
want to bring the curse on them, aren't you?
Well, no, just gonna
car
give them.
has just went off Puon. Just went straight out of Puon.
Oh,
It was the Microsoft Maybe Possible team.
oh dear, running in last though. We just spoke to. Unfortunately, had a bit of an incident again. But yes, the Lopen Esport Exiles, a bit of a lonely race, but a very good race from there. Consistent time. You can see had a couple incidents, some damage, but managed to create a 90-second gap between the next car behind Crash Test Dummy. So just a bit of a props to them for their race. And Crash Test Dummies and Crude Motorsport filling out the podium in class for GT3. That sim racing team dropped another position, by the way. The Barbie car is now ahead of them. So that sim racing team, those two really long stints, have actually not benefited them at all, and they're dropping right back still. Even Carrack Racing having a chance. So the Barbie car moves up into 7th place now.
So, that's not good. Oh, they have lagged out. Wow.
Oh dear, the comment.
Just as you got it on him, he lagged out. That's disappointing.
We need to stop commentating.
It's your voice, Dan. It's just all your voice.
It's all my fault. Oh, and Carrack! And Carrack, right after I spoke about him. So that sim racing team now, they are out of the pits for their final stint. They've done all of their long stops, so they were just long stopping. They weren't changing driver.
GIE Club is back on track, I think.
Oh, GIE Club is back. Okay, so there they are, yes.
Yeah, okay. It was just a quick lag out. So
they're going through Puon now.
It's going to be now a battle for 1 hour 30 minutes.
Yeah, the last hour and a half. We should see a couple people closing in. I think your podium is well and truly safe at the moment with OC Esports, the favourites, taking the win. Lopen and DC Racing rounding it out.
For everyone watching this, that must have been a heart attack moment for every Barbie fan right now.
We've got a lot of Barbie fans in the chat, so... Whew.
I've just heard we're going to have another interview driver from the Loft Obama Fried Chicken team.
Oh, well, excellent. So we get to hear from Obama Fried Chicken, who've had a bit of a comeback race. They started off towards the back and then made a couple good overtakes.
Easy Racing is in the pits. Easy Racing is in the pits.
Made a couple good overtakes and are now running in P16 with the chance to maybe even make up a couple positions as Easy Racing goes into the pits. So Obama Fried Chicken. Oh, no. Oh, dear.
Went just on the curb. Just kept it out.
Whoa.
It might look like, right now, I don't want to say anything, but Obama Fried Chicken might be looking for the 15th place.
Yeah, they could be top 5 in class. A strong race from them in that second and third stint. And now here in the final stint where they've already pitted. And they're looking to get the jump on Easy Racing, which I'm sure they will as they come through the bus stop chicane here.
So Easy Racing is still in the pits. As you can see, the number 15 car, the lap position 15 car. And they've done it. They're P15 Obama Fried Chicken.
Obama Fried Chicken, probably the best finish they can hope for here is P15. And a good recovery drive from them after a bit of a sketchy start, but then very consistent throughout the rest of the race. So well done to them, and it'll be fun to hear from them, hopefully soon, in our commentary box.
Yes.
We're not allowed to get political though, so.
Oh, that's gonna be difficult now.
Yeah,
We have to
Obama.
talk about Obama. Soda.
Oh, that's too political for me.
Oh, my bad.
Crash Test Dummies running in second. It's been a bit of a lonely race for them too, but consistent
So,
nonetheless.
then, we've now have the driver from Obama Fried Chicken. So, hello. So,
Hello.
how your team is running right now. Is this the position you're expecting? Is this how...
We just wanted to finish the race. We really didn't have any intentions to get any good positions, really. Because myself, it's the first time I do endurance racing, and I was the guy in the first team, so yeah, I wasn't really that great with pace.
I was about to say, you guys are in P6, but I've just seen your car just spin out.
Oh my god.
It's not very good. You're still in P6 in the class. The car behind had a long stop, I must have been. You guys have completed all your long stops, if I'm right?
Yeah.
So right now you're in P6 on your class. Talk us through about your livery, about your car. How did that come across? How did that come along?
It came along because of a meme that I saw a long time ago about a knockoff Kentucky Fried Chicken in China, and I decided why not to make a livery. And actually, this is the second iteration. I first did one for the content game Mustang, for the content-based game of AC.
I must say, the livery looks absolutely beautiful. You've done a great job. It looks like a KFC thing, but you've managed to get that Obama look.
Yes.
Wanting to get political, of course.
No. It's just referencing that meme of that knockoff restaurant that is in China.
You must be very happy right now, though, with the position you're in right now, with the position you just gained from Easy Racing being in the pits.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like you guys are having a great race. 1 hour and 30 minutes left. Do you guys still have a pit stop planned?
And we should have a pit stop at the moment, but we still have to decide if we want to divide right now the race in two, what if it's left, or try to pit early and then do a big push in the end. We will see.
Right, so there is a pit stop still planned in the strategy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we struggle a little bit with tires after an hour by ourselves.
Well, I must say, your race has been very epic. We've seen some of the battles of years.
Yeah.
So with Microsoft, maybe possible team, and even DC Karting, you guys had some great battles. Thank you so much for being here. I wish you all the luck for the next 1.5 hours. Maybe you can get this position, maybe get a better position, hoping for the best.
Let's hope. Yes.
Yeah, very well done, you guys. It's been a good race from you.
Yes, we are hoping that we at least stay here, because it's very nice to finish, and having a P6 is fantastic.
I've just been told you guys have a quote on the side of the car. Can you talk more about that quote?
We have several, which are trying. For example, the first one of them, it's government licking good, trying to mock off the finger licking good phrase. And then other ones that are and the other ones are a generic one that I don't remember where I got it from, and the other one is modifying an Obama phrase by itself, which says it says I forget.
Chicken is not the only answer, but
chicken is not the only answer, but it definitely helps. And I changed money from to chicken because the theme of the livery.
Very
I have
fun,
to
very
say,
funny.
it's a great livery, really
Thank
inspired
you.
design, and it's one that makes us chuckle when we see it. So
Yeah, that was the intention to
People are
just have
rating
a
it to
goofy
be the
livery.
funniest livery.
Thank you. Yeah, that was the whole intention of the league.
and a P6
Alright.
just tops it off.
Yes,
I'll
it's
leave you
really
now
great.
to your racing, hoping for your best.
Thank you.
1.5 hours left.
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, and also you're doing a great job commentating the race. I'm really liking it.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
From both of us. That's nice to hear.
Yes. All right. That was very nice for the interview. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you for allowing us to interview you. It makes it a bit more fun for us.
Great.
Right, again, now going back to the racing, I've just seen Lopen Esports Dark doing a long stop. So
I think
DC
it's just a planned
DC
pit
Racing is
stop.
going for second place.
Planned pit stop. So if DC Racing gets past here,
They've done it.
that's
They're
second place.
And they have
Wow.
OC Racing right behind them.
What a recovery drive from DC Racing, who had obviously that incident earlier with Apex Digital Motorsport,
And also the pedals.
technical problems plagued them, but to still finish P2 just shows their pace has been mega throughout this race. So
Apex
very
Digital also
impressive.
getting now the podium. Apex is now third right now. This is getting interesting. Did not see this to be the podium.
So Lopen actually dropping back because of that pit stop, which is disappointing. For their team boss, who we spoke to, who was hoping really to be on the podium.
No, that must be a heartbreak, but it's still 1.5 hours to go. We don't know what else will be happening.
Yeah,
But
it's
does
a
look
marathon,
like
not a sprint,
Lopen.
even from here.
But
By
it
no
does look
means.
like Lopen did a bit of a dip with that pit stop with positions.
They're still in the pits, so Dark Matter actually is going to jump them as well and push Lopen down into P5.
Oh,
This is
that is
terrible for
not
Lopen
good.
Esports. According to them, they still have a shot at the podium. They're thinking most other teams are going to have to pit again. So Apex Digital Motorsport and Dark Matter Motorsport are possibly going to need to pit for fuel and tires before the end of this race. So Lopen Esports, they've completed their long stop. They're thinking there's still a chance for the podium here, and there's teams that still need to pit. So they're not out of it yet. They're not out of it yet. This is
We
still
might
a
get an
race for
interview
them.
again with Tong from DCR Racing LMP2.
Oh, that would be really fun to have, and see what he's thinking after. I mean, he's in a very different position now than when we talked to them 2 hours ago in the race, where it was looking a little bit hazy whether they would even be on the podium.
I mean OC Esports. I was so... Right,
yes.
I forgot.
Tong from OC
Tong is from
Esports.
OC Racing.
Again, in a
OC
very
Esports,
different position from where they were at the start of the race when we spoke to them, and pit stops were confusing everyone. So now we can talk about them and how they've dominated this entire race. And
They must be very proud. They have been doing the... They have literally a driver which is Max Verstappen, and they are having a race like a Max Verstappen.
Very much so. Pretty much a clean sweep for the whole weekend for them, which they must be happy about.
Hello. So, OC Esports, you guys are leading by 120 seconds. How does that feel?
Oh. Do we have... Okay. Just looks like Tong...
Tong?
Tong's been
Are you
muted.
here? Oh.
I think that's just... It looks... It's not a server mute, so... That's just a... Like, your side mute.
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe we'll... Oh, there we go. We've got Tong back now. Hello?
I'm back.
There
Hello,
we
yes?
are. Awesome.
There
we
we
can
go.
hear you now.
I was silenced.
So you guys are leading by 120 seconds. How does that feel?
Yeah, it was a good stint. I'm sweating. The window has not been opened. But yeah, it was good pace. We just kind of need to bring it home now.
I mean, when we last
You guys-
spoke, we weren't sure about you know, what the positions actually were post pit stops. Were you thinking you were on for the P1 still?
Yeah, we thought we were. We thought we had an extra long stop over everybody, and I was just putting in the 2-minute lap times and just hoping to extend. I didn't think the gap would get that big before the pit stops, but it's a bonus.
You guys have lapped P2. You guys are basically the Max Verstappen team and have a driver which sounds and have a car which is orange. Can we call you the Max Verstappen team? It's basically what you guys are at this point.
I mean, we stick a Red Bull sticker on. There's not much difference by the looks of it, but no, it's about consistency. I got stuck in traffic a couple of times, spun around, but it was very much about just don't risk everything.
You guys didn't have many problems with the Porsche Cups, did you? You guys always went through with butter smooth.
No, they're the best cars ever to try and lap when they break in the middle of a corner. No, there's some of them are the majority were very good, but there's just the one or two that kind of made life difficult. But it's it was an interesting challenge.
Right.
Definitely. I mean, it's been a clean sweep this weekend. DC Racing said, and this was quoted to us in our little briefing of all the drivers, they were going to bring the fight to you today. You're currently 120 seconds ahead, and you can see them in front of you as you're about to lap them. Do you have anything to say to DC Racing?
Hey, look, they've driven a great race. They just it was unfortunate that they had the incidents that happened. I don't know why they pitted with half an hour. Did you find out?
Yes, so a pedal issue.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but yeah, it's endurance racing. Things go wrong. I think it's just we need to make sure nothing goes wrong for us, and we're all good.
And I believe you hold the fastest lap at the moment, so that must feel pretty good.
Yeah, I was trying. I really wanted it. Yeah, it was more just bragging rights because I'm that much of a... Can't say that in stream.
I think
fair play to you guys. You guys are keeping up 6 hours. I commend you.
Very difficult.
You guys
for
are
both
the
of us.
drivers. You guys are doing the hardest work right now.
Oh no. Yeah, maybe, but trying to find things to talk about after 6 hours, I couldn't do that. Fair play to you guys.
Well, we'd have to thank all of you for coming in and giving us something to talk about in the interviews during these less exciting laps of the race, where it's just a bit more of a faster slap battle than
But we
on-track
must
one.
also thank you for all the on-track battles. When you guys were behind on P5 after your first stops, you guys had some great
my
battles.
It was scary going up the inside of Blanchimont with a GT3 or Porsche Cup on the outside, but we made it work.
Yeah,
I didn't need a heart attack at that point during the lap. I kind of need to finish my stint, so I said I'd calm down.
It was very impressive seeing you guys fighting through the traffic and still managing to pull off moves and overtakes and keep it clean. Just really impressive racing. So a thoroughly deserved... It's looking like it's going to be a P1, so a thoroughly deserved P1 today.
Again,
I do have a question, though.
Touchwood.
Are you guys gonna still have to pit, or is this now your final stint, straight lane to the end?
Now you're going to have to find out.
Oh, no strategy hints in here, so we'll just have to wait and see.
Alright, fair.
Whole world's watching, man. Can't let that go. Been a pleasure, boys.
All right, no worries. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Good luck, mate.
Best of luck, guys. Bye-bye.
See you later. So there we are,
See, they're
OC
gonna be
Sports, current
in
race
secret.
leaders. And we have here Hexa AF Racing in the pits. So the Barbie car moves up into P6. That Sim Racing
Fan
team
favorite.
is coming around. It looks like towards Stavolo now. So they've got a chance, if this is Hexa AF Racing's last long stop, to jump them in the pits. They may be coming out the pits and kind of meeting up towards the exit. So let's see. We're looking at car number 7. They're out the pits. Okay, they're down. Never mind. They're down the Kemmel straight.
They're out of the pits. They're out of the pits.
So, Hexa AF Racing looking to try and catch GER Club LMP2 team. G Racing.
So, we know that, I must say, we know that Hexa has a bit more pace. That's for sure. But we don't know if this pit stop also has made them now cold tires and heavier fuel load. So this might be onto the Barbie car, onto the GER Club LMP2 car, because now it's just gonna be 1 hour 19 minutes till the end. This can end many ways. We don't know what's happening ahead. We don't know what's happening behind. This can end in many
I'm
ways.
not gonna
but
lie
it's
as well. The pace of this GER Club car in its last stint has been within the 201s, 202s, and has actually been pretty quick. So they do have a chance here of securing a P6 finish, which, considering they were running in last for some of the race before, would be really impressive for the fan favourite Barbie car to cut through the field and make its way, you know, towards that midfield, towards that P6 finishing spot.
So we've seen now about the GER Club car doing around the final corners, overlapping some Porsche Cups. We have heard from many drivers now that the Porsche Cup cars have been nice boys. They haven't created too much chaos. Obviously, there have been some incidents, but wait, is that a battle for the Porsche Cups right there that we're seeing here?
No, there's no close battles between anyone at the moment.
Oh, okay. So we've heard from LMP2 drivers that the Porsche Cups have been nice, have been letting them by, just being all nice, and also to each other they haven't done too many risky moves that shouldn't have been happen, and also the battles are really clean. I mean, we've seen the drivers driving for this long, even if different drivers, your power does go out, like your physical power, because like I don't know how each driver did it, but each team must have been there still looking and stuff. So each driver also being there sitting and strategizing. Each driver.
I'm hearing
kudos to all of
reports
them.
that a lagging Karak racing car has caused damage for, I'm not sure which team, but has caused some damage. And Lopen is, it's for the Lopen team, and they're out of a shot of the podium, so they had to pit for some damage because of that. And now their shot at the podium, they think, has disappeared as they're getting lapped by OC Esports. You can see here.
That does suck.
If we'll have a look at Carrick Racing in the pits at the moment. So some technical issues from their side. They've done their last long pit. They're
Well, that was a
2.3
long
laps
pit anyway.
down.
They had to do a long pit anyway, so
Yeah, it's a shame. Shame about that. The Lopen Esports team on for a podium. They were thinking, but not anymore.
The GER car is going really, really good right now. Like, the gap was 8 seconds 2 laps ago, now it's 10. They are not backing down. You know how Nick A30 would say, never back down, never what?
Never give up. Do we know if any of the GT cars need to long pit anymore?
As far as I know, Obama Fried Chicken has to do one more. No, wait, no, Obama Fried Chicken did L. As far as I know, in the back, I think 1 or 2 cars still have to, but in the back, so it won't lose that much. As you see here now, an LMP2 car getting past Easy Racing. But it looks like it's just gonna be now it's just a straight line, maybe some normal pit stops. As we heard, Obama Fried Chicken is gonna aim for one more stop. Maybe they do a driver change. They aren't sure yet.
I don't think a driver change for Obama Fried Chicken, but just the tires, unfortunately for them, weren't lasting the full hour. So they're thinking, gonna have to pit maybe in the next 15 minutes and do a last hour stint on the race. They have Easy Racing 20 seconds behind them. And they actually are gaining to DC Karting ahead. Only 50 seconds that gap. So the race nowhere near over for Obama Fried Chicken, and nowhere near over for Hexa AF Racing. Less than 10 seconds, the gap to the Barbie car, the fan favorite, who everyone wants to see win.
Getting the P6. You know, we've talked about how how the P5 is the position everyone wants if a podium isn't there. But P6, I must say, is still, with having Hexa behind, that Sim Racing team behind, it's still a big pressure. If they manage to keep those people behind, then that's a pretty proud performance. They must be really proud of that.
All these guys are racing drivers, aren't they? If they even have a hint of a smell of a position in front, they will do anything to make up that position. Whether it's P18 or P1, they will always want
hello?
to get that position.
Who's
Oh,
this
what
we're
was
talking
that? We've got Big Cat here from the Barbie car. How is it going, Big Cat? We see you pulling into the pits at the moment. What
pitting.
is this stop for?
It's just a repair and a tyre change. GER Racing is just saying that the tyres are dead.
to? Are you guys aiming to beat Hexa AF Racing?
It would be nice, but after what happened at the start, it's not going to happen.
Oh, I'm sure
that
there's a
must have-
chance maybe as Hexa goes past into P6.
But
but
we
the Barbie
don't know
car,
if Hexa also has a pit door
I
under
have
the
to
belt.
say, it was a tough first couple stints, wasn't it? But this last stint, you seem to really sort of shine on your own and show us that actually you've got the pace. It was just a bit of bad luck at the start.
Yeah, GE Racing is rapid. I've known him a while now, and at the start, we just got unlucky. His monitor decided to disconnect on him, meaning that he had to pull in to do a driver swap way too early. And then halfway through my stint, I got punted into a wall.
I mean,
Oh,
your team
no.
is a German team. I am German. I am obviously rooting for you. Now knowing that the Barbie car obviously also is the fan favorite. Obviously, I also am hoping for you to get a really good position. No bias, you obviously. But a bit of bias, you obviously.
Yeah, I feel like the odd one out being the Brit and the two German driver team, but I've known both of them a bit now, so they're both rapid. We've done what we can, and I think we should hopefully be able to catch back up to Hexa and take that 6th place.
Yeah, 30-second gap between you two at the moment, and a 10-second gap to that sim racing team behind, although I'm sure you're looking forward and not backwards, and trying to secure that 6th place position, which would be a great comeback story considering just the bad luck suffered at the start, which can happen in endurance racing, and we're very sorry for that. It is a shame.
Yeah.
Could
Like I
you
said,
tell
if anyone
us
could do it, scare.
the inspiration behind the livery then? What made you pick Barbie?
So the colours are all coincidental. The car was never designed to be a Barbie car. It's all just GE Racing's team colours, and we showed off the livery about last week, and somebody immediately put it up with a Barbie poster, and it's kind of stuck with us that it's now the Barbie car.
What does that mean with powered by McDonald's? Is that a joke or is that?
Yeah, so we couldn't think of any more sponsors to put on, and so we just decided that McDonald's would be funny.
Tesco is always number
And
one.
if,
on my mind.
on the topic of food, if you had to pick between unlimited bacon but no games, or games, unlimited games but no games, which one are you picking?
Unlimited games and no games.
Okay, interesting. Thank you for the answer there.
Okay, just straight to the point.
Yeah,
sir.
straight to the point. I mean, fair enough.
Right, we thank you to be here. Thank you for the interview, and we wish you good luck against maybe
Thank you, guys.
Hexa Racing.
Yeah, it looks like he's on him now.
Yeah, good luck. Gained a couple tenths in the last lap, so the Barbie car looking to catch up to Hexa Racing.
Yeah, well, it's been a pleasure, guys, and we'll see how it goes at the end.
All
luck,
right,
mate.
good luck.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Always a bacon question.
Always, I had to sneak it in there. So,
I've
we
been
have
told you were allowed
Apex
to
Digital
after later.
Motorsport looking for a podium position because they are just under 4 seconds behind Dark Matter Motorsport, who I believe have come into the pits a couple laps ago or had an incident. I'm not sure what happened, but the gap suddenly dropped down to under 4 seconds. So Apex Digital Motorsport not out of the realm of a podium position for them.
Right, so now that we're looking at this battle here, how this had happened, we don't know. We were too busy asking a bit of a bacon question. But seeing that the gap is staying like that, so we must not look ahead if there's a battle or not. But who
Yeah,
knows?
We'll have a comparison of lap times. Better
OC
for us to
Racing
judge
just
next
had
lap.
an incident. I think so.
Yeah, they're in the
Oops, I don't
pits.
think-
They're in the
Yeah,
pits.
I saw the
damage.
thing pop up that they have damage.
Well,
They're
this
probably
brings.
having damage, so they have enough time. to
They've
repair
left.
damage.
They've left, which means they're going for
What's
another
happened?
driver swap. They're going for another driver swap. They are not in the server right now. So DC Racing if I was DC Racing, I'm thinking it's about a lap and a half to catch up to someone having a driver swap. They were a lap and a half behind OC Esports, so they are not out of the race for first at all. Here we go then. OC Esports back in the pits. We're going to have a look. Are they allowed to go straight out, or do they need to do one more long stop? It's one more long stop.
They do have to wait for those timers, else they get a penalty with the timers. They went too early, plus a 30-second penalty.
So here comes Lasse in DC Racing. It's going to be a close one.
I think OC Esports just wants to have like a bit of a show off and just want to get for the fastest lap or whatever, like the final hour. As I think no, they're still in the pits, are they?
So we've heard it's a game crash. It was a game crash for OC Esports.
Okay.
So this was not a planned pit stop. This is purely things going wrong in endurance racing. So here comes DC Racing now through Blanchimont towards the bus stop chicane.
Damn. Okay, so it's gonna be. They're still in the pits. They are still there. As you can see on the minute,
they are OC Esports. And there we go. DC Racing are now in the lead.
Wow. Oh my god. How does this just happen? This is incredible. In the final hour, DC Racing said they've done the final pit there. When they pit for damage, they are good to go to the end as far as I know.
So for DC
Obviously,
Racing,
the commentator's curse
this has
has
just
been
gone
blamed
from
again.
managing tyres and managing a P2 finish to all of a sudden being on for the race win just because of bad luck. And bad luck has struck all of our drivers here today. As Apex Digital Motorsport as well, they're coming through Puon now.
also has pitted.
Hexa also
they did a drive-through. This might help the Barbie car.
The Barbie car now is only roughly coming through the source about 7 seconds off Hexa whilst they were gaining before. So this has absolutely changed the game for this final hour of racing. 2 incidents now, bringing us a little bit of extra racing towards the end. And that's what we said with endurance racing. It's always
a marathon and not
unpredictable.
a sprint. We get it. Nah, you're right. It is a long race, and you cannot just predict. You can't just say, "Oh, what's happened here? What has happened here?"
Up ahead. That's.
It looks like it's a Carrick car.
Because we have Dark Matter Racing in the pits as well. Dark Matter Motorsport are also in the pits now. So, hang on. OC have dropped into 3rd now. Apex into 2nd. And Dark Matter are in the pits, which gives Hexa and the Barbie car a chance.
Oh my god, this is incredible. This is a turn of events. This is what people want to happen in F1.
The race has just switched up in the final hour of racing here at Spa-Francorchamps.
This is incredible.
So there, OC
is now out of the pits again.
They've done an extra long stop because of technical issues.
Someone is stopping up ahead. What's that?
That is the DC. That is the Microsoft Maybe Possible car moving onto the grass to allow faster cars to pass, I believe.
I mean,
so here we go. OC are no longer on the podium, and Lopen have just had their podium hopes back because they're in P3.
And also looking behind with the GER club, it's also looking that the gap diminished from 10 seconds to 8 seconds.
Wow, so we've got plenty of battles going on in our LMP2 category. One event has just caused a massive chain reaction. As well, we've got Obama Fried Chicken now.
Look at that! Dark Matter Motorsport. Something happened to Dark Matter Motorsport. GRE Club has passed up to P6 again. And we see Easy Racing having a bit of a squirmel
because Obama Fried Chicken are not far behind them now.
There's been battles everywhere.
There's been a game crash for a team. I'm not 100% sure which team yet. We have a rejoin in there from Microsoft, maybe possibly. A lot is happening now as we head into this last hour.
Everything can happen now. Anything.
A massive grid change due to some technical difficulties. What a shame for those involved. I feel bad for OCE Sports, who were driving a great race, and then, just all of a sudden, game
Dark
issues.
Matter Racing Motorsport also had a game crash.
Dark Matter, no, because Dark Matter we're doing well as well. But that does help the Barbie car moving up into P6. It does help Hexa AF Racing moving into P5. And that Sim Racing team in P7. They're all pretty close together at the moment. Dark Matter doing an extra long stop as well. Just like OC Esports did. So, your current race leader now, DC Racing.
Followed by Apex Digital Motorsport and Lopen Esports, Dark. When I asked before what you guys think of a podium, I don't think you thought about this. Did you, Dan? Did you expect something like this to happen?
Anything can happen in endurance racing. That's the problem. It's very unpredictable.
Like this? It is very unexpected as well. Let's see if they can make a catch-up game, maybe to P3, as we see that just 34 seconds behind.
If possible, I would like to know who's in each car at the moment now then, so we've got a bit of a reference point, because everyone's done at least one stint now, and those pitting for a fourth long stop.
Doesn't mean there's a driver change though.
Yeah, but I think some of them did, so I would just like to double check if anyone could get that information to us if we've had driver changes. Here comes the Barbie car, past the Obama fried chicken. Two fan favorite liveries there.
We've also seen in the past hour no cutting penalties anymore. They've all also learned that part. I would say that now in like 2 seconds someone gets a cutting penalty. Lol. That would be funny. Apex Digital Motorsport just had an incident with DC cutting Porsche Cup. A slight touch, it looks like. So now we're looking at obviously the Barbie car, obviously the most beautiful car on the grid.
Going past Easy Racing, and you can see that 5-second gap there as Easy Racing enters Puon and Obama Fried Chicken follows. Can Obama Fried Chicken find the pace to catch up to Easy Racing? They want that P16 finish.
Oh! That nearly could have ended in a heartache for Easy Racing.
That would have not been good for them.
Push away. Lopen Esports Exiles in the pits. But they're so far ahead of Crash Test Dummies that it doesn't seem like they're going to have any issues.
I think the top 3 for the P-Cup is pretty secure, but like we've just seen, anything can happen, so don't write anyone off from the podium yet, because at the moment, we have got Lopen, who'd written themselves off the podium, currently running in P3.
This is very interesting right now, seeing as how 1 or 2 game crashes could have just switched up the entire grid.
Fuel and tire stop for Lopen Exiles.
Right.
That makes sense. A standard stop planned in the strategy, and they should be back out in first because they're good 2 laps ahead of Crash Test Dummies at the moment.
Hello, who are we talking to?
Talking to Lokio, Max Verstappen from OC Esport.
Oh, wow.
Oh, good to see you.
Bro, there has been some heartache. What just happened to your team? What are your thoughts about what just happened?
Yeah, well, I was driving through the bus stop and my screen just froze. And as the other guys had also complained about some screen freezes, I thought, okay, let's just wait it out. And then all of a sudden, the whole Assetto Corsa game just went black, and I got a crash report. So, yeah, it's pretty sad knowing that this is how your race ends. So we are still running at least, but it's still like that it's a game issue that you can't do anything about.
Right, that does suck.
Yeah.
Do you guys still have hope to get a podium? Do you think that's still possible in this last hour?
We are definitely fighting for it. Yes, I think we got a pit stop from it, so I think we can try and go to the end. So we are definitely trying to get as much time as we can and see how far we can get.
It's really a shame. It seems everyone has been plagued with endurance racing and technical issues today, but your pace has obviously been, from your entire team, extremely quick. So you have to be proud of that, and you can't really say that as a driver you could have done much more, surely.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's it's both a nice thing and really a frustrating thing, because you're thinking like, well, at least it wasn't our own fault, but you're also like, you really want to be able to be in control and know what's happening and stay running. So when something completely out of your control happens like this, it's really frustrating.
I can imagine it's quite annoying. Considering as well, there's such dominance at the front of the grid. But we have to admire and just say that it was an amazing 3, now 4 stints from you guys. Who's in the car at the moment?
I think we have put Tong in the car, trying to get as much time as we possibly can. So see if we can get anything out of it. I had a little bit of a hard time in the car because I started with my stint on a full tank of fuel, which I'll be honest and say leak our strategy a little bit and say that wasn't the plan. So as I slowly got the fuel burned off, I slowly got back on the pace where I was supposed to be. So yeah.
So just a bit of overfueling in the car. And what's been the biggest issue this race? Tire wear or fuel?
I mean, we've tried to balance it out. We haven't really have any issues with fuel. We could have gone a little bit longer in most of our stints, but we've just been trying to balance it out on tire wear, trying to keep the tires as fresh as possible the whole way through. So yeah, we could have probably gone with mediums and also done only half the stops, or pretty close to that, with 1.5 hour stints instead, but we decided to go with the softs.
So a bit of extra pace, but a couple more pit stops in there.
Yeah.
I mean, it was going really well for you guys. I'm sorry about the issues. It was frustrating to see. Hopefully, the gap down to 29 seconds and setting solid 2-minute lap times, you guys can make up some of those positions again and get back at least onto the podium where you thoroughly deserve to be.
Yeah, hopefully we are really fighting for it. It would be so nice to just get at least something home from this race again after what's happened.
Anything you want to add, Foxy?
No, that was all.
Alright, well, really good luck to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
No worries, thank you for coming on, and well done again for just the blistering pace and the pole position that you managed to put out there.
Thank you.
Goodbye, mate.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Right, so that was the Max Verstappen esports driver. So, as we heard, pushing. It's very heartbreaking, but they're doing the one thing that you should do when something bad has happened, not to keep your guard down, to just keep your heads up, and that's the main thing that really nice to see. By the way, but now look at the battles again. We see the Barbie car has catch 3 to 4 seconds now to Hexa Racing.
So, within just slowly but surely beating the pace on Hexa AF Racing. We can see last lap 0.8 quicker from the Barbie car. So, considering they started off with a difficult race, again, another car plagued with technical issues near the start, but now really finding their rhythm, getting a little bit of luck on their side, and they're proving to us that they have the pace and could even finish in the top 5 here.
If they do finish the top 5, that would be a really proud moment for them, because they have hit the one goal that, like, you know, each driver does want to get if a podium is not possible. It's gonna be looking like this. All they wish for is right there, 4 seconds ahead of them. Now 3.9. As I think tire wear for them is not an issue anymore. They have pitted for the final time a few laps ago. We saw that when we interviewed them. So they are now full on, just straight going for the finish and for that position.
We can see here going into the bus stop chicane. We'll go for a lap with our Barbie car. Oh, Hexa into the pit. So, GR Club moving up into 5th place. And that sim racing team should be able, coming to the bus stop chicane now, to jump them on position as well. They do. That sim racing team moving up into 6th place there. Where is Hexa AF Racing going to come out? We can see them trundling along in the pit lane there, forced by the pit limiter to go slowly. What is the gap going to be?
So we heard that OC Esports team is now pushing, but seeing that final lap, DC Racing did do 2 times faster than OC Esports. So DC Racing is also not joking around now. DC Racing
Definitely a
does
lot
have it
of action
pretty
happening
safe now,
still on the
but
track.
they're not taking it. They want more. While
Very
the
interesting.
GT3s are just trying to keep it on track as the LMP2s all hell broke loose in the LMP2 class. And the GT3s are just now being a part of it.
I just want to give a mention to Logica Racing, who obviously disconnected halfway through and got pushed back towards the bottom of the grid. They've had an amazing recovery, moving up to 13th now towards this final stint. 4th in the class. And they were battling for the lead at the start. You can see by the lap time that they're very close.
There's some legs are going on
to Lopen Esport Exiles. So a mega race from them after, again, tough technical issues, which has just been happening to everyone this race, unfortunately. And that is the nature of endurance racing. There's always going to be issues that are out of your control. I don't think anyone has ever in the history of endurance racing had a clean race. That's gone entirely their way.
Probably not. That's just too long of a race. It may be the Ferrari Monza this year. You know, the only Ferrari win we will ever see.
In Le Mans, you mean?
Le Mans and Nürburgring, my bad. Yeah, but in Le Mans, that did look like it went pretty a lot of their way. In Nürburgring, for example, there was also the problem where they were second, and the Porsche ahead, when they were fighting, the Porsche did a mistake into the final sector and sent it nearly into the wall. They sent it in the wall, and that's how the Ferrari got the win. So if you're a Ferrari fan, basically what I'm trying to say, if you're a Ferrari fan, endurance is where you want to be.
Yeah, definitely. Compared to a certain Formula 1. Oh, full course yellow is out. Car number 19, Microsoft, maybe possibly in the wall. Facing the wrong way on the Kemmel Straight there. So yes, full course yellow now deployed. Has anyone made up time on it? Not this time. We've seen...
suspension is way broken on that car.
Being a bit of a lawnmower there with suspension damage. Gonna have to try... maybe make it round to the pits, but could be just too dangerous to carry on. That is a shame for the Microsoft, maybe possibly team. A good-looking car, unfortunately just not able to hold position. No one's managed to make much time under the virtual safety car, as we can see here. Still some big gaps.
OC Esports pitted. DC Racing is in the pits.
DC Racing using this opportunity.
Using this to go to the pits.
They've got a good gap between them and Apex Digital Motorsport, so this does make sense. You
so
see a couple
teams also pitted.
Couple teams diving into the pits now.
So OC Esports also lost a lot of time because they also went into the pits.
Interesting strategy choice from OC Esports to go in the pits again. I guess maybe to really push for this last 50 minutes here as we go green flag racing again at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. And a couple of people have made some time up. We see that sim racing team getting closer to the Barbie car.
So everyone who's cheering on for the Barbie car right now is just sweating right now, hoping that... It's like in the chat, how I've seen is this is a split thing between the Barbie car and the sim racing team.
50-50, because a lot of that sim racing bloke fans in here as well who want to see their team do well. So maybe a little last lap battle between those two would be quite interesting to see. We've got 50 minutes here at Spa, the SimSpots 6-hour endurance race. I just say what a pleasure it's been to be able to commentate over this race. Some excellent racing from everyone involved, as we see Apex Digital Motorsport and P2.
Went right there. This last hour, I must say, this last 1.5 hours is the funnest commentating I had in this race since the beginning of the race. Like at the beginning with all the battles, that was fun. Then now this again, all hell breaking loose. This is perfect, exactly what racing is. So OC Racing unlapping themselves.
There they go, OC Esports, 15 seconds. The gap between OC Esports and Lopen. That is the gap to glory. That is the gap to the podium that everyone wants to be on at the end of this endurance race. But there can only be 3, and there can only be 1 winner, which at the moment is looking like DC Racing. Their motto at the start of the race, we're going to bring the fight to OC Esports. It looked like it wasn't going to go their way after some bad luck, but your luck can always turn around in racing, and at the moment they're leading with a 100-second lead to Apex Digital Motorsport, and they've just had a nice free pit stop under the virtual safety car.
DC Racing wants to show their worth against the OC Racing car, and it is showing. The lap times they're doing under each other, it's basically like a qualifying battle during the race with all the 2.0s they both have to put out. And there's another yellow flag.
Oh no!
That's Logica, no!
Logica racing in the wall after such a good recovery drive. Thankfully, the gap for them is big enough that they don't really have to worry about that incident. But another full course yellow
It's just
out.
gonna help anyone.
OC Esports look to have capitalized under that FCY, because if you have a look at the time, it's gone down by about 7 seconds. Lopen starting to have to look in their rearview mirror at what might be creeping up behind them. That is a 7-second gap in endurance racing for you. There you go. Just on the run down to Puan. The Crude Motorsport car there, warming up its tyres. They've had a great race running in P3. I know I've not spoke about Crude Motorsport much, but here you go, Crude Motorsport. This is your time. I'm going to talk about you under the virtual safety car. You guys have put in a very consistent race and managed to get yourself on the podium so far. Hopefully it goes well for you for the rest of the race. No technical issues for you guys. So, we're going to go racing again in 10 seconds at Spa-Francorchamps. We've got OC Esports creeping up to the back of Lopen.
Eyes ahead there.
And there we go, green flag, go, go,
and
go.
In the last one, people were excited no one got a penalty under the FCY.
Oh, maybe, possibly. Oh dear. So, the gap down to 2 seconds. A good start from OC Esports. They are catching Lopen. Lopen were hoping to come away with the podium today, but it's looking like their chances are getting ever smaller by the 10th, because OC Esports are running up towards the back of them. We got some traffic here, which Lopen are going to hope goes their way, and they can use that traffic to get a bit more of a gap for a little bit longer, but 47 minutes to defend against OC Esports. It's going to be tough as we come through the bus stop chicane. The gap is 1 second to the car in front for OC Esports. They've had very bad luck at the very end of this race, but they're not going to let that bother them now. All they're focused on is finishing in the best position possible. As we come into La Source, they carry a bit more speed through, get a good exit and gain a couple tenths. Coming up towards a Rouge now then.
Lopen looks like they have gotten again the pace now that they're under pressure from behind, not losing any time where they can. On the straights, obviously, is where they lose all the time because of the slipstream effect. But in the corners, it looks like they have now found out where they're losing time, and this is gonna look like an epic battle for the next 10 minutes.
So as
maybe
we go
10 minutes, maybe 2 corners.
You can see OC Esports really catching through Lacombe. Lopen losing a little bit of time there as we head down to Rivage now. Is they're going to look for the move? No, they're going to stay behind. That probably means through No Name, we're going to see the same order. There's a little bit of traffic ahead, but for the moment, both cars are a little bit of clean air. That's an LMP2 ahead, not a GT3, so it's going to take them a while to catch up to that. Looking maybe a move through Puan, but a bit risky. Backs off a bit. Going to bide their time. The bus stop chicane, maybe where we're going to see the next move. 0.3 seconds the gap as we head into Farnier. And here we go. Again, faster through there. Similar corners to Lacombe. Very tricky. And carrying just a bit more speed, OC Esports. Through Stavolo now. You want to ride the curb, get a good exit, carry the speed through. Flat out through here now, all the way through turn 17 towards Blanchimont.
OC Esports is feeling the dirty air in these corners.
The slipstream effect paying off side by side through Blanchimont. There they go, now down
nice
towards the bus stop chicane. OC Racing is ahead. braking heavy into their bit of a lockup, and OC Esports have managed to get ahead through the bus stop chicane. Will Lopen be able to come back at them? Well, we'll see. Heading down the start-finish straight towards La Source now. The gap is already starting to expand, but Lopen won't want to give up a podium position this easily. Got a better exit through there, though, from OC Esports, and the gap is starting to extend again to be more like a second, and oh dear. Seems like they've just dropped back a little bit. OC Esports are currently running in 3rd place after those technical difficulties, and they'll be very happy with that. They aim to get a podium by the finish here. Lopen, unfortunately, just missing out.
This was a great battle between OC Esports and Lopen Esports Dark. They have... Oh, wait, this is not over yet. As we just saw, OC Esports just go wide.
A little bit deep there.
Keeping it still on the track, though.
Into Rivaldo getting a bit more of a...
This was longer than I expected, because all of the dirty air did make this battle nicer and better than expected.
Through No Name then, just dropping back a little bit to about 2 seconds now. Looks like the move is well and truly done. No more lap traffic in the way of OC Esports for a while now, so they'll get a clean run to really build up a gap between them and Lopen. Unfortunate for Lopen, who themselves also had bad luck this race. I don't think anyone had really good luck, apart from maybe DC Racing at the end there. But Dark Matter Motorsport here on the back of Hexa AF Racing. They're looking to gain a bit of time and maybe get themselves a P7 finish. So,
right then, I've been told we have an interview now with a Crude Motorsport driver.
With...
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Crude Motorsport, how's it going? I was just talking about you under the virtual safety car.
Yeah, we know this. We know this. I relayed that to the driver, to the team boss, currently on the track.
Oh, excellent.
Is this the position you guys are expecting to get?
I really hope that if anything, like nothing happens, we're gonna carry this podium to the end. There's just one more short pit stop ahead of us, roughly around now, and we are just racing straight to the finish line at this point.
There's quite a gap between you and Lurgica at the moment. Are you thinking that you're going to keep that gap, maintain it, and be able to get a P3 finish then? Or does
yes,
that was a bit quicker?
Yes, that was the main objective for Crude, who is right now behind the wheel, to always get that lap time lower than Lurgica. Very unfortunate what has happened to them. They were massively rapid, and we wouldn't be there on pace if it wouldn't be for the technical difficulties, but I guess that's racing. But yeah, like we hope that we can carry this result to the end.
Yeah, good luck too, because I saw at the start a couple incidents, wasn't there, just making it a little bit difficult for your life, but also some good racing, some good overtakes. Do you think that, considering your qualifying position, this has been a good race for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, yeah, the incidents were an unfortunate, like, racing incidents. I apologize to the team that we raced with. It was the Dark Reunion, where we had some incidents with. But yeah, like any sort of net positive over the qualification result is good in my opinion, right? Especially if we have a podium on a race that we barely prepared for.
That was Hexa AF Racing.
Hexa AF Racing, sorry, just drops down to 8th place. Dark Matter Motorsport making the pass, and we saw as well Easy Racing spinning out into the wall there. So a bit of an incident between those drivers. Our apologies for interrupting you there.
No problem.
Please continue.
So yeah, like the whole result just fell into our lap. Everything just fell into place, and we had by the extension we had largely uneventful race, no man's land mostly, no technical issues, luckily so far. So as good as it can be.
I have a question. I've just been told there is some history behind your car number.
Oh yes. So number 90 is in memory of Crude's late sister, who died of cancer last year. She was born in 1990, so we decided that 90 would be a perfect way to honor her. And yeah, that's the main story behind it. And if we can carry this sort of result to the end, that would be a perfect tribute to Genevieve.
must be very proud having a podium.
Yes. But so far, like, hasn't been done. Let's not jinx it. But
obviously not.
It is looking positive and makes me smile. Not gonna lie.
And for
I have one
the
last
rest
question
of the
for my-
livery, I just wondered, because VHK was saying it's one of his favourite liveries on the track, and I think it looks really nice with the green colouring. What was the inspiration behind it?
Well, green and gold are the sporting national colours of Australia, and because Crude is like let's say the team boss and team manager of this whole operation, and I'm merely a guest, we decided let's just go full ham on like Australia, right? So there is his logo. There's his logo because he's a driver instructor. There's the tagline, "Ability to drive saves lives," which it obviously does most of the time. And Australian national colours.
It's really nice. Yeah, it's a good looking livery, and I'm glad that there's a bit of a message behind it. I think Foxy had one last question he wanted to ask you before.
It's now after like 5.5 hours of racing. How are your drivers still coping? Are you guys sore? How's the driver right now feeling? Do you have any information?
I cannot tell for the LMP2 drivers because those cars are a little bit more demanding, I think, in terms of mental skill. They're way quicker, way more twitchy. But I'm gonna say about myself, like, I'm pretty pumped out. I did a 2-hour stint straight just to avoid that long pit stop in the middle of the race, and my wrists are completely done. I am happy that Crude is carrying this to the end, and also kudos to him because it's like he was driving throughout the all of night, because in Australia it's night at this point.
I've seen.
So we started around midnight for his time, and it's almost morning, and he's been carrying this result to the end and making an amazing job.
Wow, so much
props
story
to
and
Crude for. I mean, in Australia, I know like it is nighttime, and yeah, it's difficult to race, especially if you're tired or something like that, being at work the day before. So you guys have put out a mega stint so far. I hope you can keep it up and secure that P3.
Thank you.
Alright, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
We wish you the best of luck for the rest of the race, and I think they need you. Yeah. Alright, so Crude has some history behind their car.
Yeah, very
From livery
nice,
to
sweet
number.
story behind their livery, and as I was saying, a great drive from them so far. They've really earned that P3, just consistency and good pace throughout the whole thing. So they can't complain. Well, I can't complain about their position. They thoroughly deserve it.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask a question about the drivers, because after 6 hours, everyone must have. Right now, they're probably all not running on full power.
Oh, I can imagine you must be
times.
absolutely shattered at this point if you'd been driving. I mean, some drivers as well, they've done stints of 2-3 hours, so very tiring, very physically demanding, even as an esport. So don't underestimate the physicality of sim racing.
If we could, I do want to interview a LMP2 driver and ask their condition right now. as it was just told. Oh, someone put it there. As
That
was
is
just
Apex
said,
Digital Motorsports into pits. So, OC Esports, they are looking to regain second place, because with Apex Digital Motorsports in the pits, hope is not over. Either that, or we could be seeing a battle between these guys next. So, here we go, on board with OC Esports. They're thoroughly pushing, and they have been pushing for the last 20 or so minutes since that incident, and the gap has been going down ever so slowly. Their lap times have been looking good. And we have Tong, I think it's Tong here driving, isn't it?
yes, it was Tong driving.
Putting in
It was
some mega
confirmed it
lap
was Tong.
times. Mega lap times at the moment. And now, the opportunity has arose for P2. Here through Fagné, towards Stavelo. Getting on the throttle, so confident in this car as well. Just the ability to put the power down. It's a short stop for Apex, I believe, so
Apex is still in the pits, as far as I know.
could be some damage
no,
there.
no, look at the minimap. He is out. He is out.
So Apex out. The gap when they're out is looking to be around 40 seconds. We've got 35 minutes of racing left. So if you can do maths, Captain
The
Foxy.
gap has pumped up to
Ooh,
50
got up to
seconds.
oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Okay, wait, hold on. It's not calibrated yet.
Once we cross the line, it should give us a little bit of a better idea of where
Yeah.
each driver is at. So we'll have a look across the line. Roughly a 50-second gap. There we go.
Yeah.
So 35 minutes left. You're going to have to be shaving off about 2 or 3 seconds a lap if they want to get onto P2, which isn't out of the realm of possibility, but it's going to require a lot of pushing. Logica Racing, slowly trying to close the gap to Crude. We've just spoke to Crude. They're pretty confident they can keep P3. Their goal to keep their lap time under Logica, which last lap they managed to do. So good luck to them with that. Could be a battle on our hands, though.
And also, seeing as the GIE club car keeping a distance to that sim racing team, the gap was 7 seconds 10 minutes ago, and now it's up to 11.
So just that consistency there paying off, slowly increasing the gap to the car behind is what you want to be doing in racing, and slowly decreasing it to the car in front if you want to be maintaining that position, or at least under no threat of being overtaken for the meantime anyway. Be curious to see Apex Digital Motorsports next lap and how much OC Esports can catch to them. Will they have enough time left in the race to be able to overtake them? Because, do you know what, Captain Foxy? Do you know what I'm going to say now? It is no longer a marathon. This is a sprint to the finish. So everyone needs to be putting in their best lap times now.
I'd say it's too much time for it to be a sprint. A sprint is like 15 to 20 minutes tops.
I mean, if you think the F1 sprint race is about 30 minutes to an hour, so...
Yeah, but F1 is F1. This is still...
Yeah. I would say in comparison to the entire 6 hours, this is the sprint finish now. The last 30 minutes of racing is where it could all change, so drivers, be putting in your best laps. See there, the dark reunion car. Just not had a lot of screen time, so in the cooling moments of the race, we'll have a little look at that livery. Quite a cool design on the front, as they allow room for...
So I know that's the standard in-game livery, but because they didn't want to have... They haven't decided on. But
Well,
not everyone needs to have a livery.
The Dark Reunion managing to finish P18 ahead of the car, and we saw them doing a little bit of racing earlier on with things like Crude Motorsport, and some good battles there with them. So a solid race from them. Their pace isn't that far off either. All of the GT3s are close together.
So as far as I know, we have Luca now from DRC Racing.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back, Luca. Well, first of all, I just want to start it off by saying you guys are in a very different place to when we last talked to you. So how is it going
very
now?
different. Well, I'm personally very sad that what happened to both teams, Dark Matter and OC Racing. Because, well, OC does deserve this win, but for us it's very good. I mean, we're on to win it. If nothing happens to us, looks like comfortable, clean win. So it's a big improvement from where we left off last time.
You can't say as well, you guys also had your fair share of bad luck this race. But in the end, you kept your heads down and you pushed through. So you've got to be proud of yourself, able to come from basically being at the back and having done all your stops very, very early to now being at the front, and I'm assuming no need for any more pit stops.
Oh yeah, we've done a massive job here. I mean, I think at one point we were in like 8th, so to get back here, done a great job. And as you said earlier, we never backed down, we never gave up.
Never backed down, never what?
Wise words from a wise man.
Right, Dan has asked this question to another driver, but I just wanted to make sure to you. Unlimited bacon or no games, or unlimited games and no games?
I'm gonna have to say unlimited bacon. Can't go wrong.
But no games.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm sticking with the bacon.
for
Okay,
bacon,
okay.
huh?
We respect the answer. Thank you very much for answering our questions. Good luck
Right.
to you for the
I
last
have
30
one
minutes.
last
Oh,
question,
sorry,
Dan.
sorry.
I wanted to. I have asked this now the Porsche Cup drivers how they're physically right now, after a 6 hour, 5.5 hour race plus 1 hour of qualifying. Can you tell us how your team and you are feeling right now? Exhausted, broken, anything like that?
Well, it's been a massive roller coaster of emotions.
Oh
First
yeah,
of all.
obviously, emotional also.
Well, I'm very tired. I did the first stint. That was pain, and it was on a brand new setup, so I weren't really used to it with my new Fanatec.
Oh,
So it was like I had to get used to that while driving. Was a bit hard, and it's just a lot because no one's left the voice chat. Well, at least for us. So we've just been in the same voice chat for 5.5 hours, maybe a bit more. And it's just been long. We've been like supporting each other the whole way through it. And it's just been really fun to be with everyone.
yeah, it's
must
nice to see you
imagine.
guys working together as a team and able to, especially through some of the most difficult sections of the race. Like, I think back to, you know, when you had the issue with the pedals and then the crash with Apex Digital, you know, to be able to just have a teammate with you by your side for that, I'm sure it helps you just keep
Yeah, it
focused and able
definitely
to
helps.
keep going.
Also, we've been acting as like each other's race engineer, so it's actually been quite helpful to know who's behind us and who's in front of us. So it's actually got its benefits.
Giving each other useful information there. Good to hear. Anything you want to add, Foxy?
No, that's all. I was very curious about how your drivers are right now physically, and also the Gip Bacon. But we figured that out.
Yeah, we had to know the answer to that one.
I
Right,
would
thank
like
you.
to say, you guys have done an amazing job to be here for 5.5 hours of just waffling. Something I could never do.
Well, they don't call us
Waffling
wafflers for
is-
nothing.
We eat waffles for breakfast.
Yeah.
I could tell.
Right, thank you, Luca. We hope all the best for your team, and I think your team needs you right now. So
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Good luck. Good luck for the rest
Good
of the
luck, mate.
race.
Thank you.
Well,
right.
again, we've not looked at them for a while, but Lopen Esports Exiles, what a mega race from them. 2.5 laps up on Crash Test Dummies, the next car behind. The pace has just been incredible. You can see there, around 3 or 4 seconds a lap faster than the rest
Barbie car
of the P Cup
faster than
grid.
them. Barbie, I must say, the Barbie car, like, the cars that have impressed me right now so far in this 5.5 hour race is DC Racing going from like basically second to last, third to last to first.
Yeah.
OC Racing's dedication to even if shit hits the fan, I'm sorry for words, if poop hits the fan, to keep their heads down and still push on, like now on the podium again. Barbie car, GIE Club Racing, that was also very epic. They were under the radar because of the because of the screen problems at the beginning, and now look at them in P5. Obviously, Crude, also massive respect for Crude for what they're doing, but also the top 3 of the P Cup, they are also going very nicely.
And Lurgica as well with their technical issues and then coming back to be in P4 at the moment and it's still... Oh! Big crash.
That was the Microsoft Maybe car.
Was that that was the Microsoft Maybe car? Oh dear.
I mean, Obama Fried Chicken also has really impressed me.
Obama Fried Chicken making up a little bit of time on easy racing again as well.
They raced for the hope to finish and then had also races and all going on. This race has some spectacular scenes going on. It has been very good.
Really have to agree with you. Like some of the comeback stories, some of the dedication that these guys have put in it's really impressive, and we've seen some great racing today. And we've still got 25 minutes left of the SimSpots 6 hours of Spa endurance race, powered by OC Racing. And we could see plenty of action to come, especially in our LMP2 categories and in our GT3 for the last place on the podium, Crude Motorsport versus Lurgica Racing. It could happen. We've talked to Crude Motorsport. It would mean a lot for them to get on the podium, so a fan favorite there that we want to see getting a good result. But I'm sure they'd be happy with even a P4 finish.
I just want to speak about the track now because this track has so much history. Just the corner of Rouge and Radion, just what they have gone through is just also very epic. Like seeing as the different cars take it differently. Like for example, the Porsche Cups lift through it and some drivers for safety brake, and then the LMP2s just throw themselves full throttle through it. It's just the history of the corner, where they also put a chicane in 1994, after what obviously happened in F1 that year. With this chicane, it would be crazy to think that if the chicane would be up now. Imagine if we now had here an actual chicane where people had to brake full on.
It's really an iconic corner in motorsport, and there is controversy obviously surrounding it even this year, and you know, motorsport is about safety, but a Rouge also one of the most impressive corners in motorsport, and I think even some drivers would hate to see it disappear, and the Radion complex as well. But if they can continue to work on the track, and like they have done in the past, when Spa has had safety concerns, they've improved on them. I think no one would ever want to see this, such an iconic and track that's good for racing has been proved today. No one would ever want to see that disappear off the calendar.
It's also interesting how when Spa was a fresh new track, the Eau Rouge wasn't the Eau Rouge we know from also a bit back then, but the Eau Rouge went fully to the left. There was a road that went fully to the left and then back to the right.
It's
like
actually
a half
been
U-turn.
debated upon, hasn't it? That they were thinking of bringing that back. If they were going to change Eau Rouge and Radion at all, it would be maybe to bring back the hard left, so you have to brake into Eau Rouge. Which again, I would like to see different track layouts as well for Spa. You know, it could be fun to have it on a rotation, maybe for different events each year.
I mean, Dan, did you know that right now where we are on the camera, that thing on the right there is a rallycross track?
Ah, yes, of course.
It does have a rallycross part. So Spa has basically everything. It has the endurance, it has F1, it has karting, and it has also rallycross. It just has such a huge history, this track. It's one of the most dangerous tracks. Back then it was, and I'm sorry to say right now it still is. Just because of Eau Rouge right now, but they're doing their best what they can, and it's just very interesting with all the track, how the track evolved. Here also the chicane, this part here, this is also very new. There's also now a new layout where it goes to the left, earlier to the left. Pouron was Pouron when the track changed to its smaller layout.
Yeah.
These parts didn't change, which is the good part. But the final sector is also very interesting, the bus stop chicane. There is a reason why it's called the bus stop chicane, and it's
Hang
not...
on a minute, because Crude Motorsport has all of a sudden slowed down, and the gap has just dropped to 1.5 between them and Logica Racing. So we have a bit of a battle on our hands here, because we're just about to head into the Stavolo complex. We've got to let some lapped cars past. We've got the Barbie car heading through there. But now, the fight is on between Crude Racing and Logica Racing for the final podium spot in the GT3 category. You can see here, we got the run down towards Blanchimont. You've got the karting track to your right that we were mentioning earlier.
Is it not to the left? Now that I think about it.
It's in the middle of the track.
Oh, it's in the middle, okay.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to talk about the bus stop chicane, how it wasn't just a right-left. It was actually, it looked like a bus stop station. It went to the left, like it turned...
Oh, Crude losing the rear in the bus stop chicane as we're talking about it.
I should probably stop talking about Spa and actually about this battle here.
Because it's all of a sudden only a 0.6 second gap for Logica, who, bear in mind, were towards the back of the field for the most part of this race after technical issues, and now they're about to go side by side through a Rouge with Crude Racing. Well, just behind them at the moment, picking up a little bit of slipstream, but not much in these pickup cars. However, whoever gets the better exit through here is going to be set up for the Kemmel Straight. Bit of a bonk on the curb for Logica, losing them a little bit of time, but here we go, onto the Kemmel Straight now. Who's going to look for
I'll
the
be
move?
right back.
Is anyone going to look for the move into Lacombe? Well, there you go. 0.2 second gap. Looks like Logica's going to go down the inside into Lacombe. And he makes the move stick up onto the podium. Unfortunately for Crude Racing, they've just dropped back into P4 in their class. What a shame for them. They were really hoping to get on the podium today, but Logica have raced a mega race today. After technical issues that set them back very far, to be able to come back onto the podium with a move like that, props to them. What a great maneuver. Well done. And I've just had terrible news that Obama Fried Chicken crashed, unfortunately.
Right, I'm sorry for being gone. Right outside my house, there are people, drunk people fighting. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, okay, how's this battle going on? Looks like Logica has passed him.
Logica has passed Crude. Whether Crude will be able to come back now as we head into Farness and towards Stavolo, we will see. The gap is staying pretty similar. We saw these two cars having similar pace, so don't expect this battle to go anywhere, and don't expect Crude Motorsport to give up. They have put on a mega race for us today, and they have not giving up yet. Here we go. Can they make any time? They just get on the
final 20 minutes.
They need to get on the power just a little bit earlier through there if they want a chance of catching them. Because now on the run through Blanchimont, Logica are again able to just pull out a bit of speed. And a slide through Blanchimont there for Crude Racing. And that is their hopes of a podium slipping away. Now 3.5 seconds away from them. We'll check back in a bit and see if they can make something happen. Crash Test Dummy appear to be... No, they're not in the pits. It's just... the timing screen.
Obama Fried Chicken did have an incident and lost a lot of time. They had to pit.
Oh dear, Obama Fried Chicken looking like it's going to be a 17th place for them. But they wanted to just finish the race, and they've managed to achieve that today. They had some great battles with Easy Racing, with DC Karting, with the Dark Reunion, and they've managed to stay ahead of one of those today, and even stay a lap ahead. So well done to them.
Right. Before I got cut off by this epic battle, I was talking about the bus stop chicane. Till the 1998 from 2000, I think, was the layout in the final sector. It looked like a bus stop. It was to go into the pits, you go straight, and to have the normal circle, you go to the left and right, and then again right left, like you park a bus. And it was too dangerous. There were many famous incidents there was one famous incident that happened there, which is pretty with Schumacher and Coulthard,
where Schumacher loses everything.
Yeah, and then in the pits, goes to nearly fight. But they changed it to what we know now as the final bus stop chicane, which is the chicane right left, which you still have to brake a lot for. But it is a pretty historic track and has a lot of changes. It has a lot of... It's not the track that people 30 years ago know of.
Apparently, DC Racing and Hexa had just a little bit of an incident as OC Esports, not giving up, have once again set the fastest lap of the race, a 2:02.28. From Tong there, who he's going to be very proud of himself that he set the fastest lap again. It was him that held it before, and it's him that holds it now. Well done, OC Esports. The gap down to 32 seconds as we enter the final 15 minutes of the 6 hours of Spa. And Crude, oh dear, with a drive-through penalty for that incident. Just for cutting the track a little bit. So next lap, they're going to have to go in and pit. Unfortunately, their chances of a podium seem to have slipped away now, which is a real shame. Fan favorites, Crude, and we've just spoken to them about what had happened. Or possibly a crash with Microsoft. See here, OC Esports not giving up, but at the moment, Apex Digital Motorsport seem to be doing enough to maintain that second place, because they need to keep it under a 2 second per lap difference, and they are just about managing to do that. So, OC Esports, they're going to have to get 159s, or they're going to have to hope Apex Digital Motorsport slow down.
It looks pretty. It looks on the side of Apex Digital though. 15 minutes left, 30 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
But that
But
lap.
a 2:03.
Well, we'll see. As OC Esports coming now.
But
they're
there
going
have
on
been a few
Blanchimont.
lapped cars.
We'll see OC Esports next time because this has to be their response. They need to be picking up about 3 seconds a lap. And you see there, they're going across the line.
They do
And it's a
1:59.8.
That is enough to catch them by the end of this session. So,
If they do it every lap and it happens like this, it might be a final lap battle.
think back to the famous radio message given to Michael Schumacher. We need qualifying laps for the rest of the race, for the rest of the stint. That's what OC Esports need to do, and that is what Tong is trying to do. He's got to put in a qualifying lap for the rest of the race to be able to catch to Apex Digital Motorsport. And if Apex Digital want to hold them off, they've got to respond with their fastest laps of the race right now. So if they have anything left in the bag...
I'm sorry, Dan. I've just been informed we have a driver from Dark Matter Motorsport here. Hello?
Hello, hello.
So, Dark Matter, you had an unfortunate... Was it a game crash, we heard?
Yeah, sadly.
Dear.
It's been lagging a little bit for the whole race. I mean, our games were freezing while we were overtaking Porsche Cup cars. We don't think any of it because it wasn't every Cup car. It was just every fifth or sixth car. But then, as my teammate was driving his last stint, going into turn 1, his screen just blacked out and his game crashed, and he rejoined back, but we had a 3-minute wait because of the driver swap thing, so our chances for a good finish were kind of ruined. But
oh dear, and you guys were on, by the looks of it, for at least a top 5 finish there, because your pace was strong, and did you have one short pit stop left maybe before the end? But other than that, it looked like smooth sailing.
Yeah, we're gonna be a bit short on fuel because one of the drivers had a small incident, so he ended his stint a bit early, which meant we would need to do one quick stop for a few liters of fuel. My teammate was gonna box, I think, in a time of like 2-3 laps, but then his game crashed and
what a shame.
That does suck. I do have a question to you guys. Was this race with strategy-wise kind of how you expected? Now that we heard that there was the pit stop that was a bit earlier than expected, but was the rest of the stops as expected? Or did you guys have to improvise?
Yeah, we didn't spend I don't know how many days preparing. We just did some practice. We talked it through how we're gonna do, who's gonna do which stint. Then we had a small problem. One of our drivers had some internet issues. The internet in his area went out completely for a few days. So one of us was gonna do his stint as well. Everything went smoothly. We did lose some time, I think, with the pit stops, especially because of a shorter stint from one of the drivers, but we weren't expecting anything like this to happen. We were in a fight, I think, for not really for the podium at the end, more for like P4. But yeah, now we are, I think, Max is currently in P7, trying to catch up to P6, but I think the gap might be a bit too...
Just looking at the timing sheets, unfortunately, with only 10 minutes left, looking like it's going to be a P7. But we have to admit, the pace has been there. We've seen you battling at the front of the field as well, even, I think, leading a couple laps at one point. So definitely some highlights there for you guys. And the livery as well is looking great. So what was the inspiration behind that?
I don't know. So the guy who couldn't race because of Wi-Fi, he's the one that designed it. We just basically hopped in VC, talked a little bit. Me and my friends, like a couple months ago, we like kind of formed a team in one of our leagues, and all of the drivers in our team are like part of this team. So we're like, okay, so our colors are like blue and black and a little bit of white. So we just went with that, and first it would just be black and some blue, and then my teammate found this pattern that you can see on the shark fin and on the fenders, and we just all agreed it looked cool, and we just went with that.
It does look really cool. I like the wave effects on the skin there. It looks really good. Anything you wanted to add, Foxy?
I just wanted to say the color scheme as well, with the blue and black, but also the sponsors that shine out. It's a pretty beautiful car, I mean, I must say.
The guy who designed it was very happy when you guys mentioned our livery and said that you guys liked it.
Is there a history behind the number 49, or is that just a number we randomly picked?
So we all have different numbers, and we couldn't decide what, and we just like added them together and just took the average.
So you did.
Cool.
Okay.
That's pretty cool.
We couldn't decide. It was like, okay, let's just combine all of them and get the average.
That is a good idea. I like that.
Yeah.
Good thinking there.
Good luck for the rest of your race. Hopefully, no more incidents. Maybe you're able to catch a little bit more time to that sim racing team ahead. I'm sure your driver will just keep pushing as hard as they can to try and make up any time possible. And you guys you've obviously been plagued with issues like so many cars do in endurance racing, and hopefully you still manage to enjoy yourselves, and you proved us that you do have some good pace out there. And just a
definitely
shame.
a fun race, even with that little technical issue. I think we still enjoyed the race. Drivers are clean, that's what we like, so we didn't have any problems. We did have some close calls with some Porsche Cup cars, but it happens. Everyone's focused on the race, so no hard feelings.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
How are you? I've been asking this now a few drivers now about your physical condition. After driving for 6 hours, it might be really put strongly on your muscle. Like, how are you guys feeling?
I mean, I did the second stint. I extended a bit because we weren't sure how we're gonna do with one of our drivers not being able to race. The driver who's driving now, Max, is I wouldn't say he's tired. I think he's more pissed because of his game crashing. But yeah, other than that, I think we did some like long races few times now, so it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, definitely a bit harder than doing like a 20 lap race.
All right, thank you. That's all from my side.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming and sharing with us. And again, a good race from you, and just a shame about some of the bad luck. But hopefully, you enjoyed it, and a really good looking car, and you showed your pace out there. We can see by the lap times that you've got the pace, and you were fighting for position.
Thank you. We're probably gonna come back next event, so
awesome.
Maybe we can fight for the podium then, maybe even for a win if we can beat OC Sports. But that's right now that's a bit out of our league, but we'll see.
We would love to see that, bring in the challenge.
All right. Thank you so much for coming here, and we wish you the best for the next 7 minutes.
Thank you, guys.
Goodbye.
See you later. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Checking back in then with our closest battles on track. The closest gap is OC Esports to Apex Digital Motorsport. And at the
again
moment,
with a 159.9.
It does look like Apex have been able to do just enough to stay ahead. That 18-second gap, it's been hovering around 18, 19 seconds last 2 laps. So they need to be gaining a bit more, like 3 seconds a lap. And I'm not sure if they're able to do that at the moment.
They just have to hope for a mistake up ahead by Apex Digital Motorsport. Just a slight mistake, or maybe just a bit of hold up by another Porsche Cup. But right how it looks like right now, it looks really out of the bag. It looks not happening. I mean, we were hoping for the best, obviously. It is really disappointing of what happened and saddening. But it doesn't look like it's happening today.
And a mega race, of course, not to be forgotten. The Barbie car, who at one point was being lapped by Hexa AF Racing, who are running in 3rd, to now lapping them and running in 5th after awful technical issues at the start, showing again, just another like hero story of this race where they've had bad luck, but they've kept their head down, pushed, shown their pace, and come out with a good result, with a little bit of good luck towards the end. So it does show that it all counts in this endurance race. And
yes, exactly. That's just you have to also think about, like, drivers when they have a mistake, they are like hot-headed because of anger. And as you just heard from Dark Matter Motorsport, because of that crash, he was angry. But as I said from like before, the best thing a driver can do is to keep the heads down. And if you manage to do that, this is the result you get for the GIE Club Car, where when you are mad, just keep your head down, keep it cool. The race is not over yet. Never think that the race is over, and then you get the result that you're hoping for.
That's very true, very wise words. And then we have Easy Racing pulling into the pits now. So Obama Fried Chicken has got an opportunity here as he comes up to the bus stop chicane.
It does look...
A very late pit stop for Easy Racing. Must have been damaged. Oh, drive-through, that's why. So they're out of the pits now. So they'll be just round the corner as Obama Fried Chicken is entering La Source. So we will see the gap starting to form as they exit the pits. About 13 seconds, so similar to where it was, only about 10 seconds gained. We'll see if Obama Fried Chicken has the pace to catch up to Easy Racing over these next laps, who can't afford any more drive-through penalties.
This is getting very interesting because of the lines. Obviously in endurance, the white lines doesn't actually say where the track limits are. Track limits are just this strict in F1, I must say. In endurance and many sports like that, track limits are mostly just ignored, or just like when you're on the grass, that's when you get a track limit. Because obviously you can't go more than grass. And it looks like, because the people are pushing the cars to how they should be pushed, they're going over the limit sometimes. And it just happens that the real penalty does give them the penalty that they sometimes maybe do deserve, but sometimes also don't deserve. It still happens coming across.
Yeah, unfortunately, you've just got to be keeping your car on the track. As I find it quite funny, as every time I'm just having a look at the timing sheets, despite being 2.6 laps ahead of the next car behind, Lopen Esports still continue to set faster and faster lap times. I think mostly just to prove the point that they are quick.
Sadly, Crude Motorsport has lost the hope for a podium there.
Well,
that is for the next 3 minutes they do need, if they want the podium, have now 10 seconds a lap.
They need an incident to happen. Basically, they need Lurchica to have a little bit of a problem.
But it's not to say that P4 is not respectable. P4 is very respectable. Does look like it's still a good position. Also with Hexa, EFGT and behind, they also look like to be very strong. Having them behind is still like an achievement that I would say is still very respectable.
Being 1.3 laps faster than anyone is a good achievement.
This is just how it is sometimes. If you don't see the positive in the position you get, why even racing? You're not supposed to finish and be like, oh dang, I finished this position, sad. You should always look for the positives. If you're not on the podium, if you just lost the podium, think about the guy you beat. There's always someone you beat. Even if you lost, there's always something happened in the race that makes you feel like, yeah, something good happened. So I must say, for the Crude Motorsports team, still a very proud achievement getting our 4th here.
We're heading towards the final minutes of the SimSpots 6 hours of Spa. We have just crossed stream time live. We have literally just crossed the 7-hour mark. It's 7 hours and 49 seconds as I'm saying it that we have been live for. Any sort of closing thoughts as we look to DC Racing, who's our likely winner for today's race?
They did amazing. They did an amazing job. They have done everything they could, and it's just respectful that they managed. It's a good position. I mean, they're gonna win it. From what happened in the race, wasn't just a boring domination race. Which also, if they full on deserved it. How their race happened. It's sad to see what happened to OC Esports. They also would have deserved that first place spot, but they managed to get a podium still beyond that podium spot. It's very respectable for all the people driving. They've done everything. Every guy has done their best.
Yeah, it's great to see everyone really just pushing. So to run you through any viewers who are tuning into the last 5 seconds plus a lap of our race, we had an amazing story of DC Racing coming here today with an attempt to beat OC Esports. OC Esports were dominant through qualifying, dominant through the race, but unfortunately with technical issues, just lost that pace at the end. Well, didn't lose pace, just lost positions at the end by having to do an extra long stop. Oh, DC Racing going deep on the final lap. Had a game crash and managed to recover to P3, nearly P2 if you're giving them a couple more laps. But here we go. So, final lap of the race for DC Racing. I'll take you through a quick tour of the track as they celebrate what's likely to be a win. Through La Source, they go now. Get down on the throttle. It's a nice run through up to a Rouge and Radion complex. You're going to kiss the little curb there. Bonk the curb on the way up through Radion. Then ride nice and wide as you come onto the Kemmel Straight. Foot down to the floor for the Kemmel Straight. You want to get as much speed as possible along here. And then heavy braking zone at the end. When you see that curb, get on the brakes, turn the car into Lacombe, sweeping right, sweeping left. Malmedy next. Get on the throttle, rotate the car through there, and now it's downhill, braking zone. There's Rivage, heavy braking zone there. Use the throttle again on the exit, rotate the car as you come towards the famous no-name corner. Ooh, just slightly missing the apex there. Run wide, you've got nice little bit of curb there, but don't touch the gravel. Then downhill again, downhill braking zone of Pouon, very steep hill. You've got to carry your speed through here as you come towards Farnier next, which again, tricky set of corners. You've got to get on the brakes, use the car, use the brakes to turn the car. You don't want understeer through here, and then when you can, on the throttle, ride that curb because you're about to brake heavy into Stavelot. Again, look at this, you've got loads of curb to use, so get right up on there, flat out through the second part of Stavelot, and then it's a long run down through turn 17 towards Blanchemont. You're keeping your foot to the floor. You're feeling the car trying to fight against you, but you want to keep it under control. Then throw it into Blanchemont round that corner. Use the curb if you have to towards the final 2 corners of the bus stop chicane. Heavy braking, slam on the brakes. You don't want to lock them though. Kiss the apex one, nice and wide, round the corner. And your race winner across the line, it is DC Racing.
DC Racing wins!
Wins the 6-hour SimSpots. Powered by OC Racing, Spa-Francorchamps.
They haven't done a 10-second penalty, but I don't think there's 1.5 lap. They have won the 6-hour SimSpots of Spa.
And Apex Digital Motorsport coming next across the line, round the bus stop chicane. Butt to the floor with OC Esports behind them, and they cross the line in P2, managing to hold off OC Esports,
right
who are coming next now. They had a mega race, very unlucky, but they crossed the line in P3.
DC Racing is doing some complimentary donuts.
Our GT3 race leader, who has managed to have a lead of 2.5 laps over Crash Test Dummies in P2, and a mega race from Lopen Esport Exiles. They were the top of their class and thoroughly deserved it. Well done to them as they come now round
LMP
Stavelot.
leader is doing some donuts on La Source, if you want to see that.
We'll watch people cross the line, especially LMP3. Here we go. We got DC Racing here with us. Well done.
Congratulations.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is all very good, mate. You've all put your best in, and it's resulted into P1. How are you guys feeling?
Well, fantastic. I mean, I didn't see it coming when I hopped into the car, started my stint. We are left from OC Racing actually, but it was one entire lap, and then they had some technical difficulties, and thus we were basically gifted the win in a way, but I'll take it any day of the week.
You came here today with the promise of knocking OC Esports from the top spot. It maybe wasn't in the way you imagined, but you achieved that goal today, and that is something to be proud of, for sure.
Well, I mean, I had my teammates for support who did superb stints themselves, were on the pace that we wanted to be, and yeah, teamwork makes the dream work, I guess. So,
This
was
the best race I've seen in a long time. All the action that was happening, all the drama that happened, and one team that pulled themselves out of the mud from the beginning, and P1. That must have felt amazing. After what? Did you guys still have the winning hope after that first stint where you guys were at P7?
Well, I mean, we did our long stop early, so there was some fluctuation in the timings, for sure. But in the end, we knew we would come back after the long stops. We would at least be in contention for a podium, and actually ended up in P2 after some time. And then we were under lap back from P1 and thought like, yeah, we're going faster than them currently, so it's not all over. Just pushed all the way through. Got out of the car what there was to get, and yeah, that's the finish.
What a race. I'm just going to quickly run through the final order so everybody knows. We've got DC Racing in first, finishing after an intense race and a great recovery drive despite some issues. Apex Digital Motors, very consistent throughout the entire race and managed to secure that P2 just at the end, holding off OC Esports, who were the fastest overall, but unfortunately just had that endurance car, those issues with game crashes. Very disappointing for them. Lopen in P4, who were hoping for a podium today, but I'm sure we'll be happy with P4. Jer Club, who again came back from a great recovery to finish P5. I'm sure a top 5 finish is great for them. That Sim Racing team, representing that Sim Racing bloke, I'm sure he'll be happy with them finishing P6. Dark Matter Motors, again, another tragedy where they had such good pace, but unfortunately lost out to technical issues. Hexa AF Racing, who did really well to the first couple of stints, but again, bad luck and some crashes plagued them. They finished P8. Karak Racing, unfortunately, 2 laps down. A bit of lag, I think, plaguing them. P9. Then, top of the GT3 class, we had Lopen Esports, who dominated. Fast laps, consistent racing, thoroughly deserved. Crash Test Dummies in P2 in class. They did amazing as well. And it's just wiped my timing sheets, which is so nice of it to do. But I believe we had Lurgica in P3 after, again, some technical issues, a game crash, and to recover back onto the podium. I don't think they were expecting that. So, very good stuff from everyone all round. Thank you for anyone who did interviews with us. Thank you for anyone that tuned in to the stream.
We still have one driver left.
We have one driver left?
And it's the winner of the P Cup. How are you feeling?
Feeling great, man. Thanks for having me. Thanks for putting this on and for commentating.
We must thank you.
Absolutely dominated today. How did that feel?
Yeah, it was fun. Can't thank my teammates and obviously the guys back at the factory. No, I'm just kidding. It was good. We just stayed out of trouble. I think that was the main strategy. I had a slight miscalculation there at the end. I pitted for new tires and then ran out of fuel at the end, so I had to come back in the pits again. But luckily, we had enough of a gap.
Yeah, lucky there that got a full gap. I mean, a full 2.5 laps. Must have felt quite comfortable in the lead there.
It was at the end. Yeah, I think a lot of the guys got some penalties, and I know the number 2 at one point got disconnected. So I guess some luck on our end, but also. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So some luck, but we also did well. I feel like we had a clean race, didn't really have any crazy shunts, and yeah, it was a fun race. Good day for Lopen.
You must be really proud of your team. Your team they backed you up all this race, and now you've got the win. You guys must feel great.
Proud of the guys. I'm happy to be a part of the Lopen team. It's a really fun place to be. It's actually my first endurance race. So yeah, it's good to finish that one with a win.
You now have the memory of your first race was a first win. That's
Exactly.
awesome.
Yeah. I'll have to practice the donuts because they were terrible, but I'll do that for next time.
I'm sure if you continue to drive like you were today, there'll be more donuts coming your way.
Yeah. Hopefully.
I was just gonna ask as well. You guys obviously wanted to take part in the LMP2, but ended up taking part in the P Cup instead. I'm sure you're glad you made that decision. And it was a great qualifying lap as well. I believe we got the onboard of your pole lap, if I remember correctly. So that'll be something you can go look back on. I'm not sure who set the lap, but it'll be something you can go look and be
Yeah.
proud of.
Yeah, we basically got, we got banned from the LMP2. No, we already had a Lopen team that signed up. We would have liked to do LMP2, but the Porsche Cup was a lot of fun too. It was close racing. It was a fun experience trying to dodge all the LMP2s flying at you. And yeah, at the end it was a good qualifying lap, and I got a couple of good laps in towards the end too after getting some new tires. But kind of a tricky car to drive on the limit, so I'm probably gonna need a shower after this. But yeah, fun couple hours.
I can't blame you. I think I'm gonna need a shower as well.
Yeah, this was a very sweaty interaction today. There's sweat everywhere.
And if we had time as well, the fans are asking for an interview with the Barbie car.
We need to ask.
We'll see if VHK can sort that one out for us. Overall, what a great race though from everyone. Here we go. We've got the Barbie car in here now. What a great mega last stint from you guys, considering obviously very difficult start, and then to get through and finish P5 must feel really good.
It does. Go Racing did an incredible job to catch up at the end there, and then obviously whatever happened with the Hexa team or whoever it was ahead of us when they went in for a pit, it really helped, and we've managed to bring it home P5. We couldn't have asked for any more after the start, but we're really happy. We're celebrating on our own call.
Have you sang the Barbie song when you finished? Celebrated the Barbie song.
We didn't, but we have said Wick enough for P5.
Heck enough. I saw that.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, that's epic. You guys, amazing. When the race was having less action, you guys were there to keep the entertainment up.
It's been fun. It's definitely better than our last attempt at an online race. So we're incredibly happy, and thanks for having us on for an interview.
Thank you very much for bringing some energy, bringing the memes, and just having fun with us. It was great to see, and making these little stories and having the driver interviews where you guys told us a bit about the car and sort of how your race has been going. It really made the race a lot more interesting, having all these different stories to follow. So thank you so much.
No, thank you. We'll definitely be back if there's another.
That's good to hear.
That's great.
Bye, guys. Bye, guys.
See you later. Well,
see ya.
I've been Dan No Skill.
Wait, there's one more one more person.
I'm very sorry.
There's one more.
There's one more person we need to talk to.
But while we wait for him, Dan, what was your favorite part of that race?
Oh, well, here we go. Here's the one more person. Very important. I'll let him speak.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, VHK. How are you?
I am good. I'm really happy with how it all went. Thank you all so much. You've been amazing. I see on the clock now 7 hours and 16 minutes of straight commentating. That is amazing. By you guys. Thank you so much.
Hours.
Thank you. Well, 12 hours maybe next time.
As long as I've got my Bacon Games question, I'm fine. I can get through it.
We both asked it. That's the best part.
Good one. So, yeah, it all went really well in my opinion. I really want to thank everyone, all the drivers for joining, everyone for being here. This has been amazing. If there are drivers still watching here, please upload your replay and send it over to me so we can investigate everything and look over it. The LMP2 results aren't fully in yet because we don't know if the disconnect from OC Esports will need to be compensated. If it was just nothing that they could do about, we will consider compensating it. They lost about 3 laps, which is a lot of time, of course. If that would happen to the DC Racing car in that same moment, they would be in P8, so it would definitely be quite a moment. So we will look into that. But as far as right now, everyone's done a great job. Thank you guys for commentating. Thanks for the people in the chat for being there. Thanks for the drivers for making the action. And thanks everyone.
And thank
Well,
you,
thank
VHK,
you
so
as
much for organising a fun event for all of us to be able to take part in. It
My
ran,
pleasure. I really enjoyed it.
It ran
It's,
really
it
well,
was
and
fun.
it was good fun.
Thank you. Yeah. Well,
All right.
All right.
took a
Well,
little bit, but here we are. Thank you.
shall we sign off then? I'll just say thank you to everyone in the chat who's sending their love to our way, VHK's way, and the other drivers' way. It was nice to see good, clean racing. I've been Dan No Skill. That's Captain Foxy. VHK here as well, the organizer. This was the SimSpots 6 hour of Spa endurance race, powered by OC Racing. And I think we are signing off. So, unless you guys have anything else, goodbye.
I have nothing. Goodbye.
Bye bye. See you later.